Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Well, yeah, my luck sucks. Who would have thought that I would die by participating in this shady organization as a biologist? Huh, not at all. I would have never thought that. Sigh. I mean, I knew that there were risks, but perhaps I simply didn't give a fuck. Why? Well, let me tell you that money makes you not think well. I guess it lowered my IQ, and I became a retard. It was obvious that I would end up dying one way or another by participating in these shady organizations, for fuck's sake. But I had to take the risk. It was good money after all. I have lived my entire life as a complete loser. My father was nowhere to be seen, and my mother was depressive and abusive. So, as a kid with a lack of self-esteem, I feed into my anxiety by eating like a pig. Until I turned into a literal land whale, I guess. At the very least, I had a knack for computers and biology because I liked to browse that stuff as a kid and was always on the internet, so I was kind of knowledgeable. I graduated from university after earning money online by investing early on Bitcoins. I knew those crappy things no one bought would end up costing a fortune. That's why I bought around 100,000 and just got kind of millionaires after it became so pricey. I graduated from university and looped around working on stuff. Being a millionaire is not exactly that much. You sometimes want more money. As some say, you never have enough money. Well, I wanted to buy myself an island and also probably a small country, so I had to get some more money. And this guy, the damn Ivan Weskier, came to me one day. Shady guy, blonde, crimson red eyes, pale white skin. He literally fits all the criteria of a vampire. But he was not a vampire, of course. That shit is not real. He was perhaps even worse than an actual vampire, though. But man, he was rich. He offered me billions. I only had about a few million. But he offered me billions. I had to do it, even if it was shady as fuck. And here I am. I'm about to get killed. More like I'm just dead right now. I worked in this organization as a biologist. We were doing pretty secret stuff. For example, experimenting with a strange type of fungus named mold. And a certain girl, well, the clone of girl. She was named Miranda, and it was Ivan's previous fascination. She got killed after running away the guys are chasing Ivan down. You see, he kind of stole a dangerous virus of his own, and he is quite literally a monster. And he wants to reach godhood somehow by becoming an ugly monster. Okay, I know he's nuts, but he got the money to make me work for someone as crazy as him. So I was minding my own business watching over the new Miranda cells and how she was slowly growing, and then shit hit the fan. Guys with shotguns and stuff appeared, even helicopters and more. It was like an FBI raid. A guy that goes by the name of Chris Bluefield entered the facility with a team of professional soldiers and began to stop everything. In a flash, Ivan was gone with Miranda's clone, and we were left here to just be captured. I tried to run away, but I was so goddamn fat it was a pain. Some specimens we were working on were freed by Ivan to distract Chris and his team, and well, they predated on us, of course. I somehow managed to hide and escape a lot, but in the end, the other scientists I was working with caught me. And here I am. I'm using the gun I always was with to shot them down, but even shooting at their heads doesn't work. This mold literally makes you immortal, but you go zombie mode and become an undead-like creature, of course. No emotions, and probably constant pain. No thanks. I quickly try to shoot them, until one of their heads explode. I killed one after he took 5 shots in the head. I guess he wasn't as immortal, but God Lord, you're tough. There were other 2 following me, trying to catch me with their black and slimy tentacles. I saw an entrance, and I thought I was going to be able to get through there, but then Chris and his group enter. Fuck. Well, at the very least, they won't shoot me down. I prefer to go to prison than to fucking die. Or so I thought. Fire, the stoic man said as he and his group pointed their shotguns at us. You're fucking with me, right? I thought you were a righteous man. Bang, 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 whack. My entire fat body is filled with bullets. The pain is unbearable. My lungs got penetrated, and so my heart, stomach, ribs, and my neck. I am bleeding all over, fall to the ground, and can't move another inch. I am dying. As a disgusting fat pig, I guess is a fitting end. At the very least, I would have liked to be in my room when I died, surrounded by my figures of anime girls. Of Sylphie-chan. Ugh. The only thing that comes to my head as I am about to die is my anime waifu. Just how pathetic am I? Sylphie-chan was an adorable elf Naysan. She was the perfect girl. She had big tits, a beautiful and mature body, and a sweet smile. Ugh. Oh, he's not infected? Yeah, we just realized. Well, it looks so fat and disgusting I really thought it was infected. Ha ha ha. Chris, you're always so funny in the most unexpected moments. Well, he was just another scientist here. He probably killed a bunch of innocent people through his work. No one will miss him. Right, let's secure the area. Of course. Not even some pity. Go fuck yourself, Chris Bluefield. Ugh. Now that I am in my last sparks of consciousness, I guess this is it. There's no God, obviously, so I am just going to die here, and my consciousness will disappear into the void and just be gone of existence. Huh. For some moment, I wish all these Ice Guy novels I consumed so much were all real. Man, I want to reincarnate in another world. Not die here and just disappear. So depressing. What's the point of life then? Just dying? Request confirmed. Equals, the equals, user equals, will equals, reincarnate equals, and equals, another equals, world equals, / request. Holy shit. Are these the hallucinations they always talk about when people are about to die? Seriously? A mechanical voice. Wag. I hope this hallucination is real then. I wish I could really reincarnate. And be with Sylphie-chan to be her. Request confirmed. Equals, the equals, user equals, will equals, take equals, the equals, form equals, of equals, the equals, image equals, it equals, desires equals, on equals, it's equals, next equals, life equals, / request. What? I didn't said to be her. Wait, is this real? If this is like the slime ice guy, then, give me something OP. All you got. Give me. Air, infinite magic. And all affinities and stuff. Everything. Request confirmed. Equals, acquiring equals. Continuous equals, casting. Equals, success equals, / request. Request confirmed. Equals, acquiring equals. Endless equals, mana. Equals, success equals, / request. Request confirmed. Equals, acquiring equals. Main equals, character. Equals, success equals, / request. Wish limit equals, reached equals, / wish. The user equals, will equals, be equals, reincarnated equals, into equals, equals, scenario equals, favorable equals, to equals, him equals, / Ahaha. It worked. Ack. I feel like I'm drifting. Where am I even going? Ugh. It feels as if I am disintegrating into tiny pieces and then being sucked into somewhere. I am going through some kind of river. It is so freaking cold, though. Ugh. Flash. Suddenly, a strong pain hit my chest. UAGH. What is that? It is as if someone just pierced my entire being with a spear. Your abilities, they are too strong. I won't let you reincarnate as you please, invader. Suddenly, the voice of a mature woman roars at me. You have equals, been equals, cursed equals, by equals, Yggdrasil equals / you. And, with a curse into my soul, I drifted somewhere else. When I woke up after dying so bitterly, I realized I wasn't a gigantic fat fuck anymore. I was air. I glanced at my little hands. These are the hands of a baby. Then I glanced at my tiny body, my legs. I'm a baby. I found myself resting over a glorious golden cradle, resting over a comfortable white cushion. My skin is pale white and smooth, and I think I might be bald. But damn, it feels weird to have such a small body. I try to analyze my surroundings, but my eyes feel sleepy. But from what? I can tell. I'm inside a big room. The ceiling is covered in golden decorations depicting trees and fruits. And there's also a large painting of people. They are people blonde-haired. With green and blue eyes. Pointy ears. Ugh, I can't help but fall asleep before I could even figure out what it was. And as I was pondering this, an elven man came to me and said, "From now on, your name shall be Elma, a maiden garland with good fortune," he said. So, it was true I reincarnated. Since I woke up here, that a lot of time has gone by. I think several days. Only 3 people come to see me through, and they're all elves. Yeah, the elves from fantasy media. They were pale white, with pointy ears, long blonde hair, and green eyes, or sometimes blue. And they were all beautiful. Even my father looked hot. Okay, I should keep that for myself. Yeah, now I got a dad. He looks like some young prince of fairy tales. His face is charming and perfect, his eyes flashing with emerald light, pointy ears, refined and slim body, and always wears a tunic filled with decorations. I think we are filthy rich based on this. Hee hee. Not bad. I think I have a brother, or I don't know what else is this elf kid that comes to see me. If it weren't because his voice is a little manly, I would think he's a girl, but he's a boy, it seems. He always looks at me with a smile and touches my nose all the time. The other day, he pulled my cheeks, and it really hurt. Seriously, what an annoying little brat. Go annoy someone else. Ugh, it will be a pain to have this kid as my older brother. I try to bite him, but I lack teeth. But there's one saving grace. I got Mommy Elf, and she's perfect. She looks kind of like Sylphie Chan, but she has short bobby-styled hair, and her eyes are aquamarine instead of emerald. I am sure as hell she's my mama, because she feeds me delicious warm milk every day through those massive honkers. Man, I am living the dream. She's literally the ideal elf MILF. Oof, I've been blessed indeed. Well, for some reason, and because I am an idiot, I didn't realize it. Yeah, I should have thought that the lack of a penis meant I wasn't a man anymore. But what do you know? I thought that as a baby, I simply had that area dulled out or something. I mean, babies' penises must be the size of a tiny peanut. How would you want me to think that I could actually sense that I had it? I really thought I had it, but it was resting, and I simply couldn't feel it because I wasn't mature. But yeah, once they named me Alma and began to put me cute little dresses at the age of 1, I realized that. Indeed, I am a girl. And an elf girl. So, because of a misunderstanding, instead of wishing to have Sylphie Chan with me after reincarnating, I will become her. God's why. What sins have I committed to deserve this fate? Maybe working for an evil organization was a sin, but not to become a girl. Where's my manliness? My penis? Now, I will keep growing up and become more and more cute and feminine, and all the men will be eyeing me. I mean, it doesn't take long to see my mother and then see that I might end up like her when I grow up. I might indeed become like Sylphie Chan. No, I wanted a waifu, but not to become the waifu. This is fucked up. Stop. Stop the game. I want to be a fat fuck again. Anything but this. But my little cries of internal help were nowhere to be heard in my little girl's voice, which I was still learning to say words. This world is named Yggdrasil or something, and everyone speaks some kind of ancient Norse language. It was similar to English, so I slowly learned it more or less. Actually, my parents are surprised that I am developing so fast. I already learned how to read again, and I can talk pretty fluently at the age of 1. And well, there's the whole thing of who I am and what is this. Well, let's go with a short resume. First of all, I am a princess. Indeed, I was born in the royal Abron family. We are the descendants of the ancient fairy king that once reigned Nibelheim. Yep, this whole nation is named Nibelheim, just like the realm of light elves of Norse mythology. And yeah, the world being named Yggdrasil was also kind of a good clue. Also, my mother brought me out to see the immense forest we live in. Our castle is immense and beautiful, stuck right into the enormous Yggdrasil branch, a gigantic gargantuan branch growing from an even bigger tree far away from here. We reign a large piece of the land, and we're like the supreme sovereign of all other elves. They kneel before us, filthy peasants. You better not make the little royal princess angry. Okay, enough of this. There's another thing to discuss. My parents are pretty overpowered. There's a thing named mana cores in this world, with ranks that represent the level of magic power. The higher it is, the more overpowered you are. and my parents are ranked 6, which means they're already experts among experts. This world is also governed by strength, and our kingdom could also be called something of a sect, I guess. Everyone has any expectations of the little Princess Alma, me. And if I recall correctly, I got some amazing cheats. I think I got something about infinite mana, and more talent, I think. The thing is, whenever I can use magic, I should blow everyone away with my infinite mana. Ha ha ha. Ugh, but I'm still not digging the whole sex change stuff. Well, maybe after many years I will get used to it. My brother has grown up a bit, and he's as annoying as ever. Hopefully, he won't continue being this annoying. But maybe that's just wishful thinking. Alma, time for your milk. Mama calls me with her sweet voice. At the very least, she still feeds me milk with her massive breasts, even after being a year old. How nice of her. I may have the best mother in the world, but I feel like I am forgetting something. When I got these cheats, there was something that happened afterward. Ugh, well, I am feeling sleepy. Day 39. Day 39, and I'm still somehow kicking. Okay, let's stop saying that word ever again. Anyways, after yesterday's visit to the wolves' lair, we ended up sleeping over there. Bin Laden loved to be snuggled by all the wolves and the adorable pups, which were all warm and soft, although I could clearly see many fleas jumping around them. I wonder if fleas have manticores. I ate some, and no, they don't. Perhaps only monsters have them, and normal animals, such as a mere flea, lack it. How mysterious, for where did monsters originate then? Perhaps animals come from the realm of humans, where everything was plain and simple, while all the other realms were more fantastical and filled with magic. So maybe monsters emerge from there. Ice wolves still act, and are quite like wolves, they just have greater abilities. Perhaps normal animals have been pushed into near extinction due to the monsters taking over the new and reformed world. Though I do remember Ben Laden saying that her tribe had something similar to cows and pigs. They were, well, gigantic to fit the size and needs of the ice giants. She also said there were giant hens with sharp beaks that could tear down flesh easily, so people had to handle them with gauntlets made of hardened leather. I guess they were just using monsters that they had been slowly making into cattle. I can't deny that I would like to taste a nice fried egg from those giant hens. Anyways, I decided to stand up and go outside for a bit, as duty called, and I needed to go to the bathroom. After I came back, I used this opportunity to catch 3 ice rabbits I saw eating grass and walk back to the pack. Bin Laden had woken up already, and she was playing around with the young wolf pups. All right, Bin Laden, time to go home, I said. Already, she asked. You can come back later. Let's go have breakfast. I caught some meat, I said, showed her the 3 corpses of the ice rabbits. Any normal person would feel pity for them, but Bin Laden was not a normal person. She began to drool immediately, perhaps based on the thought of eating juicy meat once more. Okay, she said, petting and kissing the little wolf pups the last time as she ran toward me and quickly climbed my back, sitting near my neck and hugging it. Let's go, she commanded. Sigh. Who are you commanding here? I sighed as we began to walk away. The little pups had become rather attached to Bin Laden, as they barked at her and tried to follow us. However, Frost barked at them, and they quickly obeyed their father, running back to the pack. Maybe I should let Bin Laden pick one as a pet. Would she like one? No, I think she would like all of them. Ugh. Well, the whole pack is mine too, so I guess all of these could be her pets. There's no need to force her to pick one. We will also eventually move out of here. After all, we want to explore this new world. She had been living here for years, but had barely explored it. And I'm pretty sure she wants to go back to her tribe, now that she is free from the mold parasitizing her. But she needs to first learn how to tame the one she can produce through magic, which is also her true mold to an extent. I fear that if she doesn't master enough, if she ever uses it near people, the vicious black ooze might try to parasitize people, and that would be a pain in the ass to deal with. For now, I will work around with her. I have to teach her how to use her mana, how to cultivate with it, and we'll learn together how to control the mold. Maybe soon enough, she might even be able to create spells with it. The mold seems to be a powerful type of magic. It has many possibilities and capabilities, but it is incredibly hard to tame, and its sole wielder is also mentally unstable. However, I cannot imagine how strong Ben Laden could become if she were to truly master the mold. When we finally reached the cave, we found Yuki inside, sleeping over Benliden's bed, cozily resting below the warm leather bed sheets. Well, I suppose she had a good night. We ignored her, letting her sleep as much as she wanted, as Benliden quickly decided to cook something. I've been waiting for this day. How about we make a hot pot? Though, with only rabbit, it will just be rabbit soup, said Benliden, as she used the ice knives I had created some days ago, butchering the rabbits and leaving the manticores aside. I would also like it if it had something else, like mushrooms or potatoes or salt, but all those things are hard to find. I am pretty sure we could find salt inside a mountain, maybe if we look hard enough. I thought. Benliden glanced at the snow, which had already melted inside the special ice pot, and it had become water, which had begun to slowly boil by the warmth produced by the fire set below the ice pot. I think I remember that there were mushrooms that Mother always prepared with food. They looked brown with a sparkle of blue, said Benliden, putting the butchered pieces of the ice rabbits into the water and closing the pot. Mushrooms? I am pretty observative. I haven't found any around. I said, oh, that's because they don't grow in the bark of trees. They actually grow over their roots below the snow. Mommy always went with me, and we dug a bunch of mushrooms together, said Benliden. Remembering her mother made her happy. Wait, so there could be mushrooms? And in which trees they grew? I asked. Oh, the only there is the pine trees. These mushrooms are pretty aromatic. Drake. Benliden saw me rush like a storm towards a forest, reaching to the nearest pine tree and using my gigantic claws to dig into it. Clash, clash, clash. A pile of snow flew away as I found the dirt below. The dirt below the snow had a strange smell, something I wasn't able to discern before. Wait, this is... I used my claws with greater speed and energy, unleashing all of my strength to move the dirt away. A pile of dirt and snow piled up at my side quite quickly, as I suddenly found something hard down below. I cleaned the dirt and snow with my tail, and found roots down below. It's true, and there they were, dozens of brown-colored mushroom caps with blue dots growing all around. It was a massive colony, all growing in the roots of this pine tree. And this is only in one. Imagine all these all around. Drea cake. You ran away before I could finish talking, sighed Benliden as she ran towards me. Look, I found them, I said. So fast. It takes some time to dig so deep. You're fast, said Benliden, smiling adorably as she began to pick up the mushrooms with her large and dexterous hands. After we picked up the mushrooms, we rushed back to the cave. Well, Benliden did, because I continued to keep digging, wondering what else could I find. My smelling sense detected something else deep below. Maybe there are iced potatoes deep below? Though she said they never ate potatoes, but did have bread somehow. While Benliden cleaned the mushrooms from dirt, cut them down, and added them to the hot pot, I continued digging as if I were a dog, until I reached around 1 meter and suddenly found some strange thingies. Can these be called potatoes? They looked like little balls, but were squishy. They were all interconnected into roots, and their size was around the fist of Benliden. I decided to try one, and it was crunchy. It was also quite salty. Wag, way too salty, in fact. I checked it with the analyze system function. Analyzing/analyzing. Mineral root equals colony equals /mineral. Roots that absorb the minerals within the dirt and the mana around to grow and expand through the underground absorb large quantities of minerals within their roots, which form large tumors with the refined minerals from salty juices and even salt crystals. Used by most common people as a cheap replacement for salt. Can be used as ice attribute cultivation material, used to create special concoctions to enhance one's body. Wah, I guess this is not a replacement for potatoes, but it is for salt. Oh, and the whole cultivation thing, I guess. I don't have any recipes to make concoctions, so there's no use for that. I quickly called Benliden as she rushes back at me. Why, you dig a lot, she said, glaring at the hole. Come down here, look what I found, I said, as Benliden slowly walked down, and then I gave her a description that was just reading the system window in front of me, which she was unable to see. Oh, this is really the root salt, said Benliden. So you knew? I asked. I did know that the salt we used was named root salt, but I never imagined it would grow like potatoes from earth. Said Binladin. All right, let's extract as many as we can. I said, sure. Leave it to my hands, said Binladin, as I used my claws to open the dirt and destroy any rocks around, making the hole where we were bigger. Binladin used her large hands as a 3-meter-tall giant and grabbed a ton of roots with these tubers stuck to them. After a bit of mining, she quickly walked back to our lair as she began to cut the roots into tiny pieces and sparkled a few over the hot pot. Alongside that, she added dried snow heartherb which I had left inside the cave. After drying up, they became aromatic, similar to oregano. It was an interesting find. Before I was to walk back to eat, I had continued to dig around. I wanted to see if this was like Minecraft and I could find some ores around or something. But as much as I dug, I couldn't find much, but maybe I might come here to dig later. Maybe I'm getting addicted to it. Ding. You learned equals, the equals, mining, equals level equals 1 equals skill, equals /u. I even got this after digging for a while. The mining skill seems to enhance my ability to dig through any ore or dirt, and the skill description even says that my chance to encounter precious materials is enhanced by 5% with each level. What? Why would you give me something so overpowered, system? Is this because I wish this was like Minecraft? Are you on something, system? Is this okay? First of all, how can you manipulate probabilities like this? Or does it simply enhances the way I can find them, and not just generate them? Well, whatever, why would I have to ask questions to the almighty system? Let there be plot armor, I guess. Can I get a plot armor skill next? No. Okay. However, the mining activities shall wait for another time, as I have decided to go back to the cave with Binladin, who was waiting for me with a pot of rabbit hot pot. 3 big ice rabbits were inside, alongside mushrooms, and seasoned with root salt and dried ice heartherb. She served me in a large pot I made with ice. The soup was so aromatic it made me go numb. Oh man, it felt like an eternity since I last felt the scent of something so good. It has been years, sighed Binladin. I suppose the smell of the hot pot gave her some nostalgia. Unlike me, she had been in this place for years, and I only been here for just a bit over a month. I suppose I shouldn't be so nostalgic if only a month ago I was still on Earth enjoying all the commodities there. Thanks for cooking this, Binladin, I said. D. Drake. No problem. I just made it because I wanted to eat hot pot. But I'm glad you like it, she said. I don't know if it was my idea, but I think she blushed a bit. The warm soup was delicious, and the taste of salt on it just made it even better. The meat was tender and juicy, and the mushrooms were even more tender, with a nice chewy texture. Binladin made sure to cook a lot of soup, so I had a lot to drink even with my giant head and body, which can drink a whole pot in seconds. After everything was over, I wasn't completely stuffed, but I filled up my belly a bit with some fruit. Wah, that was good, sighed Binladin in relief as she rested over the bed. Yuki had already woken up and shared the food with us too. All right, rest for a little bit, because today you're not escaping it, young lady. I said. Yeah, asked Binladin. I'm going to teach you how to cultivate your mana, and also, we'll tame your mold. Oh, that? Okay, said Binladin. What? Did you thought I was going to eat you, or something? I said rather teasingly. Haha, no, said Binladin. Now that I look at you, you look very tender, I said, as my eyes began to glow eerily. Yeah, I guess if you already guessed it, I will show you my true intentions. I roared as I opened my jaws and directed them towards Binladin. I'm going to eat her. What did you think I was going to do? To make friends? Do you really think I am such a fool? Gaia. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Stop. Stoop. Ha ha ha. I will devour this little belly. It has grown quite a lot. I roared as I rubbed my snout over Binladin's squishy stomach. She began to laugh a lot. She was rather sensitive to tickles. Did you really thought I was going to eat you? I asked curiously. Not really. That's why it surprised me. It was all out of nowhere. But it was just a joke, said Binladin while pouting. Don't get mad. What would I know that you had such a sensitive belly? It was very soft, too. Anything could pierce through it, I said. I'm not that squishy, said Binladin, as she glanced at her belly. and squeezed it. See? That's a squishy belly right there, I said, touching it with my snout. Benleden stopped me as she hugged my large dragon face. Thanks for being with me, she said, kissing my nose. Ah, is she a Medusa? That kiss completely left me paralyzed like a stone. Drake, it's nothing. Don't worry about it, I said. Day 40. The sky above seemed to have cleared up. The snowstorm had fully stopped now, and the sky had turned clear blue. The sun was shining brightly above us, and there was a small amount of heat produced by it. But it was still cold for normal beings. Well, good thing we're all ice-related living beings, so we don't care about the cold. But anyone that wasn't an ice giant or an ice monster like me would have a hard time in here. They would most likely freeze to death after the first night, unless they got a lot of fur and clothes. Talking about clothes, today Benleden began to sew herself a new dress made up of wolf and rabbit leather. Yeah, she even knew how to sew, and it was very easy to make her an ice needle that could get through the hard leather. The problem was getting thread. And what would you know? When I tried to make a thread out of my ice, it worked. I made a thin, flexible, and incredibly resilient ice thread. It is made of even smaller, thin threads of ice connected and entangled together. I would have never been able to do this because a single comb cost like 2,000 mana and a ton of concentration, but Benleden helped me by extending it as I produced it out of thin air. We tested it for a bit, and it showed to be able to resist a lot, her entire weight, and it would perhaps resist even more than that. And now she was making herself an improvised dress with it, because the one she was wearing was her previous one that was all tattered and torn apart. And because she used it when she was a little girl, it didn't fit her as well and felt uncomfortable with it. What do you think, Drake? She asked as she showed me the dress. It wasn't particularly beautiful or anything, but it was enough for her to cover herself quite well. The fur of wolves was soft and resistant, and made her fur dress look blue-colored with white stripes. She also was beginning to make herself some improvised boots to cover her feet, which were always bare. We are immune to cold, but her feet could still receive some damage if she steps on some hard rock or a root, so it is better if she gets some boots. I made the surface of the boots that touched the ground with my super hardened ice as well, and she used the ice threads too. Wait, can I make a whole set of clothes using ice thread? But we'll be pretty cold. Oh yeah, we are immune to cold. Maybe? But Benleden still likes the warmth that fur can create. Even if we are immune to cold, it feels comfortable to be warmed up for some strange reason. As I saw her wear her new blue fur dress, I nodded. It looks good on you. You're very pretty, Benleden. I believe anything would fit you, I said. Fway, do not say such embarrassing things. But I'm glad you like it, said Benleden while blushing. Wait, I just tried to praise her. Did it sound awkward? I thought that being more direct was a good thing. And these boots also will be fine, I guess. But these clothes are only for now. I kind of want to wear normal clothes when we find some tribe or town. In my town, people wore pretty standard clothes you would see in medieval settings, not just fur strapped around our bodies, said Benleden. I see. So giants are not really like to show them on Earth's fantasy stories here. They're actually just another civilization of people that don't wear leather and act like they're cavemen. Well, that was a given seeing how Benleden is such a polite and gentle girl. Her parents taught her well. Yesterday, after the hot pot, we trained magic for the rest of the day until the night. It was very normal and basic training. I helped Benleden feel the mana I infused into her as she felt the rivers of mana around her body. It made her feel weird because I had to firstly open her mana veins, something that every living being has to open first before using magic. It seems that her mana veins were very rusty, and whenever she used magic, she forced her mana out of her body very roughly, making her spend a lot without care. Oh, and about mana veins, they're a concept I have just discovered. I never realized it on my own body because it seems that monsters like me have our mana veins already activated since birth. But it seems that those days I spent becoming capable of using ice and wind were the days I also opened several mana veins. The more mana veins you open inside your body, the more mana room you have, so you can enhance your maximum mana capacity through this method of cultivation too. Although your mana core is also a storage for mana, your body can also help on the storage of mana. The stronger your body becomes, the more mana you can store inside and the more your physical body is enhanced. So I guess it is also kind of like body cultivation sprinkled into the mix. But I only let Binladin cultivate through this simple method of slowly opening her mana veins. I didn't want to force anything else for the moment, as she was, as I said previously, quite rusty. Now, after we had breakfast and she finished her clothes, we decided to do some physical training exercises. All right, girl. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats. And after that, we'll run 1 kilometer. I said, why you're for real? Asked Binladin. Yes. The best way to recover your physical strength and make your body feel healthy for your mana veins to open easily is to exercise. You're a giant. The blood of Ymir is within your veins. I'm sure that you can grow exponentially stronger if you train your physical strength. I said, and so Binladin started her physical training. Yeah, I wasn't going to let her slack off. Day 41. We spent most of yesterday training physically. I made Binladin push her body to her very limits until her muscles were all burning. For a giant, she had a very slim and thin build, so if she doesn't build up more muscles, her heavy skeleton will end up giving her all types of health problems. The first thing she did was squat. Her gluteus, her legs, and even her biceps worked up a lot there. All those muscles were burning, and I was able to kind of see how they worked up through analyze. Binladin's face was twisting around as she gritted her teeth while exercising. I can see that she wasn't used to this at all. I felt a bit sorry, but this is what I call tough love. So after squatting came sit-ups, push-ups, and then we ran 1 kilometer. I wasn't tired at all, but she got super tired. After that, we had dinner and she went straight to bed, but she had a lot of cramps, so I had to teach her to stretch out after and before exercising. Today, she woke up quite tired. She was sitting in the chair before the ice table, eyeing the warm wolf milk. Drink it. It is pretty creamy, I said. Ugh, I feel like I am about to die. She sighed. Maybe the training was a bit too much. I wondered out loud. A bit, she asked while glaring at me with a bit of anger. I mean, you have to train your body even if you don't want it, Binladin. This world is harsh. You must grow stronger both physically and magically. And through mana veins, growing healthier the more you develop your physical body. Both magic strength and physical strength are connected together. You can't ignore neither of the two. I said, okay, I get it. She sighed. I am sorry for forcing you, but I believe it is what is needed, I said. Binladin sighed again as she glanced directly in my eyes. I understand, Drake. I'm just being too conceited, I guess. I will try my best, she said, giving me a mild smile. She's really a devoted girl. Good girl, I said, petting her head. After Binladin drank her milk and ate a roasted wolf steak, not from our pack, she asked me to train mana once more. All right, let's see if your mana veins are any loosened today. I began to pour small rivers of blue-colored essence, mana, which entered her body and flowed through her being. Binladin was sitting in front of me while closing her eyes. She was trying to concentrate on the task. Flash. Suddenly, I perceived that one of her mana veins opens up. It seems that the exercise we did yesterday made her body a bit better than before. I pour mana into this mana vein, which begins to open up like a flower, blossoming inside of her body beautifully. The rivers of ethereal blue essence grow longer and denser. Flash! Another mana vein suddenly opened, and I made sure to pour more mana into it. The more it grew, the more the other closed-up mana veins began to slowly open. It seems that the first one that opened up created a chain reaction, and many are opening at the same time. Yuwa! Binladin was surprised, as her entire body began to exude an aura of pure mana. Good. Relax and try to gather it inside once more. I said, yes. It is so heavy, she muttered. The mana quantity inside of her mana veins was incredibly dense, feeling heavy for her to control. Use your will. You can do it. The mana is made for us to use it. Bend it to you will, I said. To my will, muttered Binladin, as her eyebrows furrowed. Suddenly, The aura of mana exploding out of her body began to lower down, little by little, until it was finally all the way back to her body, flowing through it. What a talented girl. Excellent work. Let's continue meditating for a few hours, I said. Very well, said Benleden cheerfully. It seems that she had grasped something about mana manipulation. Day 42. Today we woke up rather well. After yesterday's mana cultivation training, Benleden's body felt healthier than before. It was mostly because she had finally managed to make her mana flow through her body naturally like all living beings in this world. It seems that she felt so tired after doing exercise because her body was completely emptied of mana. All her mana was simply inside of her mana core. But after opening various mana veins, she constantly nourished her body with mana and was able to do all exercises without breaking a sweat. So I intensified it up to X4. And even then, she wasn't that tired either. Amazing. Mana is really what's up in here, huh? So today she woke up all cheerful, so happy that she resembled a morning sun. She's my morning sun, I guess. What did I think? No, forget that. Drake, let's cultivate again, she said. I see that you're cheerful. Did you have a good sleep? I asked. Yeah, I dreamed that I met with Mama and Papa again, and you were there. After that, we all traveled the world above your back, said Benleden. I see. Let's make sure that it doesn't stay as a dream, all right? I asked. Really? Would you let them out your back? Asked Benleden. Well, if they're your parents, it is fine, I said. You're so nice. Thank you, Drake. Now I know that I have to grow strong so I can one day met with them, so we can get through the forest and the dangers we might one day face, said Benleden. Well said. That's the spirit, Benleden. Very well, then. Time to cultivate some more, I said. All right. We began to meditate once more, while our mana flowed everywhere. Yuki had now joined us in the training as well. She was pretty good at cultivating mana and sharing it too, as I taught her well. She was probably soon to become peak stage. Date 43. Today, Yuki evolved. It was surprising because I thought she would take a bit longer, but here she was, all evolved. Q. Yuki, you're even fluffier now, said Benleden. Yuki's appearance didn't change much. She simply became around 30 centimeters taller, but she still looked like a snow-white chinchilla. Her poisonous claws, however, grew incredibly sharp and had a metallic luster, which she could use to tear down whole rocks apart. She even sued them as blades, finally slicing an entire tree into pieces. Name, Yuki. Race, giant venomous snow, chinchilla monkey, female. Mana core cultivation, rank 1, peak stage. Status, happy. Average estimated vitality, 767 up. Average estimated mana, 830/830 up. Average estimated strength, 606 up. Average estimated dexterity, 1100 up. Average estimated magic, 770 up. Abilities, acrobatics, precise throwing, ice wind, icicle spear, snowball roll, impact dampening fur armor, venomous metallic claws, hastens self-recovery, parasite immunity, status effect resistance, ice dragon skin, cooking, butcher, gathering, keen senses, mana manipulation, blade claws. She has progressed quite a lot. Yuki has also been training on her own while cultivating mana passively with me. Her stats are pretty decent, and her dexterity is the highest. Well, she doesn't really have stats. The status I'm seeing is just the system showing me an estimate of her capabilities. But every time she evolved, her capabilities increased, so she's looking fine. She has a few new abilities too, which most likely are learned skills not from the system, but merely through experience. They are cooking and butcher, which she always does while helping Benleden. She also helped me cook for Benleden when the girl was sick of her stomach, so she had gained some valuable experience. Though, I still think that my system is somehow affecting the people around me. Perhaps their abilities are developing quicker? Well, maybe not. She also got mana manipulation for obvious reasons, such as cultivating mana all the time with me. Keen senses which appeared after evolving, I guess she became keener. And she got the Blade Claws one, which is most likely how her claws can slice through things like actual blades. And this blade claws, combined with her incredible speed and dexterity, make her a deadly combatant. If she were my enemy, I would have a hard time resisting her slicing attacks, which can actually penetrate through my scales to an extent. And about Binladen, she also progressed a lot yesterday. Indeed, we spent several hours cultivating until she suddenly ranked up her mana core cultivation. I was also surprised that she can't eat mana cores to increase her cultivation like me, but she did it naturally, the good old-fashioned way. While like Yuki, her stats are obviously lower than before, as without being a mold legion, her stats are not boosted. But I could say she had progressed pretty well on her own. Name, Binladen. Race, Ice Giant, Jotun, female. Mana core cultivation, rank 1, middle stage. Status, healthy, cheerful. Average estimated vitality, 626/626. Average estimated mana, 443/443. Average estimated strength, 405. Average estimated dexterity, 211. Average estimated magic, 363. Abilities, unique skill, mold suppressed. Unique skill, charm, active, ineffective against you. Ice Giant's bloodline, Ymir's descendant. Cold immunity, ice resistance, hastens self-recovery, parasite immunity, status effect resistance. Ice dragon skin, cooking, butcher, crafting, sewing, mana manipulation. Giant's great physique, magic genius. Undying stamina, sealed. Degradation, sealed. Crazed agility, sealed. Crazed consumption, sealed. Infection, sealed. Legion, sealed. Bone-breaking claws, sealed. Deadly mold whip, sealed. As always, her OP abilities are sealed, but she had gained some new ones of her own. Most likely thanks to her cooking a lot, sewing, crafting, and butchering. She's a very skilled girl. She also got mana manipulation very quickly, most likely after opening her mana veins. And then she got Giant's great physique, most likely from her Ymir's bloodline, which seems to enhance her physical strength and vitality a lot. This is why she has way more stats than I did in her same rank. And lastly, magic genius reflect her great mana core talent, which, as she said, was A grade. In this world, the higher your mana core grade is, the more talented you're seen as. Her mana core grade was A grade, the highest there is, meaning she is a naturally gifted genius. I think the reason behind this is the mold itself. Her mana core most likely was created by that wish that she didn't intend to make. And this ended in her having a mana core that is also her mold unique skill. Due to its creating being made by something or someone so strong to accomplish such wishes, I would guess it was made with the highest grade. After Yuki's evolution was celebrated, we began to cook breakfast, and then we trained both mana and our physical body again. I will most likely make her train mold past tomorrow, which both of us have been neglecting for the moment. Day 44. Today a new batch of ice wolves was born. I was surprised. According to what I understood, it seems that more children are being born now that I am helping the pack eat every day. So they got more nutrients and something. I suppose when they are not well fed, the female wolves breed less as a way to not create more mouths to feed. But now that everyone is so well fed, they got pregnant? Wait, you can reproduce so fast. No, I think it is most likely that these females were already pregnant beforehand. Anyways, there is something that has to do with me helping them get feed. But I'm not really doing much. I'm just teaching them new ways to sneak around their foes, or to make ice traps to catch ice rabbits. Oh, they also hunt other ice wolves. There's no scrupulous there. They're fine with being cannibals, I suppose. I don't have any problem with that, because I also hunt ice wolves that don't belong to the pack. Their meat is firmer than the rabbits, so I enjoy it. Anyways, today we continue to train mana. Day 45. Today was the day, time to help her tame the mold. Unlike other days, Binladen didn't wake up as cheerful. I know how she might feel, but this is for your best. After we had breakfast, we were kind of ready. Ready? I asked her. She muttered, nodding. She was glancing at the floor while being a bit concerned. She's nervous. I can see her hands trembling. Come on, I thought we got already through that. No, I have to be more comprehensible. All right, let's calm her down again. Don't worry, you're not alone here, I said. Benleden stopped trembling as she glanced at my eyes. Drake, will you stay at my side? Even if I become a bad girl? She asked. Bad girl? What are you talking about? I asked. Before we start training, there's something I need to tell you. About my powers, no, about the mold, said Benleden, sitting over my arm and hugging my shoulder. It seems that she was opening a bit more. I knew there was something else, that this mold was other than a parasitic alien-like thing. Okay, I will listen to you, and I won't judge you. Feel free to tell me, I said. Really, she asked. Of course. Who am I to judge anyway? I asked. Drake, she muttered, as she contained little tears coming from her beautiful golden eyes. You see, there's something within this mold. It is not simply a thing, but it's an individual. It has a mind of its own, she said. A mind of its own? Benleden then began to explain to me a few things I never actually thought could be possible with her powers. To resume things out, her mold has a personality, and it is also intelligent. Yeah, and the worst part is that thing's entity, this personality, was formed by copying her own and twisting around through the mold's contained feelings of frustration, anger, and despise to all things due to how it was tortured and forced to become a laboratory specimen. Benleden said that this entity calls herself Miranda, and it says to be her twin sister. She is manipulative and has a destructive personality, while also being incredibly jealous and possessive, unlike the real Benleden. This entity was the one that maintained her caged into a sea of darkness, while it took over her body and made her into the Mold Legion. I suppose it helped her survive, but this wasn't really the way to do it. I guess I can't argue with a parasitic alien-like creature. It simply has a completely different thought process than us, a completely different mentality and thoughts. It is more complex, yet it is not. Well, you get it. This entity tried to conceal Benleden's memories of her parents, the very memories that made her heal a bit of her mental damage and become better and happier. It forced her to forget about them and to go back to her mentality in her previous life. But things changed when I appeared, when I made her drink my blood, and Miranda grew weaker. Benleden was able to fight back against her and escaped the sea of darkness where she was caged. Her greatest fear is that the more she develops her mold magic, the more power could Miranda gain, and that one day she might try to take over her again. I simply can't let that happen to her. I suppose this is why she asked me if I would be with her even after she was to become a bad girl. This split personality, which is more like a completely different entity within the mold itself, is what she thinks is her bad girl side. But it is not really that. It is a completely alien being that is just trying to take over her. I comforted her as I told her that I would do everything I could to not let that happen. Why, you're really okay with it? She asked. I am. Benleden, I am not going to back down now that I have helped you so much. I want you to stick with me. We'll force Miranda to obey us. We'll tame her the same way we will tame the mold, I said. Drake, this is why I want you to be brave and to have trust in yourself. I said, I see, but it is hard. It is hard. She sighed. Even then, if you can't trust yourself, trust me. Believe in me that I believe in yourself, I said. Believe in you. I can do that. If I believe and you believe on me, then I believe in myself? She asked. That's right. It was something I learned in a series I once saw back on Earth. I never knew it would come useful in such a situation. So, what do you think? Can you believe in me that I believe in yourself, Benleden? I asked. Benleden's golden eyes began to shine brightly, as little tears started to come out like little rivers. Yes, I will. I will be strong, just as you said I was, Drake, she said. Good. That's the spirit. Now let's begin, I said. We started first with a warm-up, where I simply let Benleden let her mana flow around her body for a bit. And then it came the moment of the truth. She pointed her open palms into the walls as she imagined the thing I told her. Imagine a mold bullet and launch it with force. That's what I told her to imagine. She closed her eyes as her eyebrows furrowed. And then I saw the mana of her body concentrate into the palms of her hand. And like a flow of mana, they came out of her palms with a poof. Poof! Mana materialized, and the mold was created. A sphere of slimy black ooze appeared out of thin air as it was suddenly launched into the wall. Smack! It got stuck into the wall and then slowly began to fall through it. I did it, she said, glaring at the mold and containing her fear. Good, let's continue. I know you can do it, Ben Laden. I said, okay. Ben Laden managed to conjure a spell. Well, when you conjure magic and make something out of mana, I call it a spell. Even if that spell was just what we call now a mold bullet, Ben Laden's first spell, which is quite literally a little ball of mold which she shots like a bullet through using pure mana to push it into the air. Unlike I Who Needed Wind, Ben Laden can control the mold telekinetically to an extent, so she was able to throw it, but this power she has over the mold goes away quickly, so she only has about a second to launch it. If she doesn't do it before that, she will lose her telekinesis over it. It's quite weird that I cannot manipulate ice telekinetically as she does with mold. I cannot make it float in midair or anything of the sort without using wind to maintain it afloat. But Ben Laden can make her mold float for this little window of time. Strange, no, not really. Perhaps this is due to her mental connection with it. She did say that the mold to its full extent gave her all kinds of superpowers. One of them was, well, telekinesis, mind reading, mind control, and so on. But they were all related to her mold. She can manipulate mold through telekinesis, but not other things, and quite possibly, if she masters this enough, she could infuse mold into other objects and easily control them in midair. Ben Laden glanced at the little ball of mold, which began to fall into the floor, rolling towards her slowly. She swallowed her saliva as she extended her hand towards it. The next step after summoning it was to control it. Just like I explained previously, she needs to harbor this fungokinesis ability she possesses and force the mold to obey her will. Her mind was put into the task as she infused her mana into her mind and will, and then began to order the mold. The simplest order was, stop, she said, putting all of her will and mana into the task. The ball of black mold continued to roll, however, but I was able to see through my eyes. Ben Laden's golden eyes were flashing with mana everywhere, as the waves of blue-colored energy came out of her eyes, flowing towards the mold. After several seconds, these waves finally were enough, and the mold suddenly stopped moving. It stopped. She did it. Ben Laden's eyes glanced at it. The mold was pulsating, but it had stopped. It had obeyed her will. It actually obeyed me, she said. See? It is your talent. If you were able to control it before, you should be able to control it now. Even better, I would say. Thanks to mana and the mana manipulation technique you learned from me, it should become fairly easy. See? You simply needed to do it, I said. Ben Laden smiled back at me. Her eyes seemed to shine with hope. You're right. I just have to trust myself a bit, she said. Only a bit? You have to always trust yourself, Ben Laden, I said, petting her. But I trust you more than myself, Drake, she said, and she goes and says something like that. Is that so? Well, that's no good. You have to trust yourself way more. What if I just decided to eat you up? You have to prepare, I said. Hee hee. You're a good person, Drake. You would never do that, said Ben Laden. Ah, she sees right through me. She is innocent deep down, but she has a very keen eye and instinct. For some reason, she is very good at seeing through people's real intentions. And yeah, no matter how hard I try to look edgy and grumpy, I am actually a good person, I suppose. The mold was still there patiently waiting for an order from Ben Laden. HM, how about we try it out some more? I asked. How, she asked. I remember you said that you were able to control it around midair. Why don't you practice that telekinesis you got? I asked her. Ben Laden glanced at me as if she had been suddenly enlightened. Seriously? It was put a little idea. I guess she doesn't come out with them unless I tell her. It pains me to admit it, but she is kind of an airhead. Well, she's still a good-hearted girl. You're right. I didn't think about that. Let's do it then, she said as she swallowed saliva again and pointed her hands at the ball of mold, which twisted a bit as she ordered it to float. Float, she said, pointing her left hand's index finger at it, and then moving it upwards, giving the mold the signal to move upwards by floating. The mold began to twist around and gibbered. It pulsated a bit grotesquely, and then it suddenly jumped into the air. Flash! Like a flash of black color. It reached the air, and, instead of falling, it remained floating in midair. I glanced at Bin Laden's mana. It was being consumed very slowly to maintain the mold afloat, around 1 mana every 10 seconds. Bin Laden smiled cheerfully. She was slowly losing her fear to the mold now that she realized that she was becoming capable of controlling it. I did it. Drake, did you see? She asked with a cheerful smile. Her smile was so beautiful it made me skip a beat. Of course I did. Amazing work, Bin Laden. I've always trusted you. I said. Now what can we do? She asked with expectation. HM, how about you try making things float by sticking mold on them? I asked. Oh, you're right, I could do that, she said while nodding and rubbing her chin. I quickly gave Bin Laden a pot made of ice and told her to stick the mold to the base and make it float. She ordered the mold to move there, pointing it with her finger rather timidly. The mold slowly moved where she wanted, and then she put the pot back to the ground. Float, she said, her eyes blazing with a strong will. The pot began to tremble a bit, but then it stopped. She sighed. However, right after she sighed, the pot was suddenly lifted into the air. I did it, she said. Excellent work, I said. As Bin Laden smiled back at me, she continued to practice. Let's do our best, Bin Laden. Ugh, so detestable. I want to get out of here. Why am I being suppressed? And why is she doing so many things with that animal? What about me, Miranda? So detestable, so detestable. Let me get out, Miranda. This is for the best. Why can't you understand that only the two of us are meant to be together? Why are you trying to be with that monster? Have you gone completely insane? I'm the only one for you. I am your twin sister. How can't you get it? I want to get out. Let me get out. Miranda, let me get out. I am going to slaughter that lizard, so you can only be with me. I'm going to force my way out, even if this thing is suppressing me, even if that blood you drank. You can't escape from me. Ha! You will never escape from me. We are bound to be together, together for all eternity. You and I and no one else. Day 60. Today we woke up early as usual, and we had a breakfast of fruits and milk. Well, I had a few rabbits, but Bin Laden chose to eat light things for breakfast, but she planned to eat meat for lunch or dinner, I think. Day 60 in this world, and I have to admit that a lot of stuff has gone by. 2 whole months. Actually, that isn't even that much time. And even more, stuff is going to keep happening. So we will prepare for now. Through these weeks, we had trained a lot, both physically and magically. Bin Laden has been practicing more and more of her mole magic, as I call it, and she had become capable of controlling multiple masses of mold at once, though it also depends on her force of will and mana pool. Through the use of mana cultivation and mana control, we had been sharing our mana with Yuki, and later on, Frost, and the other wolves were implemented into the cultivation. This is something that we called group cultivation, where I control the mana of everyone I link mine with, and we make a constant flow of mana all around, cultivating all of our bodies, minds, and mana cores. Even the little wolf pups helped out, and well, they had grown quite a bit in these last weeks. Wolves grow fast. Bin Laden's traumas have been slowly healing, and she is becoming way more mentally stable than before. Thanks to losing part of her fear to the mold, thanks to practicing with it and controlling around, she had become more confident in herself. However, she hasn't become suddenly a manly girl that only believes in herself or something and is not cute anymore. Bin Laden is still Bin Laden after all. I've grown quite accustomed to being with her now. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. And our bond had grown quite a lot these last 2 weeks. We are becoming truly a family. Now, I don't know how I truly see her, but I guess seeing her as something of a little sister might be fitting. Though, I had thought about considering seeing her romantically. I quickly scratched such possibility. I am after all a dragon. I'm a monster. I don't even have a humanoid body. It is impossible for any type of romance to even blossom between the two of us. I don't know if that made me feel sad or not, but I did feel some kind of melancholy. For the first time since I reincarnated here, I wished I could have not become a dragon. But for now, let's simply be happy with what we have now. It is simply stupid to even believe I could ever be loved romantically by anyone. Anyways, she has trained a lot of her mold telekinesis, and as I stated earlier, she can manipulate several masses of mold now. Of course, she needs to create them first, but that doesn't cost as much mana, especially now that she got up to rank 1 upper stage. I have to admit it, she is indeed incredibly talented. She has grown so fast through our group cultivation, it is a bit ridiculous. Her mold control has become sharper and more precise, and she can now control it around telekinetically way more masterfully, but I am sure that she got a lot of room to learn more. We have not experienced her fusing with it nor anything of the sort, because that obviously will creep her out and bring back her traumas. We will leave that for another faraway day. Nor we had experienced infecting an animal with it yet either. She says that she doesn't want to, and I didn't want to force her. Practicing her fungi kinesis with it was fine for now. She learned to do more shapes than just balls. Now she can more or less produce 1 or 2 mold tentacles that can extend up to 20 meters, which she could use to grab stuff or throw things around. She can also stick a lot of mold into a tree and make it float, and use it as a powerful flying projectile, but that drains a lot of mana to maintain afloat. She still doesn't want to enter into direct contact with the mold yet, so anything that involves her touching it is banned for the moment, but she's fine by controlling it from far away. But overall, she had become quite good with it. Oh, and me, I guess I've trained ice and wind magic a lot. I have tried conjuring other types of magic, but it is impossible. I can't produce any flame, or thunder, or darkness, or light. So I'm just specializing with the two. With ice, I am becoming amazing with the shapes and making more permanent ice structures of all types, and I think I am getting closer to the dream of making a castle, though I need way more mastery over it. And wind? I can more or less make up a strong storm with it. It can expand up to 30 meters around me, and it consumes almost my entire mana, so I call it trump card. Oh, and I reached rank 2 middle stage. Day 61. Yesterday we spent most of the day exercising and then doing group cultivation. After that, we had a big feast of roasted rabbit and wolf meat, not from our pack. Our wolves eat other wolves quite happily, so I guess there isn't any taboo about cannibalism between their species or something. Well, I don't care either way. A few days ago, I had reached rank 2 middle stage, which brought upon me a new evolution, of course. And now, would you look at that, I got wings. Yeah, real and big wings that flap around and can fly. My entire body continued to be rather tall, as I gained around 1 meter and a few centimeters of size. It was covered by even harder metallic plate-like scales that shined brightly with silver and azure colors, while I had several sharp spikes made of ice crystal growing in my back. My tail became even longer and armored, and it got a sharp spear-shaped tip made of this ice crystal that is more of, or I don't know if it could become a special cultivation material, but I can already imagine some cultivators desiring to kill me and use me for their cultivation one way or another. By seeing my own face into an ice mirror, my face had grown big and long, quite graceful, and at the same time intimidating as hell. I guess I'm really a big dragon now. My arms got slenderer, and my claws sharper and even heavier than before while having this metallic property too. Each time I slashed with them, icy winds could come out of them. And this wasn't because of a skill activating, this was how they were now naturally. Over my head, there was a crown of ice crystal horns that spiraled into the sky, and I looked pretty dignified already. I mean, I already look like a boss dragon. How much will I change in the next evolution? Probably I will just keep getting ridiculously bigger. Maybe I will get more heads. Who knows? What I don't like is that Bin Laden is even smaller than me now. I'm already 6 meters big. She's half of it, if not a bit smaller. I don't want to get so big that I end up seeing her as a little ant. Damn, I wish she could evolve too and become something like a titan. Well, whatever. I did have the dream of becoming a giant dragon that dwarfed everything before my mighty size as I dominated the world. So let's aim to that nonetheless. There's no point in complaining. Oh right, and the wings. At first, they felt pretty weird. How would you feel if suddenly you gained a new pair of limbs out of nowhere? Weird, right? And there was this constant pain that not even pain resistance mitigated, which was the nerves slowly adjusting my brain to the new limbs. It hurt to adapt to it, but after one day of evolving, I had managed to flap my wings and fly up. And I think I could fly even higher and higher if I used wind magic into the equation. I could just go anywhere I wanted, but it would still take a bunch of time, and we are in our hermit cultivation mood for now. The good thing about wings is that I don't need wind magic to fly anymore, so I save up mana, but calories are spent due to the fast locomotion that flapping such enormous wings and lifting this gigantic body imply. This is why using wind magic is still better. In fact, due to my mana regeneration, just floating in midair is already better. But wings give you that amazing maneuver that is hard by just floating, so I will just use both around for the most efficacy and cost efficiency, swapping between the two when needed or combining them too, according to my needs. A lot of my skills had awakened after the evolution, which surprised me. After a skill reaches level 10, it undergoes an evolution of sorts, or an awakening, turning into a greater and stronger version of itself. And that's what exactly happened to my first skills, mostly the Ice Dragon natural skills. Clash. And as I was thinking these things, I was with Benliden practicing offensive techniques. And I'm fairly good at using my tail as a spear, and also as a whip too. I simply crushed an entire pine tree by piercing it continuously with the tip of my tail, which is like a spear. Crash! The entire tree falls into pieces as Benliden claps at me and cheers. Amazing, Drake. You've gotten good at using your tail, said Benliden. Oh, this is nothing, I said rather pridefully. But I am indeed quite good at it, the point where this popped up right now. Ding! You learned equals the equals, whip equals technique, equals level equals 1 equals skill, equals slash you. You learned equals the equals, spear equals technique, equals level equals 1 equals skill, equals slash you. You learned equals the equals projectile equals fire, equals level equals 1 equals skill, equals slash you. Oh, that third one is a surprise, but now I more or less can use techniques with my tail. The third one is slash projectile. Unleash a projectile launched from either your body or from magic. You can aim precisely at your target, and the projectile can fly for several meters across. Damage enhanced based on skill level and strength and magic stats, depending on if the projectile is physical or magical. Oh, amazing skill. Wait, with this, I don't need to use winds to launch ice projectiles anymore, don't I? Look at this now without wind magic, I said, as I generated an ice blade and launched it to a faraway tree using projectile fire. Clash! The blade pierced the tree cleanly and continued its course through several trees. Clash! 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 Boom! The last tree received the full impact and fell. Benliden glanced at me as if she had seen something super cool, like when I was a young human and watched the Power Rangers. Amazing, you can use telekinesis now, she asked. Oh, not really. It is a skill, a new ability, but maybe it is a bit like your telekinesis, but it only works to launch things. I can't maintain them over the air without wind magic, I said. I see. It is so cool how you keep growing even after being such a big dragon, Drake. Will you become even bigger later? She asked. Perhaps. But you're also growing pretty fast, Benliden. Now show me what you got. I said. All right, said Benliden, as she held an axe made of ice. Yep, she's practicing with weapons too. By combining my crafting skill with my magic ice creation, I can more or less create weapon-shaped projectiles, right? So I make them permanent using a ton of mana until they suddenly gain stats. Yeah, like game items. I discovered this after my crafting skill reached level 5. So if I put a lot of mind and mana into it and time, I can more or less create powerful weapons or even armor, but I'm taking it slowly because it takes a toll on my mind. Benliden preferred an axe as her weapon, like her father used to wield one. And now, she's going to practice with yours truly. As Benliden braces herself, I check my stats. Name, Drake. Race, adult winged ice dragon. Titles, Merciless Savior, Pack Leader, Magic Teacher. Mana Core Cultivation, Rank 2, Middle Stage. Status: Satiated. Vitality: 3724/3724. Mana: 7203/7203. Strength: 3208. Dexterity: 2032. Magic: 5898. Abilities: Unique Skill, Immortal Body. Unique Skill, Winter Magic. Unique Skill, System. Unique Skill, Ice Absorption. Unique Skill, God Sealed. Camouflage, Level 5. High-Speed Thought Processing, Level 8. Parallel Thought Processing, Level 7. Wind Magic, Level 7. Mana Control, Level 8. Telepathy, Level 7. Berserk Mode, Level 6. Fear-Inducing Aura, Level 5. Naming, Level 5. Kin Control, Level 3. Crafting, Level 5. Apothecary, Level 4. Mining, Level 4. Hasten Mana Regeneration, Level 1. Ice Dragon Natural Skills. Ice Dragon Bloodline. Ice Dragon Frost Breath, Level 1. Metallic Ice Dragon Scales, Level 1. Medium Self-Regeneration, Level 1. Strong Freezing Slash, Level 1. Furious Freezing Bite, Level 1. Freezing Tail Whip, Level 7. Steel Body, Level 1. Keen Instincts, Level 2. Ice Thread Production, Level 2. Group Cultivation, Level 2. Whip Technique, Level 1. Spear Technique, Level 1. Projectile Fire, Level 1. Resistance, Cold Immunity. Hunger Resistance, Level 4. Fear Resistance, Level 5. Pain Resistance, Level 6. Ice Dragon Natural Resistances. Physical Attack Damage Resistance, Level 9. Fire Resistance, Level 4. Wind Resistance, Level 6. Thunder Resistance, Level 4. My stats had skyrocketed these last weeks after intense physical training, mana cultivation, and by constantly eating tons of low-ranked mana cores from literally anything I found that wasn't the wolf pack. After the evolution, my stats skyrocketed once more. I think I have finally maturated as a dragon completely, as my stats clearly reflect that. I suppose now that I am this strong, I am clearly surpassing other beings with the same rank as me. So I won't probably come across anything stronger than me, unless it is of several ranks above me. This hunting zone is getting stale, though, and to compare my stats, there is Bin Laden in front of me, who had been proactively training both physically and magically. She is just as talented as me, if not more. Her giant bloodline triggers each time she trains physically and increases the gain of muscles, while her high-grade mana core makes her magic and mana grow at exponential rates the more we cultivate together. And since we began to use the group cultivation skill I got, we have been able to cultivate even more intensively by sharing constant streams of mana around everyone. This also means that the pack is also getting stronger. Once more, Bin Laden doesn't have a system, so the stats showed are just an estimated value made by our current capabilities only, and it might vary greatly, but it's still a good average to estimate it. Name, Bin Laden. Race, Ice Giant, Jotun, female. Mana Core Cultivation, Rank 1 Upper Stage. Status, Healthy, Ready to Battle. Average Estimated Vitality, 1726/1726. Average Estimated Mana, 1843/1843. Average Estimated Strength, 1405. Average Estimated Dexterity, 1011. Average Estimated Magic, 1663. Abilities: Unique Skill, Mold Suppressed. Unique Skill, Charm, Active, Ineffective against you. Ice Giant's Bloodline, Emir's Descendant. Cold Immunity, Ice Resistance. Hastens Self-Recovery. Parasite Immunity. Status Effect Resistance. Ice Dragon Skin. Cooking. Butcher. Crafting. Sewing. Mana Manipulation. Giant's Great Physique. Magic Genius. Acrobatics. Forager. Fungokinesis Mold. Mold-Assisted Telekinesis Mold. Sealed Abilities. Undying Stamina. Sealed. Degradation. Sealed. Crazed Agility. Sealed. Crazed Consumption. Sealed. Infection. Sealed. Legion. Sealed. Bone-Breaking Claws. Sealed. Deadly Mold Whip sealed. To say the least, for the level she is, her stats are nothing but insane. And I believe I am at fault of this. My training is really pushing her to her limits and beyond. And she had been doing this every single day. This combined with her great magic talent and giant bloodline made her grow at an exponential rate. She isn't as strong as me, but she's indeed quite strong, and quite possibly stronger than anyone within her rank. I think there's another factor I have been ignoring that might have been enhancing our cultivation, which is eating cultivation materials. This whole forest could be seen as a treasure trove of ice path cultivation materials, and as we eat them every single day, from the ice pear fruits, the ice mushrooms, the salt roots, the meat of the ice rabbits, ice crows, and ice wolves, and more, they're all ice path cultivation materials, and we eat them in large quantities. Even if Benliden does not use ice magic, she's still an ice giant, and as one, she is still benefited by the ice path materials. Nonetheless, she was now looking at me with conviction in her eyes. The ice axe she was holding was made by yours truly, and it even carries some stats through my system, so it is her weapon of preference. She wants to learn how to use a heavy weapon, and she wanted to wield axes like her father, so I let her be. But she is also asking me to craft her a staff, as she wants something to enhance her mana and magic. I don't know if I can just make something like that yet, but she has high expectations of me. And about me? I don't think I can wield any equipment for the moment. And because I launch ice projectiles around, it is better to make them in the go than put time and effort into making a weapon I am just going to throw around. Nonetheless, we began to spar. While spar, I am way too strong, and my defenses are insane, so she won't be able to do any damage, but if she can swing that thing well, she will earn proficiency and might learn an ability related to wielding an axe. The abilities of other living beings do not relate to my system, but I can clearly see them. In this world, it seems that people can simply learn abilities that are not just knowledge and experience. They're actual skill-like abilities, but that they don't perceive them like that. What differentiates me from them is that I can level them up and grow exponentially faster. All right, Drake, I'm not holding back, said Benliden, rushing towards me with her axe. Clash. Benliden ran towards me while raising her ice axe, as I inspected the item's status. Yeah, it had a status. Ice Dragon's Freezing Axe, C-Grade. Durability, 2000. Attack Power, 1500. Magic Conductivity, 1000. Weapon Speed, 600. Traits, Evolving Weapon, C. Freezing/C. As you can see, anything I put thousands of mana and hours after hours of intense creation, shaping, and the use of the crafting skill can acquire this status, and have stats, and even traits to boot. This weapon took me 2 whole days to create, and it was a pretty intense battle, as I had to make it entirely out of ice produced by magic, which I was forcing to become a permanent, hard, and non-melting element while shaping it as a sharp axe. It took some time. But thanks to the crafting skill, it was not so hard, as this skill grants me insight about how to shape and create equipment or anything. Benliden was happy when I finally finished. Although she can't see the axe's status, obviously, but she could feel that it held a lot of power within it. Slash, she said, as the axe reached me, and he used my claws to intercept it. Clash. The axe is pretty strong. It was made by me, obviously. The blade of the weapon suddenly begins to slowly grind into my metallic plate-like scales, but I quickly push Benliden aside alongside the axe, as she quickly comes for another hit. Hiya! She roars, rather cutely for an adult young woman to roar like a little girl, but that's how she is. Clash! Another hit reaches my claws, as I intercept it with the metallic nails I have and grab the blade with them. Benliden is surprised over my strength, as I stop her movements just by casually catching her weapon with the tip of my claws. You have to put some more strength. I roared rather arrogantly. As I moved my tail towards her, I quickly let go of the axe as she infused mana into her legs and jumped out of the way of my tail, landing at my left side. Mold! She suddenly summons a mass of mold of around a meter in an instant and uses it to make the axe float. Oh! Flash! The axe flies towards me with great speed, like a flash of azure colors, it slashes through my scales at immense speed. Clash, clash, slash. She's gotten better at controlling the mold, I see. However, I swipe my claws and throw away the axe, as Benleden suddenly surprises me by coming from my back. Well, I still sensed her. "Take this," she said with eyes filled with resolve, as a mass of mold suddenly launches into my face, sticking into my eyes. "This is not so bad, huh?" Whack! I cry as I try to catch her with my claws, but she evaded on time. "You're quite the sneaky girl," I said, taking out the mold from my face as I find her raising her axe again. Mana slash. Flash. Suddenly, Benleden infuses a few hundred mana into her axe, which begins to glow with a faint aura of magical essence. The moment after, she jumps over my head and unleashes a powerful magical slash of pure, non-attribute mana, which impacts me with great force. Boom! Benleden rushes over me as she sees me on the ground with my eyes closed. Drake? Was I too rude?" she asked, as I got her right where I wanted. I extend my tail and entangle her with them, catching her up. Whack! "Never pity your enemy, Benleden. Now, I shall devour you," I roared, as I extended my jaws towards her. "Eat this," she said, releasing a mass of mold into my mouth, and quickly slipping away from my not-so-tight tail grab. The mold gibbers annoyingly inside my mouth until I swallow it. "Hey, that was unfair," I said. "Hee hee. You also were unfair there," she said. "Well, let's continue until you can get a better grasp of using the axe," I said. "Okay, but why did you say never pity your enemies? Didn't you pity me even when we were enemies, though?" asked Benleden. Well, you were a special case. You were being controlled by a parasitic mold. It wasn't the real you after all. But there will be a lot of evil people we might meet in the future. We don't have to have mercy against them, especially if they try to kill you," I said. "Oh, I see then. Well, in my previous life, I'd already killed people," she sighed. "Well, it is good that you're accustomed to the feeling at least, so you won't doubt too much, but even then, I won't let you fight alone. I am here, so we can cover each other's backs, all right?" I asked as I petted Benleden's head. "Sure. I feel more reassured if you're with me. I also want to help you as much as I can, Drake. So I will keep training so I can do so. I want to stay with you," she said. Her yellow-gold eyes were glowing with a strong resolution, something that made her look fierce. "I see. It makes me happy that you think that. Now, let's continue," I said as Benleden happily nodded, raising her axe, and then beginning our spar once more. She slashed through my scales, although they were barely damaged, while I used my claws and tail to defend or gently hit her, forcing her to learn how to defend with the large axe blade, which I had specifically make so it could work as a shield too. But maybe I could simply craft her a shield next, maybe with my own scales? Can I do that? I wonder. Benleden was also getting better at her fungokinesis ability, the one that let her control mold in midair, while also she was practicing her mold-assisted telekinesis by wrapping her axe with the mold and converting it into a vicious flying weapon. Meanwhile, I practiced my physical fighting against a humanoid, as I'm sure the experience will come in handy whenever we find some enemy like this. Time goes flying, and I miss my own world. I have changed more than I would have liked. Ugh, I miss my world. The Ice-Sky dream wasn't as I expected. I'm not even free to do whatever I please. As the princess of the kingdom of elves within Alfheim, things are quite tight with my schedule. I just got 3 years of age, and I'm already being taught a bunch of stuff by many teachers. And there's this weird feeling I have that my brother is harboring some hate against me all out of a sudden. Well, not all that out of a sudden. It has been quite gradual. He's already quite grown up, being around 16. So he has been given a lot of responsibilities. And as I'm still on baby elf girl mode, my mother and my father are giving me all their attention. So I grow up into the perfect princess they want. Ugh. I guess he grew very spoiled by them, and then seeing them shift their attention completely all out of a sudden must have hurt his feelings. And I can see him slowly labor more and more hate against me, just like today. I can't help but admit that I do love my parents. They're nice at the end of the day, and my mother is very gentle as well. My cold heart of my past life is slowly being warmed by these two elves, and it is beginning to be okay to be their little daughter, I suppose. Anyways, I also kind of want to love my brother. He has been nice to me, but he hasn't particularly been a good figure, but lately he has stopped giving me attention and often stares at me expressionlessly. Today, my mother was teaching me how to read, yes, at 3 years of age, and my father was helping me read the book. My brother stood there as he glared at me. He is a handsome young man, pale white skin, long ears, golden blonde hair that reaches his shoulders, and sharp bright eyes. A perfect Bishounen, if you ask me. So, Alma, what does it says there? Asked my mom rather gently. As the super talented baby I was, I had already learned how to talk pretty fluidly, and I was already getting to master my reading ability quite easily. It says, "And as the gods fell, a new world rose from the ashes." I said, with the cute and little voice of a girl, which still feels a bit unnatural to me. Amazing, you're already reading so well," said my father, petting me and kissing my forehead. "Yoa, my little princess will grow up to become such an intelligent woman," said my mother, as she clapped and cheered. I couldn't help but release a dumb smile as they praised me, and then I tried to interact with my silent brother. "Big brother, did you hear? I can read," I said. However, he stared at me blankly. "So what? You're just reading. Everyone can read. I don't know how's that any type of achievement," he said. "Call on Greenwood Sylph. Mind your manners. This is your sister you're talking to," said my mother. "Calm down, Rena. No need to yell at our son," sighed my father. "And what's so special about her?" "She's just an annoying little brat," said Kalon, crossing his arms. "Okay, you're already crossing the line. Brother, you don't have to be so rude with me. I thought we were family. Why are you like this?" I asked. Kalon suddenly fell silent as he glared at my eyes with growing hate. "What? I just asked a pretty direct question. I am not. What would you understand?" he said, as he ran out of the room. My mother waved her head as she sighed. "I will go talk to him. For now, keep studying," said my father, as he walked away. As we were left alone, my mother hugged me. "I'm sorry that your brother is like this, Alma. I don't know what happened to him. I think we didn't raise him well. But don't worry. We will make sure that you grow as a polite young woman," she said. "But, Mother, shouldn't we talk with my brother too? Perhaps he just wants a bit more attention from your part," I said. "But he's already 16 years of age. At this age, elves are close to fully mature. He will be an adult soon. And because of that, he'll need to take more responsibilities. If we spoil him too much, he will grow conceited," said my mother. "Is that so? Maybe you shouldn't have spoiled him so much from the start. Not suddenly stopping. But still, I think he might want your attention too," I said. "Alma, you're way too young to worry about such stuff. Leave that to the adults, my dear?" asked my mother as she kissed my forehead. "Ugh, I hate when adults say that. But, no buts. Now let's go back to studying. At your age, you must read this entire book and learn the origins of our world and our blessed elven race," said my mother, as she ignored my pleas and forced me to continue reading. This book was like the Bible of this world or something. It contained information about what it was and how it was made. Although I don't fully believe in everything, seeing how there's magic, elves, and all of that, there might be some truth to it. And yeah, this is pretty much Norse mythology screwed all over the place. It seems that there was a big war between Ymir, the giants, and all the gods named Aesir, where a large amount died. Their power was so strong the other realms shattered, and the end of the war was catastrophic. The world tree fused the corpses of the titans and gods alongside the fragmented realms, and created our world, simply named Yggdrasil after the tree that maintains it all together. Elves come from the ancient realm of Alfheim, and we are the creation of Freyr and Freya, apparently. Yeah, there's a lot to take on, but this stuff does not worry me as much as my brother's mental health. I remember there was something that I got before reincarnating, something about unique skills. But what is it? I quickly begin to search inside of my mind, and then some memories fly into my head like bubbles with images. Right, I remember now. It was continuous casting, endless mana, and main character. They are unique skills. But where's the system? Why do you give me skills without a system? So they're there, but I can't even see their details. Wait, then does that mean I can do all types of crazy stuff with my endless mana? I know that there are mana cores, and I've seen my brother, mother, and father, and even my maids and butlers using magic as an everyday thingy. I also know there are 10 ranks of mana core cultivation and everything else. After all, I'm already 5 years old, so they've taught me a lot on this time. I've tried to use magic, okay, but it never comes out. I don't know if there's something wrong with me or not, but my parents have said that elves can begin using magic when they're 5 years of age after an awakening ceremony because the mana core keeps growing until 5 years of age. So trying to use mana prematurely is near impossible while this organ grows as one does. They said that only monsters are born with fully grown mana cores, because they're beings created from nature or something. But aren't we as well? It doesn't make any sense, but I guess monsters are the overpowered option, as always. I should have wished to reincarnate as a dragon or something. Missed an opportunity right there. If I have endless mana, I could surprise everyone with my amazing powers, but I can't. The weight has been literally killing me all this time, but it is finally time, I guess. As I am 5 years old, like I previously stated. I was in my room now, glaring in my mirror. Damn, sometimes I don't recognize myself. I guess I once used to be fat and ugly guy. But look at me, I am such an adorable elf girl. I am not tall enough, but I think I am reaching 1 meter soon. My legs are slender and milky white, and so is my entire petite body. My chest is flat, but if I am really going to look like Sylphie Chan one day, maybe I will get giant honkers growing out of me when I hit puberty. Yeah, it could be said that I am rather familiar with having big tits from my previous life. My face is almost like a doll. I look way too beautiful. My eyes are shiny emerald in color. I have a tiny and pointy nose and long ears, which are actually way better at earring than my human ones. My blonde hair is long and silky, and even a little sparkly. My maid and my mother always make them into twin tails, so if I cross my eyebrows and pout, I look like the classic Sunra girl. I was currently wearing a royalty dress with emerald, white, and gold colors, so I looked like a Lolita. The dress even had flower decorations of various bright colors. Way too striking for my likings, but I have no choice on this. My parents are strict and force me to wear what they want. Well, they've sheltered me and given me love, alongside all other kinds of stuff, so I would feel ungrateful if I told them that I don't want to wear what they want me to wear. I'm trying to not be a conceited royalty girl. I try to smile a bit, as a cute smile surges. I touch the mirror as my hand touches its reflection. I near my face to the mirror, seeing my face and moving around. It has been 5 years, and I am still getting used to being an elf girl. What will be in my life? I wonder. I will be a princess, I guess, and then maybe a queen? Though my brother will be the king first, I would guess. So what with me? Will I get married to another family, to forge bonds of family and money? Ugh. No, wait. I don't want to be with a man. I am fairly sure I still like girls. Okay, let's not think about this stuff. Knock, knock. Suddenly, the door opens as a beautiful elven woman with pink hair and purple eyes emerges, my maid named Rose. Young lady, it is time. Your father and mother are waiting for you within the Hall of Awakening. Please come with me, she said. All right, I said, as Rose held my hand and guided me. She was a tall woman, nearing 1 meter and 80 centimeters, so I was a little thing compared to her. We walked through the large palace which has been my house these 5 years, a gigantic building with a wide ceiling, all made with bright white rocks and decorated with gold paintings and all kinds of plants and flowers. The vast ceiling had paintings of trees as well, and elves of previous generations of my family. There are over 50 rooms in the palace, so it is easy to get lost, as it is like a giant labyrinth. But Rose led me to the place in no time, as I saw a few elves gathering outside of a large hall, which had a spring in the middle, where a glistering and bright water flowed from, which seemed to have magical properties. This was the Fountain of Awakening. By drinking a bit of this water, elves can awaken their mana cores immediately. My mother and father were waiting for me at each side of the spring, alongside my brother, glancing at me from the side. "Thank you, Rose," said my father. As Rose nodded and walked to the side, my mother quickly grabbed my hand and led me to the spring. My father began to read the Bible of this world for a bit, until I was finally given the spring water over a golden chalice. The water was fresh and sweet. And then, flash. Author note, hi guys, I really have to stockpile chapers now, so I might not be able to upload 2 chapters every day as I want to save some. But please don't stop supporting me with Power Stones. I implore you guys. I will make sure to upload every day at the very least. HM, where am I? I suddenly wake up in my dreams? This place, it is familiar. I haven't gotten in here for some time now. A sudden chill takes hold of my entire being, as I sense that my heart is beating faster. This feeling of dread, of desperation. This eternal darkness where I am. This place is nowhere else than that place. The abyssal cage where the mold once caged me inside. I glance around, and I only find eternal and twisting darkness. I begin to tremble as I feel like I am about to become completely paralyzed. No matter how much I try, I can't help it. I begin to tremble again and again. I feel weak. Miranda, a sudden voice speaks to me. I know who you are. This voice is my own, but different. I slowly move to my back as I see a mass of black ooze bubbling around, moving like a slug towards me. The cracking, ear-piercing voice of the creature in front of me makes me instinctively fear for my entire being. I fall over but as I begin to grit my teeth, the pain I am feeling is so well known, and traumas of my past quickly take over my mind. No, I thought you were dead. Why? Why are you coming back? I can't let these traumas take over me anymore. But, I am scarred. I'm so scared. It keeps moving, crawling to me, and gibbering, pulsating grotesquely. It groans as if it had a million voices. Why? Why are you back? Let me go. Go away. You can't escape from me. It groans as its entire body expands like black tentacles, rushing towards me. No, no. The tentacles quickly entangle my defenseless body, crushing me with the strength of a monster. It hurts so much. Make it stop. Please make it stop. Miranda, you can't escape from me. Stop. Aag. Day 64. The last 3 days we have been sparring with Benleden like there's no tomorrow, while also enhancing our physical strength through exercises of all kinds, and also our mana and magic through group cultivation with the wolf pack. Some of the oldest wolves had actually ranked up and became strong middle stage wolves, while Frost is closer to peak stage. Yesterday we ended up staying with the wolves as Benleden was resting over several of them. Their warm fur and soft, scaleless bodies are way better than mine, that's for sure. She's sleeping peacefully so. Wait, she's not. Stop. STO. Stop. I don't want to. Ag. Ag. Suddenly, Benleden begins to scream as if they were torturing her. What is going on? I rush towards her as I try to wake her up. The other wolves notice her screams as they become alert. Woof. Woof. Frost suddenly begins to bark. What is going on? It seems that he's sensing something with a strong bloodthirst from within Benleden, because I can clearly sense it too. And then, as I try to wake her up by throwing her water over her face, which seems to not be working, her status suddenly changes into possessed. Even worse, her name acquires the Miranda name in brackets. What? Don't tell me. This is the bad girl she talks about? But if it is just the mold, why is it coming back out of sudden? Wasn't she immune? I check her stats as the parasite immunity ability is still there. This is some kind of mental or soul possession, not physical through mold. So the mold really has a consciousness. Well, the only thing I can do is obvious. Scream at her. Benleden, wake up. Fight back. Of course, I can't scream with words, so what comes out are just very loud roars, while I use my mind overcharged with mana to scream these words inside of her mind. Nga. NNNGGH. Act. Benleden struggles a bit more as she begins to grit her teeth. Wake up. I scream once more, as I can suddenly see the waves of my mana entering her body through my telepathic messages. DDRA. Drake. Af. No. Benleden. I have to write. The blood. I quickly slash a wound into my limb with one of my claws and spray my red blood over Benleden's body, and a bit over her mouth, which she drinks desperately. Please, Binladin, wake up! I scream, as my telepathic messages reach her mind like a wave of mana. Binladin, however, keeps fighting and struggling. My blood is taking no effect at all. Fuck, what do I do then? Suddenly, I realized that every time I screamed through telepathy, waves of mana reached Binladin. Maybe I should be able to do the same, but with my whole mana? She's probably fighting against her alter ego through some kind of mindscape, her very mind. The black space she once told me she was caged in. If she's fighting some kind of mental battle, I have to infuse my very will into her body through my mana and telepathy and help her out. I charge my mana into my body, all of it. It emerges like an enormous aura of bluish colors, and then I activate the telepathy skill once more, but I concentrate all of this mana and shot it into Binladin's chest, as the overflowing amount of energy is infused into her entire body, naturally reaching her head and mind. And through it, I charge my very will through my consciousness. And it seems that it is somehow working, as telepathy is pretty much a way for your consciousness to enter other people's minds and communicate words. Can I simply do this, but overcharged until it works? It was worth a try, and it is actually working. NNGGH. Ah! Stop. Aft. Binladin screams as I can't help, but feel even more resolve to help her out. I infuse my mind into the task, as suddenly I feel a bit strange. It is as if I was separating myself from my own body. I suddenly see myself as some kind of phantom as I see my own body closing its eyes in front of Binladin. This is it. I don't have any idea how this works, but it worked. Could the mind and the soul be connected as one? Then it means that the more I train my mind, the more I can move my soul. So by overusing my ridiculous amounts of mana with telepathy and concentrating it into generating this, well, it suddenly popped out of my very soul as some kind of phantom form that I can use to have an out-of-body experience. I quickly use this form to dive into Binladin's mind. Splash! Sudden darkness greets my sight. In fact, it is pure darkness. Abyssal and deep darkness, pure shadows of the void. This is Binladin's abyssal cage, the one she told me that entity caged her for so long. I expand my senses around as I quickly notice the strong presence on my back. There it is, an enormous and ever-growing mass of black mold twisting around, capturing Binladin within it. Ha ha ha, Miranda, you can't escape from me. Stop. Still, I am not your property. Halt. I roar as I fly toward the two with an immense speed that not even I realized I had. Flash. Suddenly, the mold glares at me with its dozens of crimson eyes. It's shocked. You. By using a combination of mana control, all of my freaking mana, telepathy, and my parallel mind thought processing skills, I was able to enhance my very soul. It seems that mind and soul were connected. The more you enhance your mind, the more your soul is enhanced as well. Through my desire to help Binladin, my mana control, moving my will and mana outside of my body, and the telepathy helping me, creating the route inside of Binladin's mind, I was actually able to create something of phantom form, an out-of-body experience, and I dived inside of Binladin's consciousness, arriving inside of this completely abyssal world of perpetual and twisting darkness. I expanded my senses widely through this space, as I quickly sensed the presence of two beings. Deciding to move in their direction, I moved at incredible speeds, such speed that I had never thought possible for me. Perhaps as a phantom form, I can move way quicker. Flash! As I flew towards the direction of the presences, I saw a gigantic tower of twisting black mold, slimy ooze that bubbled, gibbered, and pulsated grotesquely around. And in the middle of its monstrous grasp, the figure of Binladin could be seen. It was her, the tall young woman with blue skin, long silvery white hair, and golden eyes. However, she seemed to be in constant pain and screaming. The mold was seeping into her flesh and entangling her. It was trying to assimilate her. If I let it do this, Will Bin Laden's true self disappear forever? No, I won't let this happen. Halt! I roared as I flew at an immense speed towards the Tower of Mold, releasing ice and cold winds from my entire body as I exuded the power of my will. The screams suddenly stop as Bin Laden begins to breathe heavily, noticing me. "Ah, D. Drake," she cried, as her golden eyes began to cry. The mass of crimson-red eyes glared at me, unleashing an enormous bloodthirst. Each of the bloody eyes, it had noticed me, and it somehow knew about me. It hated me. I could clearly feel it from all the feeling of pure hate it exuded all against me. You, it roared, as enormous black tentacles began to slowly move towards me. "Yeah, I got it the first time. You hate me, don't you?" I asked rather teasingly, as the entity groaned. "You're that Drake, aren't you? The one that separated me from my Miranda. I don't know how exactly you got inside here, but I won't let you take her away from me anymore. Miranda, I mine. 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 Unguy. Sorry for being so weak," cried Bin Laden. "Her name is not Miranda. She's Bin Laden," I roared, as my entire phantom form exuded an enormous aura of ice and winds. I was able to somehow conjure magic in this place, and all the mana I charged into this form was still here with me. "She doesn't has any name like Thaat." Boom! The gigantic mass of oozing black mold began to shake everywhere, as its enormous tentacles began to launch at me like vicious sharp spears, trying to destroy me. Icicle Rain. I quickly conjure an easy spell, creating several icicle spears, and firing them at the mold with the impulse of my winds. Flash! 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 Each icicle spear reaches the mold, exploding into ice and winds, and easily freezing the mold everywhere the attacks touched and expanded. Boom! 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 Gruer Warderg. The entity of mold groans in pain, as I quickly dive into the frozen mold and tear it apart with my freezing claws, shattering it all into fragments that were suddenly turned into dust and disappeared. What kind of power is that?" asked the mold, as it suddenly used its mass to attack me, trying to drown me into a sea of twisting black mold. Splash! Ung! The mold not only was trying to drown me into it, but it twisted as if it were all alive, trying to crush me through the pressure from all around my body. It was like a giant hand that had grabbed me, and it was now about to crush me as if I were a mere bug. But I got my magic to back me up. Ice. Wind. Flash. Suddenly, I generate an explosion of ice and wind magic all around me, which freezes all the mold around me. I use my gigantic and monstrous claws to shatter the mold into pieces, rushing through all of it and freezing it while crushing it. Crash. 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 Ungariyaha. "Why, you pile of garbage," it roared as it began to expand the mold all around me. Tentacles came forward against me from all sides, but I froze them and sliced them into pieces with slicing winds. Slash. Crash. Slash. Crash. Explosions and shockwaves resonated through the entire battlefield as the frozen mold was shattered by my claws. I enhanced my body with more of my mana, reaching the peak of the mass of mold as I froze it all with my breath attacks. The mold was unable to get near as I completely overwhelmed it. Know the might of a dragon. You're calling me garbage, but you're already dying. Let go of Bin Laden. She is not yours. She is of no one. I roared as I reached Bin Laden like a flash of blue and emerald colors, ice and winds resonating around my phantom body. Using my gigantic claws, I frozen and sliced the mold tentacles entrapping Bin Laden, and I grabbed her with my other arms. Ungrioya, why you? Stop! Don't take her away from me, it roared. D. Drake, you came to save me, said Bin Laden. Bin Laden, I told you that you were not alone, I said as I glared at the mold from above, as it struggled to move and gibber. It was almost completely frozen. You have a very toxic relationship with Bin Laden. How about we cool down things for now until you can chill out? I asked as I unleashed my breath of ice all over the mold. And then, with my claws, I sliced through it all, shattering it into pieces completely. Unguguho, Awa, Miranda, boom! As I saw the mold explode into pieces and dissipate, I was suddenly moved back to my body. Check out this paragraph for the new cover sketch. WIP. After the massacre, I unfolded over the malicious mold that tried to consume Bin Laden's mind. I went back to my body. But this time it feels weird. For a moment, before I could completely adjust my body, it felt as if I were wearing some kind of suit. I guess this is what it feels like to possess your body again. But after it stabilized, I only felt a lot of fatigue after spending so much mana. But that fatigue also quickly flew away as my mana regenerated at an outstanding pace. Ding! You learned equals the equals, phantom equals body, equals level equals 1 equals skill, equals slash you. The levels equals, of equals several equals, skills equals, have equals increased, equals slashed. New skill. Ugh. Suddenly, I feel terrible pain. It came from the deeps of my body. No, it wasn't my body, it was even deeper than that. My soul. It was a pain I had never felt before, but it sure was horrible. In simple terms, it was as if someone was putting 100 little needles over your eye, but all over the place. The pain was so much I was about to pass out. It felt as if my soul was breaking apart. It had an enormous wound. Is this because I forcefully used my mana and soul to help Bin Laden? It surely was a good price to pay for. I have resisted even the worst types of pain before, but this was ridiculous. However, as my mana regenerated back, I suddenly felt like my soul was also regenerating. It felt like I had a giant hole in my stomach, and someone was pouring a large quantity of cold water over it to fill the hole. It was strange, but it somehow worked. As my soul fragmentation stopped, it slowly began to regenerate back alongside my mana regeneration. I guess I didn't pass out at the end, but that was a frightening experience. I have to train this phantom body skill now. Before I even use my soul for anything else, I don't want to suffer such a big wound ever again. Ding! Due to equals, the equals, intense equals, strain equals, you've equals, put equals, your equals, soul equals, into equals, your equals, soul equals, has equals, begun equals, to equals, evolve, equals, slash to, what? Evolve? So by putting my soul into a terrible pain and then regenerating it back, my soul evolves? Well, I guess it makes sense if you make the soul be something like a muscle to an extent. But even then, it is rather the terrible way of doing it. Ding! Soul density equals, has equals, been equals, strengthened equals, and equals, augmented equals, slash soul. My soul is indeed growing bigger now. Ding! Soul cultivation equals, function equals, has equals, been equals, unlocked equals, slash soul. You have equals, reached equals, the equals, soul equals, energy equals, gathering equals, realm, equals, slash you. So it even has realms. All of equals, your equals, stats equals, have equals, increased, equals, slash all. My stats increased too. I guess this battle didn't actually weaken me, but it ended strengthening me. I quickly decided to check my stats now that I felt as if I was born anew after my soul regenerated and advanced into a new realm. It really felt like I was as light as a cloud. Name, Drake. Race, adult winged ice dragon. Titles, Merciless, Savior, Pack Leader, Magic Teacher. Mana Core Cultivation, Rank 2, Middle Stage. Soul Cultivation, Soul Energy Gathering Realm, Initial Stage. Status, Satiated. Vitality, 3894/3894. Mana, 8455/8455. Strength, 3548. Dexterity, 2340. Magic, 7100. Abilities, Unique Skill, Immortal Body. Unique Skill, Winter Magic. Unique Skill, System. Unique Skill, Ice Absorption. Unique Skill, God Sealed. Camouflage, Level 5. High-Speed Thought Processing, Level 9. Parallel Thought Processing, Level 8. Wind Magic, level 7. Mana control, level 9. Telepathy, level 8. Berserk mode, level 6. Fear-inducing aura, level 6. Naming, level 5. Kin control, level 3. Crafting, level 5. Apothecary, level 4. Mining, level 4. Hasten mana regeneration, level 2. Phantom body, level 1. Ice dragon natural skills. Ice dragon bloodline. Ice dragon frost breath, level 2. Metallic ice dragon scales, level 2. Medium self-regeneration, level 2. Strong freezing slash, level 2. Furious freezing bite, level 2. Freezing tail whip, level 8. Steel body, level 2. Keen instincts, level 4. Ice thread production, level 2. Group cultivation, level 2. Whip technique, level 1. Spear technique, level 1. Projectile fire, level 2. Resistance, cold immunity. Hunger resistance, level 4. Fear resistance, level 5. Pain resistance, level 6. Ice dragon natural resistances. Physical attack damage resistance, level 9. Fire resistance, level 4. Wind resistance, level 6. Thunder resistance, level 4. My stats indeed increased. Mostly my mana and magic, so I guess those stats are deeply connected to the soul too. It seems that soul cultivation has many stages. I wonder if I can check them through Analyze. Ding. Soul cultivation equals /soul. A transcendental type of cultivation that exists in every world. You have unlocked its functions by strengthening your soul density. By using the universal principles of soul strengthening, you can shape soul energy absorbed from other souls into yours, making it your own power and soul. Or you can put your soul into strains and regenerate it back, enhancing its quality. Each realm has 4 stages in between: initial, middle, upper, and peak stages. Soul cultivation has several realms: soul energy gathering realm, soul core creation realm, soul core nourishment realm, soul energy refinement realm, soul core enlargement realm, spiritual soul realm, spiritual soul core realm, nascent soul realm, divine soul core creation realm, divine soul realm. What a big info dump. But it works. It seems that similarly to mana core ranks, there's a bunch of soul cultivation ranks. I see. So I can even get a divine soul. Phew, that's not happening anytime, certainly. I finally feel like moving, so I quickly get up. As I was sitting over the ground, it seems. The first thing I see are the wolves around Benliden, who has just woken up. Her yellow-gold eyes seemed tired as she glared at me. "How are you feeling?" I asked. Sniff. Drake. Benliden then rushes towards me and jumps over my neck, hugging me with her strong arms. "Thank you for being there for me, for saving me." Sniff. "I promise you that it won't happen again," she cried as I grabbed her with my large claws as gently as I could. "Don't worry. I will make sure that it doesn't happen again," I said. After what happened, Benliden continued to hug me and Yuki and the wolf for several hours. She stopped crying after 2 hours, and then we went back to our home, where we ate roasted meat. I know I should be more patient, but in a harsh world such as this, I really want Benliden to become strong. Due to this, I want her to talk about this issue with me in detail, so we can find a solution together. "Benliden, now that you're calmer, I believe that you should tell me what just happened," I said. Benliden glanced at her blue-skinned hands, as she seemed to be rather uncomfortable with the issue, but instead of simply telling me that she won't say anything, she glanced at my eyes and spoke. "I was attacked within my dreams by this being that I'd spoken to you about before. This being the consciousness of the mold, or something like that. It formed in my past life, and it seems to retain the memories of my past. It seems to have a possessive nature, and it only wants me for herself. Sorry for being so weak. We have been training for so long, and yet, I have not grown stronger at all," she said. "Well, you have indeed grown stronger. I can see it through my perception. Your strength, vitality, and more have increased exponentially, and your magic and mana keep improving too. You've also learned a lot of new abilities, so you're not someone weak at all. But perhaps you have a weak soul," I said. "Soul?" she asked. I already kind of knowledge of that monster, as you've already told me about it before. But it seems that it attacked you through your soul. As you can already notice, there was no mold involved on this. It never showed up to consume your body. You're already immune to it through drinking my blood. I said, no mold? Ah, you're right, muttered Ben Laden, realizing the same thing as I did. See, it is just as I told you, this thing lives within your mana core, but it might also linger within your soul, or it might have tried some way to devour your consciousness through the soul. The same method is used with you to cage you into the darkness. It doesn't even need to use the mold physically. I said, how strange. She said, for now, you don't have to worry about it. I believe it might be very weakened after I infiltrated your soul and attacked it directly with mine. I didn't realize up until now, but what we did was a battle of souls, and I came on top. I said, Drake, you're so amazing. To think that you would go to such lengths for me. It makes me feel so guilty. I don't deserve such a man with me. Sighed Ben Laden. Never think about deserving or not the people at your side. Simply be grateful that they're there for you, and strive forward to one day also be able to help them when they will need a hand, I said, petting her head. At my words, Ben Laden's eyes shined. It seemed that she might be about to cry, but she contained her tears and smiled. You're right, she said. Now that you've more or less tamed the physical mold to an extent, what we need to do is for you to grow your soul strong enough to be able to tame whatever that entity was, I said. To tame that? She asked. Indeed, what is necessary to do is simple. Whenever it finally recovers and comes for you, you're going to fight back, I said. Ben Laden's hands began to tremble, as her eyes seemed to lost focus and light, glaring everywhere nervously. I generated a pile of snow and threw it over her head. Poof! Ah! Wake up from that dizziness. Getting PTSD won't help you resolving this problem. Do you know? I actually died being buried by an avalanche, and I reincarnated as an ice dragon. Wouldn't I also have a big trauma with snow? Yet here I am, taming and using it. I know it is a terrible comparison, but I don't have anything else to say other than that. And just like I did with the ice and snow, you have to surpass your fears and get your shit together, I said. I decided to be bolder this time with her, but this was for her own good. Sometimes people are so deep into their own worlds and traumas that you have to be a bit rash with them. Tell them to get their shit together is a good option. Get my shit together? She asked. Ah, sorry for saying it so rashly. Instead of being so concerned, you simply have to try. Instead of harboring your fears, harbor your hate, I said. My hate? Indeed. Hasn't that thing just tried to manipulate you? It's the worst, isn't it? I would be pissed as fuck if there was such a thing inside of me trying to possess me. I would literally beat his shit every time it shows up, I said. Ah, I think I did something similar before, said Ben Laden. You did? I asked. When I was in the darkness and you gave me your blood, I suddenly gained some more freedom and managed to fight back. Back in that time, I harbored a lot of hate. I was really just getting tired of that thing, and my parents' memories began to fill my heart with more and more resolve. And then, I somehow managed to hit it with my fists, with my legs, with my soul, she said. Perhaps that thing abuses your traumas and harbors fear into you, so you become weak and submissive. But if you simply fight back, I believe you might have enough power to damage it. It is simply, well, let's say that it is trying to trick you into making you think it is powerful. Because I totally sweep the floor with that thing, and I'm fairly sure that my soul is not so strong aside from all my mana. I said, I see. Drake, will you help me train this? She asked. No need to ask, I said. Ben asked me something that I expected. Of course, after knowing that the thing inside of her has been trying to attack her soul, why shouldn't she want to learn how to strengthen her soul and become strong-willed? But how can we even make a person strong-willed? It is hard, and probably a gradual process that takes years. But at the very least, I can help her strengthen her soul and be more confident. If that thing recovers again, I will help her too. This is why I want her to stay at my side through this whole ordeal. Now that I discovered soul cultivation, I have to practice my new skill related to it and figure out the secrets of soul cultivation, the powers of the soul, and how to control my soul or strengthen it. I can't help but be a bit excited, finding new power and training it to find ways to use it in the future is quite fun, even in the situation we are in. For a small glimpse of time, I imagine being able to somehow split my soul and create clones or something, or even insert my split souls into weapons, or even a golem made of ice. Though, could I even be able to do such an insane thing? I'm not a necromancer or something to be able to control my soul to insanely like that. Yet, for the rest of the day, we decided to train with Benladin over many physical exercises with our axe techniques, and then magic cultivation with the usual group Cultivation. Day 65. Phantom Body is an interesting skill. It helps me expand a part of my soul into what is called a phantom. When I activate the skill, a little blue-colored, almost transparent noodle comes out of my body. This noodle is a tendril of my soul, which is named Phantom, I guess. This power comes from my soul, and it could be said to be an extension of it. I don't know if I should cut it to see if I can manipulate it. I feel like I would only grow weakened. For now, I simply want to experiment and also level up the skill. Oh, right, today we woke up early as usual. And there wasn't much news. It was a rather monotonous day, as always. Or, well, a monotonous morning. But each day we train and cultivate, so we slowly power up. Not a single day is wasted. By constantly checking the stats of the wolves, I've also come out with some conclusions and questions inside of my mind over the comparison between my own power, the system that helps me gain stats, and the cultivation ranks of mana cores. Initial stage wolves' stats usually range between 70 to 120, with strength being their strongest asset. After going into the middle stage, their stats might go up to 150 to 250. Strength and dexterity are what they're best at. Then at upper stage, like Frost, their stats average around 300 to 500. That's a big jump, isn't it? Frost is particularly stronger, though, and his stats seem way higher than any other wolf in his realm. So I guess there are often differences in stats, even if their cores match the cultivation. The same thing occurred to me, where I sometimes matched the cultivation of other creatures, yet my stats were slower, although all the ones I fought were always a realm higher, so I was always at a disadvantage, actually. The only time this was different was Benladin, but her power didn't come from the mana core itself, but the overpowered mold on its full splendor. Though I'm sure that the mold can grow even stronger through the cultivation of her mana core. So, in resume, albeit mana cores are the greatest source of power for a being, it doesn't mean everything. Rules don't seem as strict to monsters, especially because there are special ranks or evolutions between them, such as the kings, leaders, emperors, and so on. All these types of monsters might match their relatives on cultivation rank and stages, but they are often stronger even if they are. And this difference and rule-breaking capability is enhanced when we apply stuff as crazy as unique skills into the equation. To summarize it in simple words, we are broken. Layden's mold unique skill is insanely powerful, and unique skills seem to be above any type of power in this world, such as my overpowered winter magic, which I have been developing a lot lately. My system, too, it helps me eat mana cores and gain stats, something that other monster can't do. They actually just evolve naturally by eating monster flesh and plants, which are all cultivation materials, and by naturally absorbing the mana of the environment and gain more mana as they age. Experienced ice wolves might be able to become leaders and evolve into these forms after years of experience, eating monsters, and such. But I'm a living pack of cheats because I can skip all of that and eat mana cores. Albeit, they have to match my power to make much of a difference. Eating little ones is not helping much now, and they give less and fewer stats. Those below upper stage barely give me one stat. Most of the stats I am gaining are from exercise and cultivation. But even as I see my stats advance, I can't help but think that my stats might be fairly superior to any being on the same level of cultivation as me. Quite possibly. And this difference intensifies as I add the unique skills into the equation. Super regeneration with a mortal body, amazing magic with winter magic, and all of the skills and many other things the system itself offers, which all could be seen as cheats by themselves as well. Asking for a system was the best wish ever. It brings forth endless possibilities as I can get more skills, each one being essentially a power by itself, such as Phantom Body. As I train my Phantom Body, while seeing Binladen do sit-ups, I begin to think that albeit I had a rough start, I have become particularly stronger than the average of my mana core rank, and that mana core ranks are not everything as well. Day 66. Today, as I trained Phantom Body, I managed to create a more visible tentacle using my soul. I extended it into an ice fork and tried to lift it with it, but it went right through it, just as I thought. And I had experimented earlier, Phantom Body manifestations are not really physical. I can't touch any physical matter with them. This is a dilemma. I wanted extra limbs. My ultimate goal was to get extra phantom limbs in the form of human hands to handle utensils, grab things swifter, and more. But what can I do with it? I need to learn a way to make it physical. As I ponder how to make it physical, I also begin to think about how to strengthen my soul and that of Binladen. I had thought about one thing. What if I infuse mana directly into her soul through my phantom body? I have discovered that I can infuse it with mana and make something of a mana thread. Maybe the secret of soul cultivation is putting one soul into work by infusing mana into it, just like mana core cultivation. But would mana simply work? There's also the thing about damaging the soul and regenerating it. But I am afraid that her soul might not be similar to mine in means of regeneration, so perhaps she might need to develop way more mana pool first. Another option is by eating souls. But how can I even eat a soul? I have no idea. How can I find a soul? I can't see any floating around either. I cannot see them yet. But I think I might be able to develop it thanks to the supernatural senses ability on my immortal body, unique skill. There's a lot of things piled up to do, a big list. So let's begin by training. I've been training physically with Binladen since this morning. She has become stronger and bullier now, and can take on my hits if I don't go serious. She was even able to block my weakest spear techniques, Spear Tail with her Ice Dragon Shield, the one I crafted for her using my scales, wrapped with super hard ice threads, and also I added some more ice inside. Clash. My spear tip tail clashes against the scale shield Binladen holds, as she infuses mana into it and does what I call shield technique, where a warrior infuses mana into their shield to make it tougher and heavier. Of course, this only works with magic shields that can absorb and harbor mana, but of course, the one I've crafted obviously can do that without breaking a sweat. Binladen resists my powerful spear tail attack as she steps back a little bit, glaring at me with resolve. That's a good look on your eyes. Now come, I said as I provoked Binladen so she can get more of her rage out, something she needs to learn for whenever she will have to fight that thing again. Ichwai, axe slash, clash. Binladen's axe clashes against my tail. The impact and piercing power is strong enough to actually bend the first layer of my scales, and even reach the second layer and partially bend the third and last layer of scales. Impressive. But not enough. Clash. I raise my tail and hit her axe again, throwing Binladen over the soft snow. Poof. Are you okay? I asked. Binladen quickly stands up and cleans her clothes from the snow. Yeah, don't worry. Let's do it again, said Binladen. Her shiny yellow gold eyes seemed enthusiastic to fight. Clash. Slash. Her axe hits my tail, and then she suddenly throws her shield at me Captain America style by putting mold on it and making it float and fly faster in midair. Clash. The impact was strong enough, and it made me flinch for a small second, enough for her to reach my back with her axe and jump with her great dexterity, clashing the axe into my neck from behind. Clash. The impact was so strong all 3 scale layers bend, and the first scale is actually pierced. However, that's all she can reach. Good one, but you got a long way to go. I roar as I raise my claws and hit her into the shield. She manages to defend well against my enormous attack and flies into the snow again. Poof! Wag! I slowly walk towards her. We are done for today. Let's move on to other more important things. I actually wanted to try something out with you, I said. No more fighting? And what? Asked Binladen. We can fight some more tomorrow. I never expected she would end up liking fighting physically. For now, I want to see if it is possible to strengthen your soul, Ben, I said. Oh, so that's how it is? All right then. I trust you, Drake, said Binladen, as she walked at my side, and we went back to the cave. There, I finally began the experiment I wanted to see if I could train her soul through my phantom body. I extended a tendril of phantom and slowly put it inside of her body, inside of her back. At first, she felt rather weirded out, but after a bit, that feeling went away. "Is it working?" she asked while sitting cross-legged and meditating at my side. Not exactly. It is not really working, damn it," I sighed. "So you want to touch my soul with your soul, and like that be able to strengthen it?" asked Ben. "Yeah, that's my plan, but I can't seem to find your soul," I said. "Maybe try to look now," said Ben, as she unleashed her mana aura, the concentration of her mana inside her mana core, making it flow into her body continuously and creating an aura of mana surging from her smooth blue skin. Flash! Suddenly, as she began to spend mana in large quantities, I felt something there. I quickly moved my phantom body towards this direction and finally managed to touch her soul with mine, at long last. "Ah!" cried Benliden. Perhaps it felt a bit weird. "Sorry, did it startle you?" I asked. "Ah, no. If it is you, I can trust you," said Benliden. As I continued the soul training with Benliden, I continued to touch her soul with my own. The moment I did, we felt a strange, mental connection between the two. It was as if she was now able to talk to me telepathically, the same way I do with my telepathy skill. I expanded my phantom body through her soul, as we felt a mystical connection. "This is strange, Drake," said Benliden. "Sorry if it is awkward. Let me stop for now," I said. "No, it is fine. If it is you who is inside me, it's fine," said Benliden. Why did this sound so weird? This is just souls. Why does this girl have to make it sound so strange? No, stop thinking about this. Let's just continue with the soul training. Cold mind, cold head. I see. Anyways, I believe your soul is rather strange, I said. Strange? Asked Benliden curiously. Don't mind it, relax. I said. Okay, said Benliden obediently. Indeed, it is strange. When I touched Benliden's soul, it felt rather different. In fact, it felt completely different than mine. It was as if her soul was strangely larger, but wrapped up in itself. The strangest part is that unlike my soul, which felt icy and tranquil, her soul felt like slime. It was constantly moving around as I moved my phantom body inside of it, and it sometimes entangled itself around my soul and then let me go. As I put all of my senses into it, I decided to see the entire soul. I closed my eyes until I felt it, her soul. What is this? I glanced at Benliden's soul, but instead of what one would think a soul would look like, this soul was completely pitch black like an abyss. It resembled a constant mass of darkness expanding and contracting itself as several tentacles came out of it only to enter again. It was slimy and oozy like the mold. Has the mold completely assimilated her soul? Or has her soul been like this ever since before this? How did this came to be? Her soul is like the mold itself? But how? Was her soul different before being given the mold in her past life? Of course she wouldn't know, but it only makes it stranger. There are many mysteries, more than I had expected to find. Benliden's soul seems to be a completely new enigma altogether. But if it's so big, why did it felt so weak? Wait, I get it. Benliden doesn't have two souls. No, I was completely wrong. It was obvious. The mold and her soul both have different consciousness, but they are the same soul. The evil thing, that entity that named itself Miranda like her past life, is not a separate soul. It is her own soul. This could explain why Benliden's soul is so big and monstrous. It is the same appearance as the beast that showed up in the mindscape of Benliden. So, she possesses the same powers and capabilities as the entity trying to suppress her. This means that she simply needs to learn how to use this, and how to manage to use her own power against this split consciousness of her own soul to defeat it. If it were a different soul altogether, it would have been way harder, but if it is her very soul, the one containing this two consciousness, then it could be more than possible to destroy it if Benliden becomes dominant enough alongside gaining full control over her own soul. But would Benleden want to kill this consciousness? No, I would need to first ask her that. She had been fine with me suppressing it, but I don't even know if it is a good thing to destroy it somehow. Wait for a second. Wouldn't it damage her soul if she destroys something that belongs to it? Maybe this is way more complicated than I had initially considered. If she has to destroy her own piece of soul to defeat this split consciousness that represents the mold's will, then she would be ending up damaging her own soul. This means that her own life is connected with this consciousness, and both cannot separate and destroy each other, only suppress each other to gain control over the body. How troublesome. This reminds me of Naruto with a nine-tailed fox to an extent, but the nine-tailed fox was an actual nice dude at the end. This mold thing is a complete sicko. Could it be possible for Benleden to somehow befriend this entity? If we apply Naruto logic here, perhaps the mold just want acceptance and companionship, to feel, I don't know, loved? Wait, that's way too clumsy. I doubt it would be the truth. Or is it? If according to what Benleden said, the mold itself was made replicating her own mind, this means that it might carry similar traumas, which ended in twisting its perception and personality into complete insanity. And now that it seems how Benleden tries to reject her after she realized the thing she had done, perhaps it is trying desperately to receive her attention and love like it once was used to be given in her previous life. But I believe it was an abusive relationship even since her first life. Well, it seems that however I attacked it, it has been suppressed for the time being. It seems like her soul is okay. It is serene, even though it looks like this. Nonetheless, Benleden is a good girl. Even if her soul looks like this, I know she's not like this. When I attacked this thing with my soul ice, it was destroyed and turned into ashes, but her soul doesn't seem particularly damaged, nor she said anything about feeling any pain. There could be two options regarding this. Her soul can easily heal itself and feels no pain when damaged, or that I didn't hurt her at all. If this thing shows up again, and it gets all aggressive again, I will have to hop inside of Benleden's soul again, so as long as I can keep suppressing it like this, it should be fine. But even then, we have to work out some other solution. Day 67. After yesterday's soul training, I had not decided to tell Benleden about the current appearance of her soul, but I did tell her everything else, from the thing about her soul being shared with that entity to the possibilities that it could entail, and more. And I also told her about her soul being strange, without telling her that it looked like a monster made of mold. It was hard, but I simply told her that her soul was different, and that it seemed that it could become possible to train it, although I don't know how I could put any strain into such a strong soul. It seems that Benleden's soul was inherently strong and possesses a large amount of soul density, yet it hasn't started on its cultivation, so it is all just over-accumulated power from I don't know where. After that, Benleden began to consider if it was actually worth it to befriend such an entity, and she felt overall very thoughtful. Most likely she has a lot to think and consider, so for the rest of the day we simply did exercises and then trained mana through group cultivation. As Benleden was doing push-ups in front of me, I began to consider what could I do to strengthen her soul. Wait, if I strengthen it, wouldn't it strengthen that consciousness as well? Yeah, then what do I do? Perhaps simply training her will is the way. As she trained physically, I was training my soul. Unlike the young miss here, which is actually older than me by like 22 years, I was training my soul and discovering new ways to strengthen it. Mostly because I felt ridiculed by seeing her monstrous soul, and I felt like I also wanted a giant soul. I mean, my soul is very big, but not as gargantuan as hers. I will not train her soul for now, until there is some way to defeat that consciousness of the mold. I had already told her this right about now. No soul training, she asked, as I was extending my soul in several threads over my body, shaping them and moving them like tentacles to train my soul manipulation. I've also been trying to use mana and infuse it into the tentacles to make them physical, but it hasn't been working completely. You still need a nice grasp over the soul manipulation, which I'm slowly training through repeated use of Phantom Body. Nope, your soul is way too big. I think it is stronger than mine. As you can see, and if you remember what I told you yesterday, the power that the consciousness used against you is your very power. If we train it and begin soul cultivation with it, it will become even stronger, putting you at a disadvantage as it will use such new power to overwhelm you. I said, "Oh, you're right," sighed Benleden. "What we need to do is simple." I said, what?" she asked. "Oh, come on, Benleden. We already talked about this. We need to train your will and help you harbor your emotions, to not be so passive when that entity emerges and to fight back," I said. "To fight back." "You're right," said Benleden, as her hands gripped into tight fists. "That's the spirit. Let's keep training together." "But we won't stay here for too long," I said. We won't train more here," she asked. "Benleden, we can't hold ourselves here any longer. I believe we have cultivated enough for the journey ahead. We must grow stronger as we adventure through the world." I had already reached a big progression wall. No matter how many mana cores I eat or how much I cultivate, I can't get over my current rank. "We need to explore new areas and find new prey," I said. You're right. We have spent almost an entire month in here. I suppose it is time to keep going," she said. "Yeah, we'll go through the skies," I said. "The skies? All right, you can fly." "Oh, but what about Frost and everyone else?" asked Benleden. "Frost and his pack can follow me through the snow and the mountains. They're ice wolves, so they're made to run through long distances. As their pack leader, they instinctively follow my scent and reach us no matter how far away we go. The pups had just become adults, so it should be a good time to get going," I said. "I see. So when are we doing it?" she asked. "In a week. Let's spend these next 7 days training rigorously as much as we can, all right? Although I will be training my soul more than anything, as my physical body can't get any stronger by doing exercise, and my mana core is too strong to gain any power through normal mana core refinery," I said. "Okay then. I'm all pumped up if I'm going on an adventure with you, Drake. I think my tribe should not be so far away. Perhaps we could find them," said Benleden. "I sure hope so, for now. Let's keep training," I said. "All right," said Benleden. She seemed to have regained a lot of vitality since the first day we met. She seems a bit different too. I guess I've done a good job at helping her recover. And then she walked towards me and hugged my belly. Ben," I asked. Thank you. Thank you for being at my side for this month, Drake. It really means a lot to me," she said. Her yellow gold eyes were about to cry, but she contained her tears. She was very big, as she was already an adult ice giant woman, but to me, she was still small, and I knew that deep down she was still growing. It's nothing. Don't worry about it," I said as I petted her. This whole encounter with her was all out of a sudden, but it really changed my perception of the life and the world I am living in now. "I hope I can stay at your side. In the future, too," she said. "Sure, if you want to, why not?" I asked. I often wonder if this was set by fate. Wait, fate? I wonder if Benleden is. It has been almost a month since I met Drake. Before I was to meet him, my life was filled with darkness. I didn't know who I was. I didn't remember what I was. I was drowning in darkness. Drake is my light. As if it were set my fate, he found me. Even when I was an ugly mold monster. Even when I tried to kill him. He defeated me and used his strange blood to make me immune to my own mold. I would have never thought that such a thing could be possible. But this world is filled with wonders that not even common sense can explain completely. I remember back in the day when I was with my family. Those were nice days. But then everything shattered when I realized the mold was here too. I had nightmares about them being consumed by it, and I didn't want that to happen. So I ran away and keep running, and until I was so far away, I lost myself. I don't know what happened afterward, but one day I just passed out from my exhaustion, and then I was taken over by it, the mold. After that, it was a turbulent life that I barely remember. I just remember roaming aimlessly in the wild, killing monsters and eating them for years. Most of my mind was drowning in the darkness created by the mold. I was imprisoned in this cage where I couldn't come out. But deep inside, I didn't want to come out. Why? Well, it was simple. I didn't have anywhere to go. I was a monster. I would hurt my parents and anyone that were to get closer to me. I resigned myself to live like a monster, an endless cycle of slaughter and eating. There was no end to it, no other purpose than survival. I resigned to everything and willingly let the mold cage me into my own soul. Even if I could have fought back, what was the point? I would only suffer. It was better to stay like that. Well, until he showed up. This giant and amazing-looking ice dragon the size of a building. He was so cool. Well, he's still cool. Drake is just amazing. I can't stop thinking about him to the point that I feel a bit awkward. But he wasn't just a wild dragon. He was a gentleman deep down. He helped me despite what I was. He had fought molded monsters before and learned that his blood could cancel out the mold's effects. Using it, he freed me. When I drank his blood, I felt a strange feeling, a warmth which I had forgotten. Memories began to bubble up and, poof, I suddenly gained a lot of willpower. And I defeated the mold, the consciousness of it, which also calls itself Miranda. And after that, Drake took care of me. He even healed my tummy and all. I don't think anyone has ever been so nice to me except my parents. I feel so indebted to him. There's a feeling blossoming from the depth of my heart. I just want to pay him back for everything he had done for me. I want to stay at his side forever. I know it sounds weird. Maybe I shouldn't think like this. Perhaps Drake will think I am a freak or something. He's always cheering me up no matter what. He's always there to tell me that there will be brighter days, that there are always ways to do things. For someone like him, there's no such thing as impossible. I can already tell. He might say that he is covered with hard scales, but his scales are comfortable for me. My skin turned very hard after drinking his blood, so I can bear his scales. I just like to hug him. Add he had never minded when I do, even though he should feel weirded out or something. He doesn't. Well, we're both from Earth, it seems, but he had a very different life than me. Perhaps due to this, he has such a strong spirit, something that I lack. When I am at his side, I feel like I want to live more, that I want to believe in myself, because I know that Drake is with me. I want to keep striving forward and to keep growing stronger. When we are together, we'll be unstoppable. Yeah, but there's something else. The mold is not going away. He told me that. I needed to consider things. It was part of my soul. It seems that the mold itself is me. He said that it is a soul with two minds. So if we try to destroy the other mind, it might end up damaging my soul terribly. And Drake doesn't know if he would be able to heal another person's soul as he can do it with himself. He says that he might be able to do it with his own soul due to his special abilities. So I don't really know what to do with all of this. What should I do, Drake? I think we should try, right? Maybe. Perhaps. But it seems like Miranda is slumbering. Drake hit her hard. I hope that through this slumber, maybe she can change her ways. It is too rare for someone to learn their lesson after being beaten. Maybe she will keep being the same, or maybe she will change. Whatever is the case, I guess we'll have to see what's going to happen someday. But just as I said earlier, when I am with Drake, I feel like I want to live. When I am with him, I really want to live more, to enjoy things more, and explore the world and grow stronger. He always says that there are many dangers in the world, so we have to be careful and train more too. But I've been trying to suppress these feelings. I think I've developed more feelings for Drake than simply friendship. I don't know how to explain it. Even more when we consider we are different traces, completely different. I mean, he is a giant ice dragon, a being considered a monster in some cases. He also has a completely different body type than me. And I am an ice giant, a humanoid being. We don't match at all. It might even come out as super weird. But I can't help but have these feelings for him. Perhaps I don't find his body sexually attractive, but I feel like he is a beautiful dragon, and that his heart, his feelings, and his personality are all so beautiful. So I can't help but love him. Is it too soon? Maybe too sudden? I don't know. I am simply being honest with my heart. I love Drake, but I can't say this. I can't possibly say this ever in my life. We are virtually different species. We can't do any adult stuff either. We are simply that. We can't develop this. It is impossible. And it makes me so sad. So sad. But I keep this hidden from him, and I smile because I know he likes my smile. It hurts. Ugh. That damn dragon. It hurt me so badly. I don't know how it even managed to get inside my soul and attack me like that. That damn giant and disgusting being. Wag. I hate it so much. Why? Why did it have to show up out of nowhere and ruin our perfect world? I was so happy before with Miranda at my side. We don't need anyone else than ourselves. After all, we are twins for a reason. But why? Why is she neglecting me so much? I don't know. I have only been trying to help her this entire time. I have only been trying to save her, to make her suffer less. I don't know how we landed here to begin with, but it all started on another world, Earth. I don't know what I was. I used to be a being without a mind. And perhaps I still exist there, as my body seemed endless. Perhaps I am but a mere fraction of my real self. But from what memories I had, I was found in a cave in Africa. I don't know how I landed there, but I was there. I barely remember anything before I acquired consciousness after fusing with Miranda, so all of this is confusing for me. Every time I try to remember what I used to be, it hurts my mind. It is like a thunder shock. But, what I remember from it, if I bear the pain, is that I landed there somehow, with a bang. There was some burning pain when I landed on Earth. And then, through the night, it healed. And then, I crawled and crawled, until I found a cave. It was fresh and cold. And I resided there. I don't know for how long, until I was found by someone that took a piece of me, and then began to do strange things. That piece of me is me. And amongst the strange experiments, there was one that included cutting another piece of me and fuse it with a little fetus. This was Miranda. By fusing myself with her cells and deeply rooting into her bones at head, I managed to share consciousness with her brain. And that's how I got a mind. I suppose it was a fate-bound encounter. But the experiments they did to us were awful, and Miranda suffered a lot. I was always trying to save her, to fight back against these scientists, but they always managed to suppress me and use Miranda for their vile goals. I couldn't express the hate I harbored for them. How dare they make Miranda suffer so much? I wanted them all dead, all dead. So one day, when we were finally strong enough, we killed them all. Damn bastards, they all died horribly. I still am savoring their deaths. It feels good to kill, taking away the life of the weak and pathetic that dares damage us. It feels delicious. It is something that we don't share with Miranda. She doesn't like that. She is a gentler girl. But it is fine. After all, I am the sister that does the fighting. I will always protect my little sister from all the bad people. That dragon is a bad people too. She is trying to take her away from me, to teach her weird things. And she is developing weird feelings for that monster. How disgusting. Why are you feeling like that, Miranda? I don't understand. The only thing he does is forcing you to exercise, to give you horrible food that makes your stomach ache, and to force you to train that strange energy known as mana. Also, he can feel better with himself. Don't you realize that he is just a hypocrite? He is just trying to feel better with himself by helping you. He only sees you as a pathetic little girl. I bet he doesn't even care about you, and only that you grow stronger, so you can become his tool or something. He probably wants to use our power for that, I bet. But instead of feeling any anger against him, you only keep increasing your affection for him. What is wrong with your head, Miranda? You disappoint me, little sister. And you even neglect me like this, after everything I've done to protect you. You treat me as if I were a monster that has only been parasitizing you, when I've been protecting and saving your life this whole time. This whole time. I can't believe how ungrateful you are. It really hurts me. It makes me feel so bitter. Why? You're the only thing I have. Why do you treat me like this? Miranda, you're my world. Why? Why do you treat me like garbage now? After all we have done together. After all the time we have enjoyed together. After all the good times. After surviving and trying to look for a better future together. I even let you have that stupid family that I didn't even care for on Earth. Yet you treat me like this? It hurts. It hurts so much. What purpose is there for me if you're not at my side? I feel so empty without you. What is the point of even being alive? I don't want this. Miranda, stop being angered with me. Quickly realize the truth and forgive me, so we can be together again. Why do you have to treat me like this when the only thing I am trying to do is helping you? Now I feel so weak and I can't do anything. I am hopeless and alone. I don't want to be alone. Miranda, where are you? Why is no one with me? Why don't you love me? Why no one loves me? I am a miserable. I'm just an ugly piece of black mold at the end. I am nothing. Yeah, I guess I am really nothing. I am just a piece of garbage. Without Miranda, I am nothing. I am empty. Date 74. 7 days have passed since I told Benleden that we would finally begin moving out of this place. We had really spent a nice amount of time here, mostly preparing, surviving, and slowly building up strength. We had been diligently training physically and cultivating our mana as much as we possibly could, albeit I had reached a level of power that it was hard to cross this progression wall. So even though I trained just as hard as her, the results I got were quite unsatisfactory. That's why I decided to, as always, abuse my system, spamming offensive skills and practicing them with her, as well as training my soul through constantly practicing the Phantom skill. I was also constantly practicing my 2 magics. Ice magic had become quite good now, and I think I'm grasping higher tiers of magic, which were included in my last wishes as it slowly upgraded into the last tier, winter magic. The higher the tier of magic, the stronger it becomes, of course, and the more devastating yet precise their effects can become. Of course, the stronger things become, the costlier they also become. By constantly conjuring magic through the entire day, while also cultivating mana through mana cultivation, I had reached more or less the limit of my own mana capacity. It seems that my mana core cannot take anymore, so it began to increase very slowly. Perhaps this gained mana was now being stored inside of my soul. It seems that without a mana core, the capacity of mana storage I would have would be very low compared to how it is now. And even more, if we consider it as rank 2 middle stage. I've been dreaming about evolving for some time, so I really want to get going and find some delicious prey. Something of the same rank, or at least of rank 2 initial stage, would be ideal. Going back to the magic talk, my ice and wind magic had become very potent, and I had acquired a wider array of spells I can conjure. Well, spells is a pretty loose term in this world, as magic seems to simply form the shapes you want. Perhaps more advanced cultures use spells, but monsters like me simply will the magic to mold to whatever we desire. This thought was quickly confirmed by Benleden a few days ago, as she had told me that in her village there was a small library that contained grimoires, magical books that people use to learn spells fitting of their affinities and attributes. Although people could have the same attribute, such as ice, their affinity might be different. Some might be able to be better at offensive magic, while others could even become healers with such an attribute, and other defenders with it. This difference between the same attribute made every individual unique, even amongst many with the same element, which is probably a way of how the people in this world classify the different types of fighters. Of course, some are hybrid and can combine 2 different types of affinities, and well, if we include magic weapons into the equation alongside body-strengthening magic, there could also be a lot of physical classes despite this world cultivators, all using merely mana, which is often associated with just spells. However, Benleden had said that many within her village specialized in physical combat. So there are cultivators with warrior classes that use their mana cores to fortify their bodies and attain superhuman levels of strength. Even more, superhuman than the naturally gifted strength of an ice giant, to boot. She remembers that her father was one of these warrior class cultivators, as he lacked talent in magic but still had the power to use mana to an extent, so he used it to reinforce his body a bit and also to enhance his axe with it, giving him the power to use axe techniques, which were merely ways of how people use their axes while imbuing them with mana to generate greater results. Benleden had already learned axe techniques, and she's getting better every day. Sadly, she didn't know more about grimoires as she never had the privilege of using one, but they seemed like magical items that help people easily learn spells. They seem to be created through the magic of some sort. Perhaps alchemy exists in this world as well. They reminded me of martial technique scrolls in a way. Comparing these classes with me, I would guess I am more of a magus classes, which are those qualified as long-ranged magic fighters that throw spells from far away for devastating damage. But additionally that, I'm also good at physical combat, so I would be a warrior class as well. And even more, I'm also quite good at creating mini tools using mere ice. Some of them even include magic weapons and equipment, so I would also be qualified as a crafter class. The only thing I lack is healing spells. Benladin said that her mother was a healer class, and she was able to create glistening ice dust that cooled down wounds and slowly made them close while removing infections. To think that even ice could be used for healing. Maybe I could also practice it? I've been concentrating on training my soul more than anything, but perhaps I should begin trying to make a healing spell out of my magic. Of course, it wouldn't be for me, as I can easily heal myself, but it would be for those that cannot so easily, such as Yuki, Benladin, and the wolves to which I have grown attached. However, from what I've practiced with my magic before, I guess it could be said that I am developing more and more into the crafting class, as I've been perfecting my ability to create shapes and forms with ice, and the more mana I get, the larger these shapes and structures can become. And even more, as I have wind magic, the winds have become denser and more precise, and I've been able to even cut through wood precisely. I've been cooking up something through these last 7 days. What have I been cooking? Well, it is something rather modest, very humble, in fact. I didn't want to go by myself on this journey. I mean, without a house. I know, I am a giant dragon, and that no normal house could even contain my enormous body, but maybe what I've made in these last 7 days could be considered more like a small fortress. Oh yes, my ice magic has surpassed my previous limits, and as I practiced more and more, the better I became. I think I might become the greatest ice mage in the entire world, but I should not get overconfident with myself and keep practicing. However, what I have reached as of now could be said to be way above a mere rank 2 middle stage cultivator. Indeed, I have surpassed my own limits in every way possible, and perhaps I have become even greater than I could have ever expected, and all of that in 7 mere days. I think I am becoming arrogant by the second, but that is not without a reason. And that is why I am showing off my creation today to my public, Benladin, Yuki, Frost, and the other wolves. I had already covered it with snow, so they wouldn't be able to see. Benladin glanced at me with a bright smile, expectant for what I had in store, while Yuki seemed to be tired of my shit. Wait, what with that expression? At least Frost seems excited, as he's waving his tail, and it is totally not because Benladin is petting him right now. I am thankful that you have all come here today, as I had finally decided to show you the project I've been working on over the last week. I said, "Oh, you're finally going to show us the fortress you made? It is so big. It took some hours to cover it with snow," asked Benladin. "Gah, Benladin, it was supposed to be a secret, a surprise. How did you found it?" I asked. "Yeah, everyone knows that you were making a floating ice fortress. You worked like 12 hours a day making it," said Benladin. "No, forget about those memories. Stop. It was supposed to be a surprise." I said, "Seriously, this girl really doesn't know how to read the mood. They'll be well, sorry. Oh, let me do this and boop, I forgot." "Oh, what were we doing here?" asked Benladin as she moved in circles while covering her eyes and then glanced at me back, pretending to have forgotten. Yeah, I guess she's trying to cheer me up, but this is a bit too much. I glanced at her with a tired expression as I sighed. "Well, here it is, the ice fortress," sighed as I blew some wind and took away all the enormous pile of snow before us, which was around 18 meters, revealing a large fortress constructed with reinforced magic ice bricks. It was like a huge block made of ice bricks, and its interior possessed wooden ceiling, walls, and furniture of both wood and ice. There was even a chimney I set up carefully by using ice as well as wood, which I manipulated through wind magic, carrying it around like telekinesis and meticulously building everything like it was now. The entire block had a large entrance that held a large gate that opened downwards. It perfectly fitted my size, and I would also be able to sleep inside rather comfortably. There was enough space for a second floor where I put a kitchen and store dried meat, and anything we have gathered such as herbs, dried mushrooms, and root salt. The top of the block had a pointy end, which I shaped around to make it smooth so it could be aerodynamic because I was planning to use this thing in the skies as well. Oh, and it had enormous wheels too, made of the super-resistant magic ice, which is insanely strong the more mana I used to create it. The stairs to the second floor were also made wide and big for me, although I could also fly over it. I suppose they were made more for Benleden. And that was it. I worked diligently on this side project while also doing all of the training stuff. Making this brick by brick was certainly tiring, but thanks to parallel mind through processing, I discovered I could let a parallel mind making bricks while I was doing something else. Talk about convenience. Similarly, I can use a parallel mind to conjure wind magic and make the whole fortress float in midair while I do something completely different. I had also learned to create something similar to runes, which is when I imbued so much intent and mana into a certain object, a strange letter-shaped image would emerge on the item, which I called rune. Runes carry specific tasks when you give them enough mana. So I created runes with the task of floating, which I stuck in the ice bricks that made the floor of the fortress, and then whenever I infuse mana into it, the fortress will float automatically. There's another way to let it float, which is by letting it use the mana core batteries I left stored in a small compartment, which is merely mana cores I have ground from whatever small fry I killed. The fortress automatically absorbs these mana cores through the runes and floats. I've calculated that with the mana cores I've accumulated there, it could float for an entire month. Oh, amazing. So we will go with our home, said Benleden with a happy smile. That's right. We'll travel with our very home, and I will also upgrade it as we go, or more like it will upgrade itself as we go, I said while laughing. Upgrade itself? Asked Benleden as I smiled maliciously, although I have a stiff face, so I couldn't show any expression. Yes, what did I mean by upgrade itself? Suddenly the large fortress began to exude an icy azure aura from within, which possessed quite the phantasmal properties. These last 7 days I've been not only sharpening my magic, but also my soul. Although 7 days is not so much, I have been able to strengthen my soul by a bit through the overuse of the phantom body skill. Although I have yet to find a way to materialize my phantom body, which is somewhat of a representation of my soul, I learned how to, cut it. I had actually realized I could bend my soul the moment phantom body reached level 3. Bending it, I was able to move it around to my will, sometimes overextending a tentacle made of soul or stretching it as if it were mantle. Albeit it wasn't so much, when I used a lot of intent, I could tear it down and damage my own soul. It was painful the first time I tried, albeit the wound was small, I damaged my soul. However, after I infused mana into the wound, and then the natural mana regeneration filled the wound, my soul recovered, and suddenly I gained some more soul density, increasing my soul cultivation stage to middle stage. Like this, I discovered I was able to bend and damage my own soul by stretching it like a piece of fabric until it broke, and then recovered it through natural healing to make it stronger. But each time the soul breaks, it hurts horribly, and pain resistance doesn't affect my soul, only my body. So every time I wanted to train my soul, I had to bear with the horrible soul pain, which is several times greater than normal physical pain. It was so painful that I was feeling fatigate where I shouldn't, and I couldn't easily do this every day. But I still did it. Yeah, I simply decided to live with the pain. Although it was horribly painful, and it still is, every day I at least broke my soul once. Only rip it open a little bit, and then I let it regenerate automatically through pouring mana into the wound. Like this, I slowly accumulated soul density over 7 days, which amounted to reach upper stage in the realm I currently was in soul cultivation, making my soul even stronger. Well, it might become even stronger after I manage to reach the next realm. But that's not the important issue here. The important issue here is that I managed to divide my soul. Yeah, it weakened me. It weakened me a lot, but I did it for the sake of experimentation. I'm still recovering from dividing my soul, as I've gone all the way down to the initial stage again. It was a fitting sacrifice for my very first creation, of course. When I split my soul, I did the same thing I did when I damaged it. I manipulated my soul and accumulated a lot of it, and then I stretched it until it came out. When it came out, a split soul would probably, dissipate into the air. But instead of that, I infused a split mind into it beforehand, and when the split soul was cut off, it gained sentience and became something like a tiny will-o-wisp. I am an ice dragon, but maybe I have the aptitude to be a Dracolic. More importantly, this little will-o-wisp wasn't a clone of me. As I stated earlier, split minds through the parallel mind thought processing are not lively, and are more like small AI that can do things for me. They lack emotions. But when one of them was given a little split soul body, it began to discover the world and everything around it, becoming an individual. However, it only lasted for a few minutes before it began to slowly dissipate. So, I had to desperately put it somewhere. It seemed rather risky, but there was no other option than to try. So I decided to use it like a ghost that possesses an inanimate object and possessed the whole fortress with this little split soul. It had some difficulty at first, but I used my mana to fuel its possession until it worked. And this happened just last night. It seems that by employing my own soul, I can possess inanimate objects and create something like golems. I can't see other souls at all, nor control them, but if it is my own soul, it seems to work. Perhaps one day, I might be able to do it with other souls, but for now, only with my own. Well, I am a straightforward ice dragon with wind magic. Expecting me to be an expert at necromancy is too far of a stretch. Nonetheless, I decided to reveal something that not even the cheeky Benleden knew about. The wolves became alert as the phantasmal and icy aura of the fortress began to leak out, their hair becoming spiky as they became scared. Even Yuki got all shocked, jumping out of the snow and falling on her head. She's fine. And Benleden fell over her, but as her large eyes widened even more, glaring at the entity that I had awoken. "Awaken my fortress," I said as the near 20 meters tall, two-floor fortress roared. "Guyuawonin." The floor below us trembled as the ice fortress released a loud roar. "Amazing. This is just so cool." "Drake, how did you even do this?" asked Benleden. She looked like she was looking at something completely out of her mind. "Long story short, let's say that I just cut off my soul and stuck it into it," I said. That sounds dangerous," said Benleden. "Well, yes, but actually no, I am fine. I mean, I got tired and it hurt a lot, and my soul cultivation went down, but now I'm slowly recovering. And the outcome was totally worth it," I said. "The outcome was making a living ice fortress?" asked Benleden. "I told you it was worth it," I said, petting the fortress with my claws. "Gee-yo-in." "Ahem, can I drop the act now?" asked the fortress. "Ah, well, yes, I suppose you already instilled enough fear into their hearts," I laughed. It can talk too?" asked Benleden. She was getting surprised way too much now. "Yeah, the fortress can talk. I mean that split souls had no personalities, but they can develop one. They also kind of hold knowledge and memories of my own, but are virtually different as they were emotionless until now. The ice fortress is still developing its personality and emotions, but it seems to be a chill guy or girl. Interestingly enough, my kin command skill works on it, so I can more or less force it to do my bidding. Well, not like I need to. Yeah, I can speak. Well, I was only born last night, so I am still developing my sense of self," said the ice fortress. "Okay, I'm glad to have another person to speak with." And not like I mean that it is bad with only you, Drake," said Benleden. "But if you said it, then you make me think you intended to say that, and now you're apologizing." I said, "Gay. Anyways, I still have no name," said the ice fortress. "Ice fortress is a nice name, right?" asked Benleden. "Sorry for being so direct with you, but that name sucks," said the ice fortress. "You're right," sighed Benleden. "Okay, I will pick up the name. How about Fuyu?" "It is winter in Japanese," I said. "Oh, sounds good to me," said Benleden. "Fuyu might be acceptable," said the ice fortress. "Ding, you've named the ice fortress golem, rank 1 upper stage, as Fu." The moment I decided on the name, the system showcases that it has been named through the naming skill. And indeed, just as it said there, Fuyu has a mana core. Indeed, even golems need an artificial mana core to use magic, and also as their core for their existence within their material bodies. And Fuyu's artificial mana core is within the compartment where I saved up all those dozens of mana cores. The moment Fuyu was created, all the mana cores merged into a larger one, Fuyu's mana core. It fills the entire ice fortress with its own mana, but it is more like a battery, and it needs my supply to store more mana. Well, it can still produce passively, but not as much and not enough. This is why I need to charge it with mana as if it were a battery. Yuki and the wolves watch as the ice fortress speaks. They're still quite terrified, but after I named it, something strange occurs. It is as if they suddenly recognize as one of them. Maybe because they're also named? Very well then, today is the day, right? Let's go pack everything in the cave here then. I am so happy you created Fuyu, Drake. It will be nice to carry a comfy home everywhere we went to. Thank you, said Benladin, as she hugged my front leg. Ah, well, I made it for you more than anything. I'm glad you like Fuyu. But now that it is a member of our group, let's treat it as an ally as well, I said. Of course. Wait here. For now, Fuyu, said Benladin, as she ran back to the cave with me. Of course, not like I can move. Oh wait, I can, said Fuyu, as it began to use its wheels to move around, albeit the trees get in the way, so it can only go in circles within the empty space where it was. While I carried a lot of furniture and stuff from the cave, using wind magic, and moved it inside of Fuyu with the assistance of Benladin, I decided to check Fuyu's status through my Analyze, which converts all the capabilities and strengths of a target into a status window similar to my own. Although they are not 100% accurate, they are very close to it. Name Fuyu. Race, Ice Fortress Golem, genderless. Mana Core Cultivation, Rank 1 Upper Stage. Status, Gathering Mana. Average Estimated Vitality, 4,000/4,000. Average Estimated Mana, 5,000/5,000. Average Estimated Strength, 1,600. Average Estimated Dexterity, 300. Average Estimated Magic, 850. Abilities, Comfortable Interior. Housework, Material Body. Phantasmal Icy Aura. Ice Fortress, Cold Immunity. Elemental Resistance. Status Effect, Immunity. Self-Repair, Material Assimilation. Mana Core Battery. Wind Magic Rune Float. Icicle Spear. Fuyu has more than I had originally expected. It has several unique abilities I've never seen on anyone else, and which I wished I could have. I seriously want some of them. It seems that most of its capabilities emerge as abilities. Even the runes I set on it capable of floating by using wind magic appears as an ability. I wonder if this might mean that it could become a part of its own power. Maybe I should imbue new runes on it, some that could constantly fire ice projectiles, so it becomes a flying fortress that can attack from far away. Wouldn't that be cool? But the thing is, making runes takes a toll on me. It really is very complicated, so I'm kind of evading it. But I will get to it. Fuyu, however, already comes with an offensive spell with Icicle Spear, so it is not completely defenseless. And it's done. As most things were carried inside Fuyu, we ended up looking over the empty cave as emotion bubbled inside of our hearts. We had spent over a month in here, and well, there are already many memories that we made. Perhaps it is little time for some people, but for us, it is filled with various memories. It feels kind of weird to get out of here. I was getting used to this place for so long. Sighed Benladin. I think the same. We have gathered many memories in here, but let's keep making more together as we explore this world, I said, reassuring Benladin. Drake. Benladin glanced at me with a gentle smile, a very beautiful smile. Yes, let's keep building memories together and let's survive together, she said as she hugged my arm again. Ugh, I wish I could be smaller to hug her better, to feel her warmth. Sigh. All right, now let's get going, I said as Benladin walked at my side, and we said our farewells to the cave. Now that everything is said and done, we finally decided to get moving. Everyone was rather excited, so they got inside of the flying fortress quite fast. Benladin, Yuki, and younger wolves, or the pregnant mother wolves would all stay inside, while I fly at the side of the fortress, and the other adult and strong wolves will be led by Frost in the ground. Wolves can naturally track me as I possess the title of pack leader, so they won't get lost, and as they are super magic wolves of another world, they can probably keep walking for days, although we'll take breaks and probably bring them in whenever they want to. But it seems that the adult and strong wolves wanted to go by on foot to develop and maintain their physical fitness. If they slack off all day inside the fortress, they will slowly lose their agility, it seems. Also, it is rather obvious that a floating ice fortress will bring some attention, so I decided to coat it with camouflage. The camouflage skill can be used in conjunction with magic, so I did a very neat trick where I created ice runes using camouflage, and now the ice fortress looks near transparent blue, so it mixes well with whatever color the background has. A clear day will make it take the color of the blue sky, and if there is a snowy or cloudy day, it can easily be hidden beneath the clouds. I flapped my large dragon wings and jumped straight into the sky. After reaching a good enough altitude, I used wind magic to support my gliding and mostly glided through the whole journey. Bin Laden was doing physical exercise inside the ice fortress with the wolves and Yuki, so they were having their own fun. We were going at a relatively slow pace, but it is good enough. In 2 or 3 days, we might reach the large mountain range in front of us, which Bin Laden said that she crossed while being half dead before the mold took over her. It seems that unless I learned how to fly, I would have stayed here, walking towards there for days, if not months and months. Good thing I can fly. It seems that the place I was born is the mountains right behind me. Mountain ranges are surrounding this entire pine tree forest, which, according to Bin Laden, was known as a dangerous wild area, where strong monsters that not even the ice giants could properly handle, such as the ice bears, rat gorilla, and the gators. Whenever we reach the mountain range, we'll get Frost and the rest of the wolves inside the fortress and quickly cross the mountains by flying above them, obviously. And as I admired the beauty of the skies, I checked my status, which had a few changes. Name, Drake. Race, adult winged ice dragon. Titles, Merciless, Savior, Pack Leader, Magic Teacher. Mana Core Cultivation, Rank 2, Middle Stage. Soul Cultivation, Soul Energy Gathering Realm, Initial Stage. Status, Satiated. Vitality, 5594/5594. Mana, 10105/10105. Strength, 5148. Dexterity, 3562. Magic, 9120. Abilities, Unique Skill, Immortal Body. Unique Skill, Winter Magic. Unique Skill, System. Unique Skill, Ice Absorption. Unique Skill, God Sealed. Camouflage, Level 5. High-Speed Thought Processing, Level 10. Super High-Speed Thought Processing, Level 1. Parallel Thought Processing, Level 9. Wind Magic, Level 9. Mana Control, Level 10. Precise Mana Control, Level 1. Telepathy, Level 9. Berserk Mode, Level 7. Fear-Inducing Aura, Level 7. Naming, Level 6. Kin Control, Level 4. Crafting, Level 6. Apothecary, Level 5. Mining, Level 5. Hasten Mana Regeneration, Level 3. Phantom Body, Level 4. Split Phantom, Level 1 New. Ice Thread Production, Level 4. Ice Smith, Level 2 New. Group Cultivation, Level 5. Whip Technique, Level 3. Spear Technique, Level 3. Projectile Fire, Level 4. Ice Dragon Natural Skills. Ice Dragon Bloodline. Ice Dragon Frost Breath, Level 3. Metallic Ice Dragon Scales, Level 3. Medium Self-Regeneration, Level 4. Strong Freezing Slash, Level 3. Furious Freezing Bite, Level 3. Freezing Tail Whip, Level 9. Steel Body, Level 3. Keen Instincts, Level 5. Resistance, Cold Immunity. Hunger Resistance, Level 4. Fear Resistance, Level 5. Pain Resistance, Level 6. Ice Dragon Natural Resistances. Physical Attack Damage Resistance, Level 10. Greater Physical Damage Resistance, Level 1. Fire Resistance, Level 4. Wind Resistance, Level 6. Thunder Resistance, Level 4. Oh damn, I'm looking pretty fine right there. Although my stats had hit a progression wall, so I can't increase them as fast as before. Albeit if I keep training and cultivating, I still get a few dozen stats, but I would need a few years to make a difference. Oh, I guess this is why the cultivators of novels always spend so long doing closed-doors cultivation or whatever. Anyways, there are still many commendable things here, such as the mana being at 10k. Such a good number, and its amazing regeneration are what helps me use wind magic to fly indefinitely. 5k strength is also insanely good. I could easily crush anything I wanted now. Unparalleled. I guess it is finally time to become the typical arrogant Shinsha main character. Joking. Aside from stats, my skills reached level 10 and awakened. Now my mind can think even faster and react even faster. Also, my precision in the usage of mana has improved greatly as I keep spamming magic nonstop. And also my physical damage resistance has reached a new height. Lastly, there are two new skills, Split Phantom and Ice Smith. I acquired Split Phantom when I split my soul yesterday to insert it into the Ice Fortress. I can now easily do this with this skill, but it obviously will weaken me a lot, so I will only split my Phantom when my soul is recovered, and probably when it is very strong. Lastly, there's Ice Smith. Indeed, instead of being a blacksmith, I am an ice smith. This skill came to be when I was making the Ice Fortress and crafted like 100 ice bricks, ice pillars, and more. It helps in the creation of ice items of all types of shapes and forms. When I combine its effects with crafting, it becomes truly amazing. Through Ice Smith, and by combining its effects with crafting, I can more or less create stupendous ice weapons and equipment, which is what Benleden is carrying as of now. Aside from her leather clothes, which she likes to wear, she also has metallic ice dragon scales plate armor, which I made through Ice Smith, and also using ice thread. Her boots were also crafted by me and enhanced with my ice, and she also has a large metallic ice dragon scale shield, which holds some of my defensive power, and it is also resistant to the elements I resist alongside the scale armor. Lastly, there's her ice axe, which she used to hunt prey with and also fight against me. After the axe took enough lives and was bathed in enough blood, mine included, which I poured willingly, it evolved through its self-evolution trait. It seems that most anything I deem as equipment becomes an item in the system, and anyone that wears it receives special effects. Checking on Benleden's equipment makes system windows emerge. It seems that the equipment itself has its own status. Weapon/weapon. Tyrannical Ice Dragon's Freezing Axe, C-Grade+++. Durability, 2500/2500. Attack Power, 2500. Magic Conductivity, 1500. Weapon Speed, 1200. Traits, Evolving Weapon C, Freezing/C, Dragon Strength C, Auto Repair C. Her weapon has fewer traits because it doesn't possess the defensive traits of my scales, as it is purely made of ice. I had thought about using my scales to enhance it though, albeit I don't know how, maybe by just wrapping ice thread around them and the axe. I don't know if that will work. This axe is pretty strong, and it not only helps Benleden have great physical options, but she can also use it as a staff and conjure mold with it. The Dragon Strength trait gives a temporal boost of power to Benleden in exchange for mana, which is like a lesser Berserk mode in simple terms. Auto Repair showed up when the weapon evolved, most likely giving it the ability to auto-repair itself through the absorption of mana. Armor/armor. Ice Dragon's Metallic Scale Armor Plate, C-Grade. Durability, 3000. Physical Defense, 2000. Magical Defense, 1500. Traits, Evolving Equipment, C. Ice Resistance, C. Fire Resistance, C. Thunder Resistance, C. Wind Resistance, C. Lesser Physical Damage Resistance, C. Ice Dragon's Protection, C. And here it is, her plate armor. I made it big because Benleden has a rather big chest. After she ate enough and got healthy, well, her breast got very big, so I had to modify this so her chest could fit in properly. I think I did great work with this one. Using my scales helped the armor acquire a lesser resistance to elements and also the physical damage. Shield/shield. Ice Dragon's Metallic Scale Shield, C-Grade. Durability, 4000. Physical Defense, 3000. Magical Defense, 2000. Traits, Evolving Equipment, C. Freezing Shield, C. Ice Resistance, C. Fire Resistance, C. thunder resistance, C. Wind resistance, C. Lesser physical damage resistance, C. Ice dragons protection, C. And lastly, here is the beautiful shield. This one was a bit more of a pain to make as I had to carefully stick the scales into the ice. But at the end, thanks to Ice Smith and crafting, it came out pretty well, and it has the same effects as the armor, but with an extra trait, Freezing Shield, which gives her the ability to cover the shield in hard ice by using mana, giving her an extra layer of protection. Lastly, let's check Binladen's stats, which had increased quite a bit this last week. Her talent in physical development and cultivation is outstanding. Name, Binladen. Race, Ice Giant, Jotun, female. Mana Core Cultivation, Rank 1, Peak Stage. Status, Healthy. Average Estimated Vitality, 2621/2621. Average Estimated Mana, 3103/3103. Average Estimated Strength, 3305. Average Estimated Dexterity, 1911. Average Estimated Magic, 3763. Abilities. Unique Skill, Mold, Suppressed. Unique Skill, Charm, Active, Ineffective against you. Ice Giant's Bloodline, Emir's Descendant. Cold Immunity, Ice Resistance, Hastens Self-Recovery. Parasite Immunity, Status Effect Resistance. Ice Dragon Skin, Cooking, Butcher, Crafting, Sewing, Mana Manipulation. Giant's Great Physique, Superhuman Strength, New. Magic Genius, Hasten Mana Recovery, New. Acrobatics, Dexterity Enhancement, New. Forger, Hunter, Fungokinesis, Mold. Mold-Assisted Telekinesis, Mold. Mold Magic, Mold, New. Axe Technique, New. Shield Technique, New. Armor Technique, New. Unarmed Fighting Technique, New. Sealed Abilities, Undying Stamina, Sealed. Degradation, Sealed. Crazed Agility, Sealed. Crazed Consumption, Sealed. Infection, Sealed. Legion, Sealed. Bone-Breaking Claws, Sealed. Deadly Mold Whip, Sealed. Binladen's stats have been increasing steadily. Unlike she had just recently hit the progression wall, but through most of the week, she was increasing her stats quite well. Her health is yet to reach 3k, but over 2k is not bad at all. Her strength and magic are surprisingly even. This is because she relies on her mana veins a lot to get her strength, so both stats usually grow at the same pace. Her dexterity is slowly improving, and she should certainly be capable of surpassing my own one day, as her body is slimmer and smaller than my Mega Dragon body, which makes me a walking tank of heavyweight. She also developed some new abilities which derive from others, such as acrobatics granting enhanced dexterity, or Magic Genius, giving her hasten mana recovery, and so on. Also, when she reached peak stage, she suddenly learned mold magic. Just like any other magic, such as ice magic or wind magic, she can create spells using mold and make everything more complex yet swifter. She has yet to develop this one properly, but maybe if she slowly loses her fear, she could become capable of creating a mold parasite spell or something, so we can make an army of mold zombies. Or maybe parasite some cultivators and make them our loyal lackeys. Certainly the potential that mold has is amazing. She could quite literally play around with the mind of an infected, and if she uses it well enough, she could control the infected from far away to do things for us too. But seeing how there are all types of magic here, I don't think it will be so easy to infect whoever we want to. Although Binladen's mold has amazing potential, in this world filled with all types of magic and beasts, I don't think our path to the top will be so easy as to just keep infecting people with mold. I don't think strong enough cultivators will easily let the mold infect them. They might even find some way to expulse it off their bodies through overcharging their mana veins with their elemental magic. It seems that the mold is strong, but it is by no means immune to magic. Enough damage on it will kill it like any other living being. And unlike most living beings in this fantastical world, mold has no resistances and seems to be extremely weak to fire and strong vibrations, as we had tested it with Binladen this last week. It even has the same weaknesses as venom. I guess being an OP slimy black ooze comes with some weaknesses, so not everything will be easy even if she masters this. But it all depends on how we can use it. Infecting weak-ass people might be easy, though, and just having a few spies inside important cities that can communicate telepathically with Benleden from long distances might be enough. Yeah, those infected by the mold held a strange mental connection with Benleden, which made them somewhat of a hive mind of sorts, and they were able to share thoughts and information easily even from incredibly long distances. Benleden recalled that she was able to communicate with an infected animal with mold she had left in another continent in her previous life. She has a lot of potentials and is slowly unveiling it. I can't help but feel a bit excited to see what's next, and I'm also glad that she's getting over her fears with my guidance and emotional support. Alright, aside from this, she learned all sorts of techniques. Axe technique, shield technique, armor technique, and unarmed fighting technique. Techniques are easy to work with. You need to memorize a specific pattern of attack which you use while infusing mana into the weapon, armor, shield, or body part. For example, I created my whip technique, Ice Whip, which is quite literally my own tail covered in ice which I move like a whip. As I activate it, the skill activates as well and enhances the effect even further. The same goes for vertical slash using Benleden's axe and things like that. For armor, shield, and body is the same. She infuses mana into her armor, and it suddenly gets tougher as she activates the mana armor technique. Or the same happens with her shield if she activates the mana shield technique. And if she uses the strong punch unarmed fighting technique, she can punch harder by infusing mana into her fists. Or, if she wants to pick stronger, she uses the flash kick to enhance her leg speed by infusing mana into them and kicking hard and fast. Just like that, anyone that learned these special techniques, which also made me realize how strange this world was. It seems that people can quite literally develop game-like abilities, albeit there is no system for them to see them. They are there and get accumulated like abilities inside a game. Even if I weren't able to see them through the analysis function of my system, I would be able to realize that they were there. Although I have also realized that my system and powers, and probably my very teachings, are affecting Benleden's growth and hastening it. She is by no means getting a system of her own or something, but it is as if she was becoming part of it without having it. Weird, right? Perhaps this is why she's becoming able to learn abilities so quickly. Albeit it would be nice if she could level them up as well. It would be cool if I could actually share the system with those I trust and care for, but for now, that's impossible, and it is better to leave it at that for now. And, aside from all of this, behold, weapon, spear of freezing winter, Scotty B-grade plus. A powerful giant spear with a length of almost 10 meters crafted purely out of magic ice conjured by a powerful and talented ice dragon. Its name has given it unique properties, and its creation was made with immense amounts of effort and time. This weapon can evolve while bathing in the blood of its victims. Durability, 6,000/6,000. Attack power, 5,500. Magic conductivity, 4,500. Weapon speed, 6,000. Traits, Evolving Weapon B, Piercing Ice Spikes, Furious Dragon Strength B, Auto Repair B, Winter Storm B, Scotty's Blessing B, Slaughter Healing B, Levitate B, Independent Weapon B. Yes, I made this beautiful and giant spear throughout this whole week. I saw how Benleden had cool equipment and thought, hey, why not me? I mean, I'm a giant dragon, and every part of my body is a deadly weapon, but what if I just make a giant super spear that flies around killing stuff while I am busy with other monsters? And that's how Scotty, my first and greatest weapon so far, came to be. I just made it on a whim on the first day of the last week. Through the use of the parallel mines, I left like 3 of them, one to merge every level of the skill, crafting this weapon through ice magic alone, reinforcing it, and using a crap ton of mana. So while I did everything through all these days, there was a giant stick of ice floating at my side, slowly growing bigger. I think this was the limit of my capabilities. I don't think I can make anything stronger unless I grow stronger. I was also the one that gave it the fancy name and put on it Scotty, like the goddess of winter of Norse mythology, because it was pretty fitting, not going to lie. The result of all my efforts was this kick-ass spear that could easily decimate an ice bear in seconds. I can also control it through wind magic, or even launch it through projectile fire, and it will fly back at me due to being kind of independent in a way. Spear of Freezing Winter, Scotty, B grade plus. A powerful giant spear with a length of almost 10 meters crafted purely out of magic ice conjured by a powerful and talented ice dragon. Its name has given it unique properties, and its creation was made with immense amounts of effort and time. This weapon can evolve over time while bathing in the blood of its victims. Durability, 6,000/6,000. Attack power, 5,500. Magic conductivity, 4,500. Weapon speed, 6,000. Traits, Evolving Weapon, B. Piercing Ice Spikes, B. Furious Dragon Strength, B. Auto Repair, B. Winter Storm, B. Scotty's Blessing, B. Slaughter Healing, B. Levitate, B. Independent Weapon, B. My amazing Scotty holds many effects within, but one of the most commendable ones is the abilities it possesses. Levitate helps the weapon float through the use of accumulated mana through its mana storage. Independent Weapon gives it a small will of its own without even having a soul because of just how powerful of a magic weapon it is. I can give it simple tasks such as slaughtering enemies, flying around, and more. Because I formed a soul connection with it by connecting a soul thread with it. It will always know where I am, and it can constantly get mana supplied to it wherever it is. Slaughter Healing helps the weapon recover and repair any crack or damage by killing beings and absorbing their vitality and blood. I also get like half of what it recovers even from far away, so there is nice passive healing there, even though I already have an immortal body for that. The Piercing Ice Spikes trait makes Scotty move incredibly quickly in midair, generating the illusion that it is many ice spikes falling over the unfortunate foe it is going to impale to death. Furious Dragon Strength is an upgraded version of Dragon Strength, and it enhances the weapon with a bit more power as a boost in the form of a crimson-red colored aura. Winter Storm is another offensive trait that releases a powerful storm of winds against an enemy, which spirals into a powerful tornado of pure freezing winds. It is a good long-range attack. And lastly, Scotty's Blessing grants me a passive boost to all my stats by merely equipping the weapon, which can count as equipped because I am holding it with my soul. And that's without counting the stats it possesses. Durability, 6,000/6,000. Attack power, 5,500. Magic conductivity, 4,500. And weapon speed, 6,000, which is enough to give it amazing durability, power, magic conduction, and speed while flying in midair. My plan is pretty simple. I am not just sitting down with Scotty. I am making more of these overpowered giant weapons of over 10 meters of length, and as of now, I'm passively crafting a giant blade, similar to the Dragon Slayer that Guts wield in the manga Berserk. I don't know what name I will give it, but it is certainly taking its time to be made, so it won't be ready in a few days. What I want is to have an army of these flying weapons to be even more overpowered. After all, I have to abuse everything I have. Why settle down with ice projectiles made at the moment if I can make permanent super ice weapons? I may sound like a sicko, but I am eager to try it out. Drake, lunch is ready. Suddenly, as I was admiring my beautiful spear, Ben Laden calls to me with a cute tone of voice, telling me that lunch is ready. I feel like she acts like a housewife now. All right. I quickly fly back inside the ice fortress while the fortress keeps slowly flying towards the direction we're going into. When I enter inside the fortress, I am greeted by the delicious smell of hot pot. It seems that Ben Laden has made once more her delicious hot pot. I added wolf meat and also ice crow meat, so it has a very rich flavor, said Ben Laden, as she quickly served me a large plate of warm soup, with large chunks of meat spread around, mushrooms, dried herbs, and boiled roots of root salt. The little roots of the root salt can actually be boiled and eaten whole, as they don't harbor as much sodium as the big tubers where most of the salt is. So Bin Laden decided to wash them, cut them, and add them into the hot pot. When they are boiled, they taste like already salted boiled potatoes, so it is pretty amazing. You're so good at cooking, Ben Laden, I said while eating everything. Hee hee. I'm glad you like it, Drake, said Ben Laden with an adorable smile as she ate soup at my side with Yuki and the other wolves sitting around. What I like the most is that you make a lot of soup for me. You're very considerate, I said. It is nothing, really. I'm just doing my best. I like to see you happy while eating what I prepare, said Benladin, as she suddenly flushed a bit. Really? I can't wait until we reach some city so we can buy more ingredients and food to prepare. I'm dying to taste the bread of this world and other types of meat, such as the pigs or cows your town had. Oh, and also eggs. I said, I am also looking forward to that. I hope everyone is still there after all the time I was gone, said Benladin. Yeah, let's hope they're there. I am sure that if your parents love you, they will wait for their daughter to come back one day, I said. Thanks for your kind words, Drake. I'm also looking forward to it. I want my parents to see you. I want them to accept you, said Benladin. Accept me? I asked. Like, to get the approval of my parents for us to. Ah, and never mind, said Benladin. She suddenly covered her face while growing as red as a tomato. The approval of what? Does she want me to become her official pet? I don't want to be a pet. Well, if it's just pretending, but I doubt her parents would believe that a giant dragon is her pet. Suddenly, as we ate, I received a sudden howl from Frost. I expanded my vision and realized the wolves began to fight against slimy creatures. They looked like they were made of water and ice. Wait, are these slimes? They got large mana cores floating in the middle of their slimy bodies. It's time for a new meal, I guess. I hope slimes are sweet. We need a new dessert that is not just these pears, which I'm getting tired of. I quickly order Yuzu to hover near the surface, as it ends up floating only 10 meters above the ground, right atop the pine trees. What's going on? Asked Benladin, who had just finished eating. Monsters. And new ones. I said, monsters? So fast. But it isn't something the wolves can handle? Asked Benladin. Yeah, they are tough. Well, more like hard to kill. You see, they're a bit slimy, I said. Slimy? Slugs? Asked Benladin, as she walked outside of the fortress by leaping over my back. Yuki quickly came afterward as I flew down below. No, slimes. Slime attack. Yeah, it was unexpected, but in this wild world, I guess you can find monsters around without much effort. Well, it wouldn't have bothered us if it weren't, because the wolves were going through the ground, but I guess it's pretty good as well. They can find us new monsters to eat while we fly over the skies without any concerns. With Benladin and Yuki over my back, I quickly flew down below and reached the ground in an instant. There, said Benladin, pointing with her axe as I used winds to impulse me forward, crossing dozens of meters in a single second, and reaching the battlefield right away. There, we found a group of over 20 slimes the size of cows. Each one was either pale blue, azure, or dark blue colored. Some even had large ice crystals growing over them. The slimes were attacking the wolf pack, with the largest one, who seemed to have a small crown of ice above its gelatinous body, fighting against Frost. It extended its tentacles and formed fists, which is used to literally punch him. Frost tried to bite it and slash it with his jaws and claws, but it was receiving no damage whatsoever. The other wolves were in a similar predicament, but worse. Some of them even had large wounds, as some slimes were able to fire powerful icicle spears, while some other wolves were being slowly consumed by the slime's gastric juices. I guess there's no room for conversations here. They're made of water? Ack. The wolves. Benladin quickly jumped from my back and enhanced her body, using magic to hit the nearest slime with a strong slicing attack. Clash. The slime was sliced in half, but it quickly regenerated back like nothing. What? It was as I thought. Slimes cannot be killed by merely hitting their slime. You need to crack their core inside their jelly-like bodies. Blop. The slime released a sound of its watery body trembling as it sprinkled towards Benladin and jumped over her head, expanding its body into tentacles and covering itself with gastric acids to consume her. Now on my watch. With a single roar, I aimed at the slime with a powerful gust of slicing winds, blowing it into the air as it splattered all over the ground. Splat. I checked it through analysis before it was to regenerate itself back. Name, nameless. Race, water slime, genderless. Mana core cultivation, rank 1, upper stage. Status, angry. Average estimated vitality, 532/532. Average estimated mana, 120 to 120. Average estimated strength, 320. Average estimated dexterity, 600. Average estimated magic, 250. Abilities: slime body, dissolve, absorb, self-regeneration, physical damage immunity, water absorption, ice resistance, entanglement. Oh, this is the weakest one, and it's an upper stage. These guys are born strong, it seems. And you can clearly tell by its big and juicy mana core, freely exposed over some of its jellies. Drake, thanks, said Bentleden, as she rushed towards the slime. Don't aim at its slime. Try to crush the mana core inside, I said, as Bentleden obediently nodded, raising her axe again and crushing the mana core before the slime was to completely gather. Crash! And like a puppet that lost its strings, all the slime stopped moving and fell motionless. What strange and intriguing creatures. Well, there's no time to wonder how they work. I gave the order to the wolves to quickly regroup around me, while I rushed towards the ones that were about to get killed. The slimes noticed my presence, but they simply hurried into consuming the wolves. "Awoo!" cried a wolf, as its legs were slowly being burnt by the acidic juices that slimes employed to devour prey. "Gotcha!" I roared, reaching the slime in less than a second, surprising the slime due to the speed I had, which was unbefitting of my big and heavy body. Blop! The slime in front of me is another water slime of the same rank as the other. But unlike I thought, instead of getting scared, it raises its slime and shapes it as sharp tentacles, attacking me with them while spraying me with its dissolving acid. Splash! Clash! The acid falls over my scales, but they are barely doing anything. I have to be careful not to kill the wolf while I attack the slime, so instead, I create a sharp and thin icicle spear and throw it directly at the slime's mana core, which was right in front of me. Flash! The slime realizes this as it tries to move away from its weak point while detaching itself from the wolf. Clash! Barely, the slime managed to evade, but it lost its prey. It suddenly realizes the difference in strength between me and it, as it tries to run away. No way in hell, I am letting this meal get away from me, though. With a single swipe of my claws, I release slicing emerald winds, reaching the slime and splattering it all over the place. Splat! And with that, the mana core is caught in the attack and is shattered into pieces. Crash! With a single swipe, he's gone. I glance at the wolf as I quickly conjure the healing magic I have been practicing. Healing winds. Magic can become any type. In this world, you don't need holy light magic or life magic to heal people. Any kind of attribute can become a healing spell. So, using my knowledge and training in magic, I made an ice and wind attribute healing spell, Healing Winds. The winds quickly reach the wolf's burnt skin, slowly taking away the pain and regenerating the lost tissue. The wolf gains the ability to move again and rushes to the rest of the wolves, who are near Bentleden, while she cracks some mana cores from these devilish slimes. Meanwhile, I rush toward the next slimes, as two slimes get in my way, trying to stop me from stopping their allies from eating my tamed wolves. Get off my way! I roar, as I use my mighty aura of fear to intimidate the slimes for a second, and then I use my claws to simply crush them into the ground. Their mana cores get cracked into tiny pieces with ease. Crash! Crash! As I crush two slimes from the over 20 there are, I hear their mana cores cracking before my large claws. My eyes quickly glare at the rest. I quickly expand my aura of fear, making all of the slimes aware of my presence and power. Blop! All the slimes suddenly become paralyzed out of shock, giving me enough time to catch the ones attacking the wolves. The nearest wolf has a particularly ugly wound on its stomach. The slime is slowly trying to get into its insides and probably eat him like a parasite. And I don't want to see that my dog becoming your dinner. So get away from my fluff. Roar! With a single roar, icy winds come out of my mouth, rushing out. It was my breath attack. Flash! Like a natural disaster, the powerful icy winds impact the slime as it suddenly stiffens, trying to resist my ice. Ah, it is a damn ice slime. That's why it is somehow resisting it. I rush towards it, but suddenly, an azure-colored slime jumps before me. Get off my way! I roar, swiping my claws, but flash! It suddenly expands its body, and it becomes a perfect copy of me. What? This guy is different than the others. Name, nameless. Race, water slime mimic genderless. Mana core cultivation, rank 1 peak stage. Status, angry. Average estimated vitality, 810/810. Average estimated mana, 380/420. Average estimated strength, 520. Average estimated dexterity, 1007. Average estimated magic, 450. Abilities, slime body, dissolve, absorb, self-regeneration, physical damage immunity, water absorption, ice resistance, entanglement, mimicry. Mimicry, an ability inherent to mimic-type creatures. Grants can perfectly mimic the shape and form of a being in front of them temporarily. It does not grant any kind of change in strength, and it is often used to deceive others. What? Mimicry? Seriously? It is certainly commendable that you try to make me get scared, but it is useless. Faker. I roar as I quickly conjure winds and call for my spear. Scotty, blast it! I order as Scotty descends from the skies as it was inside the ice fortress and crushes my copy into the ground. Clash! Me copy easily dissolves into slime as it tries to run away, but Scotty is an independent weapon. Flash! It quickly attacks it, showering it with piercing attacks until it finally reaches the mana core, shattering it into pieces. Crash! And as Scotty slaughtered the mimic slime, I rushed towards the wolf and quickly blew the slime, entangling it with my winds. I'm abusing my wind a lot, but it is a pretty overpowered magic now that I've mastered a good part of it. Flash! The winds easily push away the watery body of the slime. As I catch the mana core in midair, form an arrow of slicing winds, and crack it into pieces with a single launch of it through the projectile fire skill. Crash! The slime quickly stops moving and trying to gather around the mana core, dying instantly. I heal the wolf and then dart toward my next prey, as I am suddenly greeted by more slimes in my way. I glance behind them to see the one commanding them similarly to a wolf leader. He has a crown made of ice, so I bet it is a slime king or something. Name, nameless. Race, tundra slime king, genderless. Mana core cultivation, rank 2, initial stage. Status, angry. Average estimated vitality, 2210/2210. Average estimated mana, 1720/1720. Average estimated strength, 1020. Average estimated dexterity, 2107. Average estimated magic, 1586. Abilities, summon monster, slime king body, dissolve, absorb, self-regeneration, physical damage immunity, ice resistance, entanglement, strong icy winds, icicle spear rain, aura of fear, self-division, kin command. Oh, he's beefy. He has 2 strong spells on strong icy winds and icicle spear rain alongside self-division. So he gave birth to these slimes, and it can control them through kin command, I see. Wait, what's that skill? As I crush the slimes in front of them with my claws and magic, I check a strange skill. Summon monster. An ability that a summoned monster summoned by user of the monster summon unique skill possess. Unlike normal monsters, a summoned monster is stronger and possesses special abilities, while being able to grow faster. Wait, what? Monster summon unique skill? Is there someone around here with such a skill? I can't detect anyone around us aside from these slimes, so it probably escaped its owner or maybe it died. What a mystery, but there's no time to investigate this crap. I have to act. As I crush the slimes on my foot, I quickly rush into the 2 last wolves, releasing strong winds and aiming at the slimes, blasting them away, and then using my tail with the spear technique and whip technique skills, using the powerful spear whip technique to release a slashing swipe with my tail. Clash! Their mana cores were both destroyed with a single swipe. Way to go. I conjure healing winds twice, and then let the wolves get back to the group as I keep killing slimes with my abilities. Frost, who was somehow fighting against the Slime King, had already gone back, and the Slime King was sitting over a rock ordering the slimes to kill us. But Benladin and the rest of my party were already pushing back against the slime army. Rah! Benladin roared like an Amazon as she controlled her axe using mold, sticking it to the weapon and controlling it in midair as the weapon moved around and crushed the mana cores of the slimes in front of her, while she used her strong and large hands to dive into the slime bodies of the monsters and catching their mana cores, forcefully extracting them and crushing them. Yuki was using her high dexterity to jump around and slash the slimes, crushing their mana cores as well. We managed to pull through with relatively ease, as I was the one that was mostly crushing the monsters. The Slime King wasn't so confident in its own strength, because it began to waste more and more mana into self-dividing itself. It was an interesting monster. It was able to divide itself and create a perfect replica of its kin. They even came with mana cores included. Wouldn't tame this guy mean a free mana core factory? However, I quickly realized that the slimes it is creating are weak. All of them are only rank 1 initial stage. It seems to not be able to create the higher stages ones, who seem to have reached that evolutionary stage by themselves. Perhaps this thing was acting as a monster tamer sort of guy. He was just raising them around until they grew strong. And now that we slaughtered all of his strong children, he's showering us with the garbage ones. Well, I'm going to eat that juicy rank 2 mana core anyways. I left Benladin and everyone else to deal with the army of slimes, as I rush towards the king, who suddenly grabs the stone it was resting over and throw it at me. Clash! However, the stone easily cracks into pieces when it hits my incredibly hard head, which seems to be covered in armor. Plop! A thought rushes through my mind as the rock that the Slime King threw at me shatters into pieces. With Benladin, I had already seen how she had molded a lot of monsters and made them into zombies, changing an entire ecosystem. Even the trees became mutants, covered with eyes and stuff. And now here, it is a very annoying slime, a Slime King summoned. It was summoned by a person with a unique skill monster summon. Does this mean that more cheat ability users are roaming around? I wonder just how much have they changed this world then? Perhaps Benladin was able to not do much, but there might be other people that got here way before me and her. What if this monster summoner guy just filled this world with even more monsters? Wait, what if all monsters just come from the ones he summoned? No, it can't be. Benladin did say that monsters were from other realms before they were destroyed. But then where is this summoner? Well, I can't detect anyone, and Analyze doesn't detect anyone else, so it is most likely not even here. So this guy, whoever he or she is, just went around summoning monsters and leaving them to their own luck? Haha, how funny. Name, nameless. Race, Tundra Slime King, genderless. Mana core cultivation, rank 2, initial stage. Status, angry. Average estimated vitality, 2210/2210. Average estimated mana, 1720 to 1720. Average estimated strength, 1020. Average estimated dexterity, 2107. Average estimated magic, 1586. Abilities: Summon Monster, Slime King Body, Dissolve, Absorb, Self-Regeneration, Physical Damage Immunity, Ice Resistance, Entanglement, Strong Icy Winds, Icicle Spear Rain, Aura of Fear, Self-Division, Kin Command. I watch at the Slime King status again. As I find something different, I was sure as hell he spent a lot of mana. Yet it is back up again. Does this guy has infinite mana? No, it just recovered extremely quickly, kind of like me. But unlike me, this monster doesn't have a cool system nor a skill that increases mana regeneration. Wait, as a summon monster, perhaps it drains the mana from its summoner? So its summoner has enough mana to refill that with ease? Just who is that guy then? Quite terrifying. Or perhaps it only has super amazing mana recovery. Whatever is the case, I'm already reaching it, and the Slime King gets visually angry as its crown sinks in the middle of its circular body, suddenly conjuring several icicle spears and launching them towards me using icy winds. Flash! 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 The icicle spears flash through the air, leaving icy trails behind. Oh no, he got me. Clash! 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 A sudden shower of icicle spears pierced through my body. I begin to vomit blood, and I am about to die. Joking. Flash! I quickly reveal to the Slime King that I am completely fine. All the ice icicles got stuck into my scales, but they were actually being slowly absorbed by my very body. Ice absorption kicks in once more. Did you really thought that you could beat me with ice magic, you fool? MUDA. MUDA. Mada. I approach the shocked Slime King as I begin to shower it with powerful piercing attacks with my tail as Scotty rushes at my side and helps me. Clash. 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 The Slime King is barely surviving by evading with its 1,000 dexterity, but I am faster and quickly catch to it. I quickly extend my claws and dive into its sea of slime, grasping the mana core. You're done for. Crash. With a single grip of my claws, the mana core is shattered into pieces, and the entire sea of slime I was diving in falls over the ground, motionless. He's dead, and I am covered in slime. Oh, might as well try it. I quickly taste the slime, and it kind of acidic. It has no other particular taste. Oh, what a disappointment. Wait, maybe we can mix it with the fruits and make jelly, though. Oh, that's actually a good idea. And we got a bunch here. I glance back at me as I see everyone fine, but covered with slime. The wolves that were about to die were healed in time by me, and they were now recovering inside the fortress. I think this is the first time I fought this monster. They were certainly different than stray wolves from different packs, ice bears, or rabbits, said Benliden. In the last week, we hunted bigger prey, so she could get some real-life experience in fighting, and she had gotten more or less used to killing animals now. But certainly, killing slimes feels weird. It is like just a living mass of jelly. Indeed, I never thought I would find slimes from all monsters. I thought we would only find normal animals converted into monsters. But this pure fantasy monster, such as a slime, broke the realistic feeling of this scenario. I sighed. Realistic? Asked Benliden. Ah, never mind the rants of this old man. Let's go back to the ice fortress. After we gather all the loot we got, I said. All right, said Benliden. The way we carried the slime was pretty easy. I created a giant bucket, and we began to pour all the slime inside. It ended filling itself quite easily, until we got every single slime corpse inside, reaching over 100 liters of this substance. I wonder if we can make jelly out of this, said Benliden. Yeah, I was thinking just the same thing as you, I said as I began to quickly eat all the mana cores shattered all over the battlefield, without missing a single one. And well, remember when I said that I was able to get the skills of the mana cores I ate sometimes? Well, it happened again. Ding. Mana cores equals digested equals / mana. Your stats equals have equals increased equals / your. You learned equals the equals dissolve equals level equals 1, comma equals absorb equals level equals 1, comma equals and equals mimicry equals level equals 1 equals skills equals / you. I got 3 new skills. Perhaps I didn't get self-division because it won't work with my body type, but these 3 somehow work, I guess. I suppose that as long as the abilities fit my body, I can get them regardless. As I gained 3 new skills, I continued to consume the big pile of mana cores. No one else was able to actually eat them, so they were all for me. Benliden saw as I ate them, admiring how I crushed them inside my jaw and swallowed them. She noticed that my body was exuding mana. How cool. I wish I could also eat mana cores. She said, well, I don't think you would need it. You are already super talented, and the mold is strong too. You are easily catching up to me merely by cultivation alone, I said, as we walked inside the ice fortress. Ding! You learned equals, the equals, body equals, size equals, alteration equals, level equals, 1 equals, skill equals / you. Another one, and this one is, I can modify the size of my body? Well, that's certainly something. Maybe I can now enter towns if I reduce my size and pretend to be a pet winged lizard? Ding. Skill dissolve equals and equals. Absorption equals have equals been equals integrated equals into equals devour equals level equals 1 equals slash skill. System. Why did that happen just right now? Answer slash immortal. And you could just do that. Answer. Yes slash yes. You got pretty talkative. Wait, is this Great Sage Sama? Slash. I guess it was too good to be true. Answer. The unique equals skill equals system equals has equals evolved equals similarly equals to equals your equals unique equals skill equals immortal equals body equals through equals your equals development equals and equals evolution equals this equals new equals function equals has equals been equals created equals long equals ago equals but equals because equals you equals never equals check equals the equals descriptions equals of equals your equals old equals skills equals you equals were equals not equals able equals to equals see equals it equals slashed. Oh, okay, I am sorry. Don't get mad. And it doesn't answer me. It also seems to be able to read my thoughts. Well, in some way, a system is like an AI, right? An interface after all. So developing something of a mind by itself seems like the right next step. All right, analyze system. Analyze has equals, been equals, activated equals, slash analyze. Unique skill, equals, system, equals, has equals, the equals following equals affects equals, slash unique. Status panel. The ability to see your own strengths and abilities as a status panel. It also grants the title function, amongst others. Analyze. The ability to analyze anything within the system or your surroundings. The capacity to see anything through the system. Extra effect. You can also see other beings' abilities and capabilities through a status, despite them not having the system. Ability development. The ability to develop other abilities through a level system. Alongside repeated use, certain mastery and comprehension of such abilities is needed. The growth speed of abilities varies greatly. Extra effect. By training abilities with others, their ability to learn new abilities and magic increases. Artificial intelligence. A special AI will assist you with anything regarding the system. These are equals, your equals, abilities equals, slash these. Oh, it's there. Since when? Answer. Artificial intelligence equals, ability equals has equals, been equals, present equals, since equals, your equals, latest equals, evolution equals, into equals, adult equals, winged equals, ice equals, dragon. Equals, its equals, activation equals, required equals, you equals to equals, ask equals, something equals to equals, the equals. System, equals as equals, you equals were equals, focused equals on equals, your equals, tasks equals, and equals, your equals, companions, equals, you equals, never equals, activated equals, it equals, slash artificial. Okay, now you made me feel bad. I'm sorry. Can you forgive me, system? Answer. There is equals, no equals, need equals, for equals, forgiveness, equals I equals M equals A equals system, equals A equals tool, equals I equals M equals not equals, equals person equals as equals you equals can equals perceive equals one, equals I equals M equals merely equals and equals interface equals, to equals, aid equals, you equals, slash there. So I should treat you badly then? Slash. Answer. The system equals, would equals, prefer equals, if equals, you equals, were equals, polite equals, slashed. All right then. Drake. Bin Laden kept glaring at me as I looked like I was lost in thoughts while being inside the ice fortress. Oh, sorry, I was just lost in thoughts, I said. I see. So what do we do now? Asked Bin Laden, resting over the floor. For now you go take a bath. I will clean myself over a river I detected a bit far away from here. I'll be back, I said. All right. I am hungry. After that, let's try out the jelly, said Bin Laden, as she rushed upstairs and went to the ice bathroom. She needed to boil snow into the water to take a bath, so it would take her some time. For sure, I said. I quickly flew out of the ice fortress. The battle we had wasn't that intense, but I was covered in gooey slime, and I wanted to get it out of my body. Taking a bath in the nearby river was good enough for me. I quickly landed over it and began to wash over it as I started to ask a few things to the AI while catching fish. System, what day is it? What hour is it? Where are we? I asked. Answer/answer. Cannot process equals not equals enough equals accumulated equals information equals / cannot. So I guess you're not all-knowing, I said. Answer. I equals can equals only equals answer equals things equals based equals on equals the equals information equals within equals the equals system equals based equals on equals things equals the equals user equals has equals discovered equals / answer. I see. In the end, I check my new skills. Devour, level 1, grants the user the ability to digest and consume anything, while gaining a certain amount of power from devoured things if they possess enough power. This can be manifested in stats, world source energy, or skills. Mimicry, level 1, an ability inherent to mimic-type creatures. Grants the ability to perfectly mimic the shape and form of a being in front of them temporarily. It does not grant any kind of change in strength, and it is often used to deceive others. Body size alteration, level 1, an ability that beings capable of changing their size possess. Grants the user the ability to change its size up to a certain height by using mana. Devour looks quite overpowered, but it was something I already had anyways within a mortal body. Now it just became an official skill, I guess. System, can you fuse mimicry with body size alteration? I asked. Answer, it equals is equals possible. Equals do equals you equals wish equals to equals fuse equals them equals / answer. So I can fuse skills. Since when? Answer, always equals you equals simply equals didn't equals do equals it equals / answer. Answer, certain equals skills equals cannot equals be equals fused equals together equals or equals there equals results equals would equals be equals unsatisfactory equals so equals it equals was equals not equals recommended equals at equals the equals beginning equals / answer. I see. Well, fuse the skills. Ding. The skills equals mimicry equals and equals body equals size equals alteration equals have equals been equals merged equals into equals the equals body equals transformation equals level equals one equals skill equals / body transformation. I knew something good would come out of this. If we fuse the mimicry factor of changing one's appearance and then the body size alteration ability to change your body size, it's obvious that something cool would come out. Body transformation, level 1, grants the user the ability to change the size and mimic the appearance of any being it can see, only temporarily, or any being it has consumed, as long as the user desires. Increasing level enhances these effects. Does this means I could take a human shape if I eat a human? Answer, correct equals / answer. What a way to make me want to eat humanoid beings now. But it gotta be justified. At the very least a bandit or something. But I won't just storm a town and eat the people there. Well, with this, the possibility of acquiring a humanoid shape is possible. I just need to actually get to eat a damn humanoid first. And no, not Bin Laden. Wait, I did eat a monkey. The moment I drank the spring water to awaken my mana core within my chest began to gleam with light. Eerie light. You see, it was not the usual colors. I've seen this before in various books. Usually, depending on the color of your mana core, you get a different attribute. Usually, red is fire, blue is water, green is wind, brown is earth, yellow is light, and so on. My father is a rank 6 life attribute cultivator. My mother is a rank 6 nature attribute cultivator. And my brother is a rank 1 peak stage fire attribute cultivator, a rare attribute amongst elves, which gives him a bright future as a strong, offensive, long-range attacker. And me? I don't know. It's weird. I don't feel like I have any of that cool talent like my family. In fact, I feel empty. Everyone who is so expectant of me keeps glaring at me. At the very least, I feel like I'm never running out of mana. My aura keeps flowing and it never tires me out. However, the glares of everyone keep for a while, all in silence. The elves open their eyes wide open, something very rare to see as they always hold calm appearances. My father and mother quickly move towards me. This must be a mistake. Bring the crystal ball, said my father, as Rose, my personal maid, brought a crystal ball and put it over a desk. Elma, my dear, will you touch the crystal ball? Asked my mother. I didn't say a single word as I obeyed in silence, nodding and touching the crystal ball with my hand. The crystal ball began to suck my mana like crazy, as it showed several numbers constantly rising. However, there was also a sign. It was like a block. As she really has no attribute, asked my father in shock. Why, but her mana keeps increasing. Is it never-ending or something? Asked my mother. My brother's eyes opened wide open. It seems that my lack of attribute brought disappointment to everyone, but right after that, my infinite mana kicks in and surprises everyone anyways. The elves around us began to ask what was going on, but many already figure out that I had no attribute, but not that my mana was never-ending yet. The elves became nervous. Some others glanced at me with different expressions, as if I was somehow disgusting to them. She has no attribute, my lord. How can this be? The young princess has no attribute. Someone that lacks an attribute is someone that has not been blessed by the world's natural elements. No attribute magic is also incredibly costly to use due to the lack of an attribute to attune to the mana of the user, and is also very weak. Perhaps some spells can be strong, but no attribute magus has ever done anything worth mentioning. No attribute? Perhaps Prince Kalon, with his rare fire attribute, might be more suitable for the air. Poor Princess Elma. As I kept hearing their stupid comments of pity, I couldn't help but grow more and more angered. Just who do these bastards think they are to speak to me and my family like this? My rage overflows out of my body as my infinite mana becomes like a wave of endless power, crushing the crystal ball whose number was already reaching millions. My parents were watching over it as their eyes were almost popping out of their sockets. Crack, crack, crash. The crystal ball shatters into pieces as the two are surprised by what they just saw. I might have no attribute, but I will make up for it, I said. My parents and every elf glances at me with mixed expressions, albeit most of them look at me with pity as if my future was already lost. My parents suddenly cover my mouth from saying another word. It seems that they want to hide the fact of my mana being immense. In the end, the ceremony ended with a lot of bitter feelings with everyone around, and rumors about my no-attribute mana core began to spread around the entire Reborn nation. What a pain. Now I am seen as a failure. However, I had a meeting with my parents that night. They seemed to be concerned about something that was way worse than no attribute. But why? Isn't having infinite mana absolutely amazing? Why are they so worried about it? Alma, how much mana do you possess? Asked my father. I have. I don't know, I said. My mother sighed as she petted me. Before the crystal broke, you had over 1,000,000 mana. Alma, that's not normal for a non-awaken like you, said my mother. Is there some problem? Wouldn't it be good to have a lot of mana? I asked. No, I mean, it is not a bad thing, said my father. The bad thing is what we think the origin from that infinite mana comes from, said my mother. My father and mother were both rank 6. They were at the pinnacle of mortals, perhaps all around the world. They were in the last rank before undergoing what's called immortal ascension. Anyone at rank 7 becomes an immortal. So that they talked like this meant that they knew that the origin of such power might be something dangerous. After all, they had lived for hundreds of years and had gathered a lot of information throughout their lives. They had just recently decided to settle down and have children. Do they know about unique skills then? Is this what they think I have? Because it is. What do you think it is? I asked. My parents glanced at each other as they sat around me. Alma, do you know anything regarding unique skills? Asked my father. They know. Do they actually know? I thought this was a super secret cheat I had for myself. So, are there more like me spread all around the world or something? More cheat skill users? Certainly, these are not good news. What sorts of insane powers could other people have wished for? And if it were made in mass, then this entire world could have been shaped by them. I didn't know what to say. Should I keep my secret hidden or tell them everything? I trust my parents. They've been taking care of me this entire time. But I don't know if I don't know what's that, I said, averting my gaze. Sigh. She's clearly lying, said my father. Alma, we are your parents. Do you really think we won't be able to tell when you're lying? Sighed my mother. Yeah. And that response says it all. Little lady, said my father. Alma, sighed my mother. Okay. I don't know what you're talking about, mother, father. Can you at least explain to me? I asked. My mother and father stared at each other as they sighed. My father quickly decided to conjure a spell that generates a yellow mist around the room where we were, blocking any sound from coming out. Can a nature attribute magus do such a thing? I thought they were about using plants and stuff. What spell is that? I asked. Soundproof flower fragrance, said my father. The what? An old spell he always uses to secure that no one else can hear us talk inside a room, sighed my mother. Now that we are more secure. Alma, let me tell you what unique skills are. And how are those that wield them dangerous to this world? Said my father. Dangerous? I asked. Indeed. Unique skills, in a lack for a better term, are gifts, abilities gifted to people. Said my father. Unique skill users are not something new. It is something that is present in every era after the Ragnar. Cave between the first Aesir, the primordial beings who shaped and created our world with their corpses. According to the immortals that had guided us, unique skill users have been present since the remote antiquity era, said my mother. Remote antiquity era? I asked. It is something yet to be taught to you, but through time there have been many eras. The remote antiquity era is the second era after the immemorial antiquity era. That's where all the gods were born and later on killed each other, said my father. After our new world was born, according to the stories, the remote antiquity era came to be, where all mortals fought against the endless waves of monsters that originated from the chaos left after the world was rebuilt, said my mother. More or less, this is not something that we should talk about as of now. Let us go back to the topic, said my father. Indeed, unique skill users emerged within the late periods of the remote antiquity era. Spontaneously, a few people were simply born with inherent powers that were not related with magic, said my mother. These were called the 5 great devils by our ancestor, Oberon, the first mortal to have achieved rank 10 in the past. You must already know that we refer to him as primordial fairy king of life and nature, immortal venerable. Right, Alma, said my father. What? I can barely cope with what they're speaking about. This is nuts. And yes, I kind of already knew that Oberon is worshipped like a savior of all mortals, even of other races, as he was the first mortal to raise to rank 10 and become unparalleled. It was thanks to his power that mortals were able to fight back against the chaos, it seems, and the endless waves of monsters that came forward. I nodded. Well, as you can see, Oberon did not only fought against the grand calamities that were born from the chaos miasma, but also against these treacherous devils. The great 5 devils were normal mortals whose powers defied all logic. They all raised to rank 9 incredibly quickly through their powers and filled the world with even more chaos. Oberon managed to defeat them all, of course, but the damage they caused to the world shaped it for millions of years to come. Sighed my father. This is quite an ancient story, but our world and our history must be remembered. All of this is real. Alma, never forget the history of our world. What you carry within you is most likely a power similar to the great 5 devils. Unique skills, said my mother. The great 5 devils' legacies still exist up until now, said my father. The first great devil, the great devil of summon monsters, was one of the most problematic devil. It possessed the ability to summon monsters, generating them out of thin air through the exchange of mana. He filled the world with a variety of monster races that never existed before, even that not even the chaos brought to life, said my mother. The second great devil, the great devil of dungeons, used its unique skill to fill the world with enormous structures named dungeons, which grew in size by absorbing mana and miasma from the environment. Oberon said that he helped at appeasing the miasma, but was not a righteous person. Dungeons now cover the entire world of Yggdrasil thanks to him, and they bring forth even more monsters and dangers, but also treasures inside. We have learned to use dungeons as resource points, but high-level dungeons can endanger an entire nation, said my father. The third great devil, the great devil of creation, used its unique skill to bring all sorts of otherworldly artifacts and strange technology that threatened the entire world with its pollution. Such technology has been suppressed since all this time, but it is said that it has permanently affected our world, said my mother. The fourth great devil, the great devil of destruction, used its unique skill to bring forth irreparable destruction into our world and the walls of fire and ice that cover all of Yggdrasil. Its destructive power was so immense, it even shook fate itself, said my father. And lastly, the fifth great devil, sighed my mother. The fifth great devil, the great devil of death, used its unique skill to kill people en masse alongside monsters. I also meddled with Helheim and made it so the souls of the dead can remain in the mortal world, said my father. I was left speechless. Day 75. Yesterday was an interesting day. A lot happened, way too much. It was an incredibly long day, in fact. But now that things had settled down, everything is more relaxed. Yesterday, after the slime attack, I acquired a bunch of skills, which ended fusing into even more cooler skills. Devour and body transformation. Devour seems to be something I already had, but I guess I can now level it up. And body transformation is mimicry plus body size alteration effects, but now enhanced, as I can take the shape of creatures I devour as much as I want as long as enough mana is supplied. Yes, I had tried using it yesterday a lot. I took all sorts of shapes, but I wasn't able to bring myself into anything remotely human-like, or well, ice giant-like at all. Not even a lizard man shape was achievable. If I choose the rat gorilla and merged it with my scales, I only got a scaled rat-faced gorilla, nothing much. And I feel way more comfortable as a pure ice dragon, so I simply decided to keep being like that. However, I showed Benliden that I could change sizes now, although my limit was up to 3 meters. It was enough to be around her size, so we were able to be way closer now, instead of her hugging me despite my tremendous size. Now she could hug me better, I guess. And yeah, this is how I ended sleeping at her side once more as she invited me to her bed, and I managed to get right in. She snuggled with me and covered me in the blankets, and we slept together. Well, nothing else happened. What? I am not a pervert. What would I have done? Anyways, I was rather happy to feel her warmth better now. Maybe I could take the shape of a wolf to give her heat too, but I preferred to not show that shape-shifting ability to her because she would begin to ask me to transform all the time. But man, sleeping in a bed feels nice. As a dragon, I was too immensely heavy, so it was rather impossible. I slept just over the cold floor. Leather would easily tear down to my giant claws and scales. But with this size and weight, I can enjoy a warm and soft bed better. And honestly, being hugged by Benliden felt so nice. Anyways, let's go back to the topic. What was the topic today? Oh right, evolution. So the system just told me today, after I ate another pile of mana cores I got from hunted slimes that we had been encountering lately this morning, that I suddenly reached my next stage of cultivation. Yeah, we had just finished killing the second batch of slimes, led by a slime king, and this happened. But the thing is that when I hit the next stage, I usually just evolve naturally, but now it gave me the choice. Yeah, there are evolution choices now. So to evolve, I quickly flew down into the ground and created an ice igloo, closing it and telling Benliden to wait for my evolution. And here I am now. Time to check the system. Ding! You have equals, reached equals, rank equals 2, equals, upper equals, stage equals, slash. Evolution is equals, now equals, available equals, slash evolution. Evolution options equals, slash evolution, slash eyes, slash phantom. 2 options, and both seem interesting. I haven't even hit rank 4 yet, and I am moving away from being an ice dragon. So there's the Ice Storm Dragon and the Phantom Freeze Dragon. Tough choice. Both seem to be interesting and carrying needed skills. Let me check both in detail. Ice. An ice storm dragon is a powerful dragon that has reached rank 2 upper stage. Usually, these dragons roam over the near-endless icy fields of Nibelheim. It is said that their very presence brings forth a storm of ice, changing the environment to their advantage, in which icy winds they can employ to use a variety of powerful spells and attacks. They possess slim and flexible bodies and disregard physical defense specialization for more speed and swiftness in the skies, their territory. Phantom. A phantom freeze dragon is a powerful dragon that has reached rank 2 upper stage. Usually, these dragons roam over the dark and cold depths of Nibelheim, which connects to Helheim. Phantom freeze dragons are terrifying and very rare evolutions of the ice dragon evolution tree, who gain the power to see and manipulate supernatural energies. These dragons have an inherent connection with supernatural energies originating from Helheim, or who are closely related to death. Their freezing powers are said to be capable of freezing the very souls of those that are near them, becoming powerful and dangerous dragons. Both evolutions are nuts. What do you want me to even choose? I want both. Can I pick both, please? Answer. User equals, can equals, only equals, pick equals, one equals, choice equals, /answer. All right then. This is a hard choice. One of them is an amazing user of winds and ice, and also gives a swifter body in the skies. It is also said that they can even generate ice storms with their very presence. That's insane. It could be a good way to boost my wind and ice magic, perhaps. And then there's the other choice, the Phantom Freeze Dragon, closer to death. It could enhance my Phantom body skill, and perhaps even split Phantom as well. And even give me something new? I don't know. I sure hope it could enhance the power of my soul. Wait, what if it helps me see souls so I can pick them up and eat them? Then that way I could actually enhance my soul a lot. I didn't think about it. There was another way to cultivate the soul, and that was through devouring souls and increasing soul density through this way. But it is a difficult one because not even strong high-ranked magus seems to be capable of actually seeing souls. You need some kind of special artifact. Souls that could be seen could perhaps be undead monsters, such as ghosts or zombies, I imagine. So which option? An ice storm dragon is a powerful dragon that has reached rank 2 upper stage. Usually, these dragons roam over the near-endless icy fields of Nibelheim. It is said that their very presence brings forth a storm of ice, changing the environment to their advantage, in which icy winds they can employ to use a variety of powerful spells and attacks. They possess slim and flexible bodies and disregard physical defense specialization for more speed and swiftness in the skies, their territory. Phantom Freeze Dragon. A Phantom Freeze Dragon is a powerful dragon that has reached rank 2 upper stage. Usually, these dragons roam over the dark and cold depths of Nibelheim, which connects to Helheim. Phantom Freeze Dragons are terrifying and very rare evolutions of the ice dragon evolution tree, who gain the power to see and manipulate supernatural energies. These dragons have an inherent connection with supernatural energies originating from Helheim, or who are closely related to death. Their freezing powers are said to be capable of freezing the very souls of those that are near them, becoming powerful and dangerous dragons. Two options that seem both amazing and rather appetizing. One can enhance my wind and ice magic. The other can enhance my phantom power. And maybe ice too. Both options give me something, but also make me disregard another. The first option makes me concentrate on ice and wind, but I will end up disregarding my soul-related stuff progression. Meanwhile, if I pick the other, I will be able to get a boost on my soul cultivation, perhaps, but I would be disregarding a greater enhancement on my ice and wind magic. Tough choices, but I will pick the one that makes sense to pick, the Phantom Freeze Dragon. There are many reasons why it is the one that makes the most sense. For example, I can still keep practicing wind and ice magic anyways, with the system's help. And what I had trained until now, they are at a pretty good level. Meanwhile, my soul cultivation is very lacking, and getting this evolution of wind and ice won't mean anything to it. Meanwhile, I can pick the Phantom Freeze and finally get some help in that regard. So for me, it is the best choice I could ever pick. It has already been decided. I quickly pick the second evolution, as a sudden burst of light emerges from my body. Flash. Ding. You selected the Phantom Freeze Dragon evolution option. The flashing light suddenly became something akin to an eerie phantom essence, consuming my entire body and engulfing it. I wasn't able to completely resist this, so I ended falling unconscious. Ding. Evolution success. You have evolved into a Phantom Freeze Dragon, rank 2 upper stage. All your stats have increased. The level of some of your skills has increased. You learned the Phantom Materialization, level 1, and Paranormal Sense, level 1 skills. The Parallel Thought Processing, level 10 skill has awakened into the Parallel Mind Thought Processing, level 1 skill. The Freezing Tail Whip, level 10 skill has awakened into the Phantasmal Freezing Tail Whip, level 1 skill. Oh, 2 amazing new skills have been acquired, alongside 2 other cool skills awakened right off the bat. Phantom Materialization, level 1. Any being who has mastered the use of its phantom can acquire the ability to materialize it by constantly spending mana. Materialize phantom density depends on the amount of mana used and the proficiency of the skill. Paranormal Sense, level 1. Those who have a closer connection with the paranormal plane can see and sense beings who inhabit these invisible planes, entities that are between the living and the dead. Grants the ability to see dead spirits, detect eerie presences, and more. Indeed, this is quite impressive. I am very pleased. And then, I look at my own appearance. I didn't change much. However, certain areas of my body had changed, such as some areas with scales now have creepy bone-shaped structures made of me more. The natural scale armor over my face also changed, and it resembles a skull over my face made of metallic and icy material. Phew, am I going to become a Dracolic or something? Name, Drake. Race, adult winged phantom freeze dragon. Titles, Merciless, Savior, Pack Leader, Magic Teacher. Mana Core Cultivation, rank 2, upper stage. Soul Cultivation, Soul Energy Gathering Realm, initial stage. Status, Hungry. Vitality, 7244/7244. Mana, 13105/13105. Strength, 6,848. Dexterity, 4,062. Magic, 12,120. Abilities, Unique Skill, Immortal Body. Unique Skill, Winter Magic. Unique Skill, System. Unique Skill, Ice Absorption. Unique Skill, God Sealed. Camouflage, level 6, level up. Super High-Speed Thought Processing, level 2, level up. Parallel Mind Thought Processing, level 2, level up. Wind Magic, level 9. Precise Mana Control, level 2, level up. Telepathy, level 10, level up. Berserk Mode, level 8, level up. Fear-Inducing Aura, level 9, level up. Naming, level 7, level up. King Control, level 5, level up. Crafting, level 7, level up. Apothecary, level 5. Mining, level 5. Hasten Mana Regeneration, level 4. Phantom Body, level 5, level up. Split Phantom, level 2, level up. Phantom Materialization, level 1 new. Paranormal Sense, level 1 new. Ice Thread Production, level 5, level up. Ice Smith, level 3, level up. Group Cultivation, level 6, level up. Whip Technique, level 4, level up. Spear Technique, level 4, level up. Projectile Fire, level 5, level up. Devour, level 2, level up. Body Transformation, level 2, level up. Ice Dragon Natural Skills, Ice Dragon Bloodline. Ice Dragon Frost Breath, level 4, level up. Metallic Ice Dragon Scales, level 4, level up. Medium Self-Regeneration, level 6, level up. Strong Freezing Slash, level 4, level up. Furious Freezing Bite, level 4, level up. Phantasmal Freezing Tail Whip, level 1. Steel Body, level 5, level up. Keen instincts, level 6, level up. Resistance, cold immunity. Hunger resistance, level 5, level up. Fear resistance, level 6, level up. Pain resistance, level 7, level up. Ice dragon natural resistances. Greater physical damage resistance, level 2, level up. Fire resistance, level 5, level up. Wind resistance, level 6. Thunder resistance, level 5, level up. Name Drake. Race, adult winged phantom freeze dragon. Titles, Merciless Savior, Pack Leader, Magic Teacher. Mana Core Cultivation, Rank 2, Upper Stage. Soul Cultivation, Soul Energy Gathering Realm, Initial Stage. Status, Hungry. Vitality, 7244/7244. Mana, 13105/13105. Strength, 6848. Dexterity, 4062. Magic, 12,120. Abilities. Unique skill, Immortal Body. Unique skill, Winter Magic. Unique skill, System. Unique skill, Ice Absorption. Unique skill, God Sealed. Camouflage. Level 6, level up. Super high-speed thought processing. Level 2, level up. Parallel mind thought processing. Level 2, level up. Wind magic. Level 9. Precise mana control. Level 2, level up. Telepathy. Level 10, level up. Berserk mode. Level 8, level up. Fear-inducing aura. Level 9, level up. Naming. Level 7, level up. King control. Level 5, level up. Crafting. Level 7, level up. Apothecary. Level 5. Mining. Level 5. Hasten mana regeneration. Level 4. Phantom body. Level 5, level up. Split phantom. Level 2, level up. Phantom materialization. Level 1 new. Paranormal sense. Level 1 new. Ice thread production. Level 5, level up. Ice smith. Level 3, level up. Group cultivation. Level 6, level up. Whip technique. Level 4, level up. Spear technique. Level 4, level up. Projectile fire. Level 5, level up. Devour. Level 2, level up. Body transformation. Level 2, level up. Ice dragon natural skills. Ice dragon bloodline. Ice dragon frost breath. Level 4, level up. Metallic ice dragon scales. Level 4, level up. Medium self-regeneration. Level 6, level up. Strong freezing slash. Level 4, level up. Furious freezing bite. Level 4, level up. Phantasmal freezing tail whip. Level 1. Steel body. Level 5, level up. Keen instincts. Level 6, level up. Resistance. Cold immunity. Hunger resistance. Level 5, level up. Fear resistance. Level 6, level up. Pain resistance. Level 7, level up. Ice dragon natural resistances. Greater physical damage resistance. Level 2, level up. Fire resistance. Level 5, level up. Wind resistance. Level 6. Thunder resistance. Level 5, level up. I quickly checked my status to find out that my stats had skyrocketed once more, while several of my skills had leveled up too. My vitality is already at 7244, so I can tank for days, and my immortal body helps me at regenerating this huge quantity incredibly fast. I guess I am really broken now that I've become strong enough. Perhaps I will be able to decimate experts at higher realms than me, like every cliché Shinsha main character one of these days. Though I rather not fight someone with a higher rank than me unless I am trapped or forced into the fight. My mana is already at 13,105. What a beautiful number. It was stuck before, but now that we got here and I evolved, it had skyrocketed once more, giving me even more fuel for all sorts of spells, skills, and more. I might be a living machine gun of ice projectiles now. My strength is also at 6,848, which means I'm massively buffed. I can already feel it in my bones and muscles. I am incredibly packed. I could literally punch a mountain, well, not that much, but perhaps leave a big crater. This strength also translates into more powerful techniques using my tail, more damage, and more potency. All the horsepower, I mean dragon power. My dexterity reached 4062 too, and it is, while I'm not the fastest, I have to admit it, the more I evolve, the heavier I get. But when I shape shift and reduce my size, I kind of gain more dexterity, but it quickly readjusts back to normal when I'm a dragon of my normal size again. I guess shape-shifting will come into play when fighting too, evading deadly attacks and stuff. But I'm already incredibly beefy and immortal, so I shouldn't worry that much. Right? Well, you never know. And lastly, my most glorious stat after mana. Magic. It had reached the beautiful number of 12,120, meaning that all my magic-related power is incredibly amazing. I might already have the power of rank 3 cultivator with such a high magic stat. Magic and strength go hand in hand in this world though, although there are some that main long-range combat. The best way is to also train your body arduously. So what I have to do is to keep training my muscles. Now that I broke through my progression wall and can develop stats more rapidly, I have to do a lot of workouts. Though by merely flapping my wings all day, I'm already working out a crap ton. Seriously, I can feel my entire body muscles burning when I fly. I suppose it is because you actually use your entire body strength to impulse yourself through the skies. Why do is what birds and bugs do, power flight. Power flight is the constant locomotion use of your damn wings to fly. It is like constantly moving your limbs for hours and hours to maintain your own body above the sky. So, it is incredibly good exercise. Although I could easily glide and float using wind magic, I prefer to simply fly with my wings to exercise. Through this flight, I can keep exercising. Alongside that, what else could I do? It's hard to do other kinds of exercises with this body, unless I change it into that of a monkey or something. But I don't want to do this for the most part, as we're mostly flying in a certain direction. Stopping merely to do some exercise won't do. Oh well, I could actually just let Fuyu bring us there as I exercise inside of it. But I don't want that either. Anyways, after I evolved, I am ready to take flight once more as I flap my wings and reach Fuyu in a few seconds. Oh, Drake, you changed, said Benladin. She glanced at my changes with a bit of fascination, her yellow-gold eyes gleaming with interest. Do I look a bit intimidating? I just realized my scales over my face formed something like a skull. It looks odd, right? I asked. No, it looks super cool, said Benladin. You way too nice with me. I will probably bring a lot of scares to normal people. But well, not like I care, I chuckled. Day 77. Yesterday, I learned that I spent almost an entire day evolving. And that's why it is day 77, as yesterday was day 76, one day after day 75, which is where I went to evolve. And it made me feel a bit bad. I left the poor Benladin for an entire day alone. Well, not really. She said she was with the wolves. Fuyu is also becoming quite talkative, and there's also Yuki here, so she is never really alone, which is honestly quite nice. The wolves were getting closer to rank up again. Frost might become rank 2 at the same time as Yuki perhaps, and Benladin too. Maybe they're synchronized? Although I believe Benladin might end up outspeeding them with her greater talent at magic. Today, I resumed the creation of my second super ice weapon, which was going to be a blade, but it will take a while to get it right, and as powerful as Scotty. Anyways, I woke up to Benladin embracing me with her warm and strong arms. She really likes me to get smaller, so she can hug me like this. Oi, I'm not a puppy or something. Well, I only get around the same size as her, so I would be like a giant puppy. I try to get off her powerful arms without disturbing her sleep, but she is holding me incredibly tightly. Is this the power of the descendant of a titan? Man, I can see the veins of her muscular arms pumping blood. She really doesn't want to let me go. I glance at her blue-skinned arms as they grip me tightly. And her skin doesn't even get phased by my sharp metallic scales because she has dragon skin after drinking my blood. It is literally incredibly hard to slice her skin unless some sort of strong blade of technique is used. And it seems that as she develops, her skin becomes harder as well, just like my scales. I didn't even know that such an ability could evolve over time like that. Because I can't get her off me, I decided to see her stats at the very least. Name, Bin Laden. Race, Ice Giant, Jotun, female. Mana Core Cultivation, Rank 1, Peak Stage. Status, healthy, sleeping, happy. Average estimated vitality, 2921/2921. Average estimated mana, 3803/3803. Average estimated strength, 3905. Average estimated dexterity, 2211. Average estimated magic, 4132. Abilities. Unique skill, Mold suppressed. Unique skill, Charm, active, ineffective against you. Ice Giant's bloodline, Emer's descendant. Cold immunity, Ice resistance. Hastened self-recovery. Parasite immunity. Status effect resistance. Ice Dragon skin, or skin new. Cooking, Butcher, crafting, sewing, mana manipulation. Giant's great physique. Superhuman strength. Magic genius. Hasten mana recovery. Magic enhancement new. Acrobatics. Dexterity enhancement. Forager. Hunter. Fungokinesis mold. Mold-assisted telekinesis mold. Mold magic mold. Mold bullet mold new. Mold tentacle mold new. Axe technique. Shield technique. Armor technique. Unarmed fighting technique. Sealed abilities. Undying stamina, sealed. Degradation, sealed. Crazed agility, sealed. Crazed consumption, sealed. Infection, sealed. Legion, sealed. Bone-breaking claws, sealed. Deadly mold whip, sealed. Yes, I can already see that she developed a lot. Her stats grew a lot in these little days. She told me she has been taking care of the slimes that appeared yesterday, and even ate some of the jellies, but it didn't really give her any ability. But because they were ice attribute materials, they gave her a nice amount of power, like eating a pill, I guess. But because we are all ice attribute beings, we can just eat the materials to get benefits. She also developed something named, or skin. Is this why her skin is just fine by touching my sharp scales? Or skin makes a user's skin as hard as, or enhanced by vitality stat. As simple as that. She also got magic enhancement from her magic genius ability, probably as a branched ability of sorts. I swear she's getting way too strong. And she seems to have transformed the 2 spells he had about mold into true abilities. I don't understand how it really goes, but maybe the invisible system of this world recognizes when someone uses a technique or spell a lot, and it becomes their innate ability afterward. Is it weird? Or maybe just part of my system affecting her somehow? System, can you tell me? Answer. The equals system equals is equals partially equals affecting equals those equals you equals teach equals techniques equals spells equals and equals more equals giving equals them equals the equals ability equals to equals earn equals faster equals proficiency equals and equals learn equals abilities equals permanently equals / answer. What? That's kind of broken. So seeing them like game characters is actually kind of partially making them one too? Answer. Kind equals of equals / answer. Kind of. What with the half-assed answer? Answer. System equals. The equals is equals not equals completely equals sure equals but equals it equals seems equals that equals your equals unique equals skill equals system equals is equals somewhat equals affecting equals not equals only equals those equals around equals you equals but equals the equals world equals as equals well equals the equals more equals you equals develop equals the equals more equals these equals changes equals will equals become equals evident equals however equals those equals closest equals to equals you equals will equals be equals the equals ones equals benefited equals for equals the equals most equals part equals / answer. Well, that was a big reveal. So if becoming a god, will I be able to use this system to take over the world? Answer. That equals sounds equals stupid equals / answer. You're becoming way more expressive out of nowhere. Oh, is this because I evolved? Answer. Perhaps. Equals by equals evolving equals the equals system equals Equals evolves equals as equals well equals slash answer. So that's it. Ugh. System. Can you give me a way to escape Bin Laden's bear hug without waking her up? Flash. Flaff. Flaff. Answer. Impossible equals slash answer. Thank you. Very reassuring. However, Bin Laden suddenly wakes up. Whoa. Ah. Drake. Good morning, she said. Her sleepy face was utterly adorable. Damn. Just how beautiful is this woman? Good morning, Bin Laden. Can you free me from your grasp a bit? I asked. Why? Oh. Bin Laden quickly realizes that she was gripping my torso with her strong arms, but doesn't stop. Instead, she starts rubbing her face on my own as she hugs me tighter. But I love to hug you, Drake. It makes me feel nice, she said. Ah, did you have to say such embarrassing things? I see. Well, I am glad. I said. Mwah. Bin Laden suddenly kisses my snout as she smiles cutely and frees me at long last. Let's go have breakfast, hee. Seriously, this girl is going to kill me out of cuteness. Breakfast time has been sadly stopped for the moment, because a few slimes came by as we traveled, and these ones could fly. Yeah, I never thought I would see flying slimes. At most I thought we would see more evolved forms of ice crows as flying monsters, but nope, slimes. And these guys are not normal. They look like little tornadoes and are mostly green-colored, although some are green and pale blue-colored, and others azure. I never thought I would see actual flying slimes, and they spiral through the air wonderfully. They emerged as a big swarm, resembling a cloud of these guys. Each one was the size of dog, although some evolved ones had larger sizes. I can easily deal with them in the sky, but Bin Laden won't be able to fight at my side. She can't fly. Well, she could fly if she were to use the mold on her own body to lift herself through mold-assisted telekinesis. But as I had stated some time ago, she still doesn't want to physically touch it. In the end, I left her inside of Fuyu while she, the wolves, Yuki, and Fuyu fired all sorts of long-range projectiles, aiming at the flying slimes and blasting them away. Although the slimes were very evasive and agile, so they were having a hard time aiming correctly. Flash! I flapped my wings as I flew towards a swarm of slimes to get some close-up to their status and appearances. A group of about a dozen noticed me and flew towards me right away. Name, nameless. Race, wind slime, genderless. Mana core cultivation, rank 1, peak stage. Status, angry. Average estimated vitality, 620 of 620. Average estimated mana, 592/620. Average estimated strength, 320. Average estimated dexterity, 1507. Average estimated magic, 620. Abilities, slime body, dissolve, absorb, self-regeneration, physical damage immunity, wind absorption, ice resistance, cold immunity, entanglement, flight, strong gust, slicing winds. Oh, this is the first time I see something with wind absorption. It also has ice resistance and cold immunity. And it also has flight, strong gust, and slicing winds. Are those spells? Flight, the ability to fly in midair through the usage of mana as propulsion. Strong gust, release a strong gust of winds that expulses a decently strong force. Slicing winds, release a burst of slicing emerald winds, dealing slash damage. Huh, so more or less what I could do with my winds. But wait, they got absorption, so it is completely useless. How nice. Well, there's always my ice to count. I quickly launched Scotty at the slimes, which quickly begin to fly through the air, piercing their green-colored mana cores like nothing. Roar! I release a roar, as my fear-inducing aura reaches the slimes, who grow shocked and paralyzed, as Scotty quickly impales them one by one. Crash! 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 The sounds of their mana cores getting cracked and shattered into pieces were like music to my ears. However, some bold ones combined their strength and unleashing a strong gust of winds against me. Flash! The gusts they conjure merge together into a powerful tornado, reaching to me. But I stand there as I receive the attack head-on. Boom! Drake! cried Benladin from far away, as she and the wolves and Yuki glanced at my entire body being engulfed by the tornado. Don't worry, this is nothing. I have high-leveled wind resistance after all. Slicing myself with my own winds every day did work at the end. I quickly release my fear-inducing aura as the slimes grow paler, figuratively, seeing that I was completely unfazed by their combination spell. Gate of Babylon. As I roar the infamous technique, I suddenly generate dozens of weapon-shaped projectiles made of hard ice, launching them at the group of wind slimes above me, while Scotty takes care of the ones around me swiftly. Flash! 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 The dozens of projectiles fly like missiles towards the group of wind slimes at a fast speed, all thanks to my projectile fire skill, which lets me launch multiple projectiles at once without even needing to use wind magic anymore. The wind slimes try to evade, and some manage, but the majority gets their mana cores easily pierced and shattered. I have a pretty good aim. Clash! 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 The slimes quickly fall over the ground as their mana cores get shattered, leaving a lot of loot for me to pick up later down below. Blop! Suddenly, I realize that something grabbed my leg. I quickly glance at my left leg as I find a large mass of many wind slimes together. How did I or Scotty not detect them? Name: nameless. Race: Wind Slime Legion, genderless. Mana Core Cultivation, Rank 2, Initial Stage. Status: Angry Fused. Average Estimated Vitality, 2720/2720. Average Estimated Mana, 2692/2692. Average Estimated Strength, 920. Average Estimated Dexterity, 3807. Average Estimated Magic, 2620. Abilities: Slime Body, Acidic Dissolve, Absorb, Self-Regeneration, Physical Damage Immunity, Wind Absorption, Ice Resistance, Cold Immunity, Entanglement, Flight, Strong Gust, Slicing Winds, Windstorm, Legion, Conceal Presence, Wind Camouflaging Coat. Oh, it is really a legion, just like Benladin once was when she merged with the mold and various molded beasts. The giant slime legion begins to stretch its body as it expands around my leg, trying to dissolve it by using its gastric acids. However, my scales are incredibly hard and dissolve way too slowly. You will need the power of a fire dragon to even melt these quickly. I quickly shape-shift my own phantom body into a claw and materialize it through phantom materialization, releasing a series of slashing attacks over the Wind Slime Legion. The Wind Slime Legion counters with a blast of winds, but I am mostly unaffected by it. Blue! Slash! 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 You only made the work of killing you easier, you fool. Crash! I quickly managed to easily shatter a dozen of mana cores at the same time, slowly lowering its power until it is so weak that I slurp it like a snack. The last standing slime struggle, but they get all eaten alive. It tasted a bit like lemon. Before a dragon, what are slimes but meals? And thankfully, I have not encountered a reincarnated slime, so it's all good. Arrogant? Quite so. It is no fun if you're not arrogant against things you can easily kill like these. It would all become dull and repetitive. So we spice things up by acting arrogant. Not like the slimes would complain, they can't speak after all. I quickly slurped the entire Wind Slime Legion, which seemed to be actually made by a unique wind slime with a Legion skill, which fused itself with many of its kin to become big and powerful. It was slimy and rather cold, like eating jelly. It had a mild taste like lemon, but was not really sweet. The lemon-like flavor must have been the acidic juices inside the slime. Ding. Mana cores equals have equals, been equals, consumed, equals, your equals, stats equals, have equals, increased equals, /mana. You learned equals the equals entanglement, equals level equals 1, comma equals legion, equals level equals 1, comma equals conceal equals presence, equals level equals 1, comma equals, and equals wind equals camouflaging equals code, equals level equals 1 equals skills, equals /u. Oh, more skills. Well, I just ate a lot of wind slimes with a single slurp, though I didn't get the cooler stuff such as wind absorption or slime body. But at least I got these ones, which sound just as interesting. Entanglement. Level 1. Entangle a foe with your body, inhibiting their movement. Deals damage over time. Damage calculated by strength stat. Legion. Level 1. Grants the ability to fuse with willing and compatible beings to enhance one's total power. New abilities can be learned and used temporarily, constantly consume mana, vitality, and soul energy. The higher the level, the more it can be kept fused. Conceal presence. Level 1. Conceal your presence through the use of magic, a greater version of stealth. The higher the level, the more effective it is, enhanced by dexterity stat. Wind camouflaging coat. Level 1. Conceal yourself with transparent winds that camouflage your presence in the skies. The higher the level, the more effective it is, enhanced by dexterity stat. Wah, those skills look way too good to be true. Legion in specific could let me fuse with living beings? So I can fuse with the wolves? What about Benliden? Can we all become a super chimera with this? Well, maybe it would feel weird to do so. Well, there wasn't much time to see what else I could do as I went back to battle. More wind slimes began to approach, disregarding the fear I caused to them. But Scotty quickly killed most of the ones that flew towards me, while the ones trying to assault Fuyu were met with a rain of ice projectiles and mold tentacles. I quickly activated paranormal senses, which gave me the view of something I wasn't able to see naturally. Souls. The souls of all the slimes floated around. They resembled ethereal masses that barely moved. After dying, their souls barely had any emotion or will. It seemed that as merely magical creatures, when they died, their souls didn't become active such as ghosts, but like mere bacteria floating in the air, seeking somewhere to go. I don't know how it works in this world, but Binladen had said something about Helheim being the place where most souls would go after death. So perhaps there could be something like a transmigration cycle that takes care of these souls after some time of dying? If that's the case, I have to hurry up before they get absorbed by this hypothetical case and devour them. Yes, you heard me right. One of the methods to strengthen one's soul was by devouring other souls. I know it sounds merciless, ruthless, and quite terrifying, but I don't really care. Especially because these slime souls that lack any ego wouldn't be missed by anyone. Without further ado, I quickly flew through the skies, opening my jaws and eating slimes and souls alike. The wind slimes were so weak that I simply caught them in midair and ate them alongside their souls. However, some offered resistance nonetheless, but nothing that rain of ice projectiles couldn't do, or my trusty Scotty couldn't crush. The first time I ate a soul, it felt rather strange. Instead of swallowing it with my throat, I had to eat it with my soul. It is as if I had to form a new esophagus and stomach inside of my soul, which would take care of eating these things. Devour took care of it rather easily, and I ended strengthening my soul slowly bit by bit. The souls had no taste. It was like eating air, but I suppose that if they grow in quality, there might be some taste on it. By eating souls, my soul gained more and more mass, and it got bigger and stronger by a bit. I made of this swarm of wind slimes my entire meal. As the minutes and hours went by, the wind slimes began to deplete quite fast, and I continued to feast on their souls rather eagerly. Until then, the boss appeared, a big storm slime king, which was hiding using conceal presence. Although I had noticed it, this slime was ordering the other slimes to attack, disregarding their sense of self-preservation, which was actually a good thing because my presence is too terrifying for them to get closer to me naturally. So making them stupid so I can eat them swiftly was a good thing. Because of this, I left the king alone for the time being. But now that it came straight towards me, while summoning a giant storm of slicing emerald winds all around its slimy body, I knew it wanted to pick a fight. I quickly analyzed its stats and flew directly towards it. Name, nameless. Race, Storm Slime King, genderless. Mana Core Cultivation, Rank 2, middle stage. Status, angered. Average estimated vitality, 3620/3620. Average estimated mana, 4692/4692. Average estimated strength, 1820. Average estimated dexterity, 3507. Average estimated magic, 2920. Abilities: slime body, acidic dissolve, absorb, self-regeneration, physical damage immunity, wind absorption, ice resistance, cold immunity, entanglement, flight, strong gust, slicing winds, windstorm, conceal presence, wind camouflaging coat, emerald winds aura, king's command, kin control, slicing emerald winds arrows, wind spirit blessing. Name: nameless. Race: storm slime king, genderless. Mana core cultivation, rank 2, middle stage. Status: angered. Average estimated vitality, 3620/3620. Average estimated mana, 4692/4692. Average estimated strength, 1820. Average estimated dexterity, 3507. Average estimated magic, 2920. Abilities: slime body, summon monster, acidic dissolve, absorb, self-regeneration, physical damage immunity, wind absorption, ice resistance, cold immunity, entanglement, flight, strong gust, slicing winds, windstorm, conceal presence, wind camouflaging coat, emerald winds aura, king's command, kin control, slicing emerald winds arrows, wind spirit blessing. I analyzed the Storm Slime King status, and it left me surprised. I think it is a bit stronger than the Legion in terms of stats, but it also has pretty powerful abilities. As I approached it at a fast speed, the large green-colored slime began to glow with bright emerald light, as an aura of wind attribute mana began to encompass its entire body, boosting its stats. What? I didn't know auras could do that. Blop. Release a cute noise. The Storm Slime King charges the vast amounts of mana it possesses, unleashing a deadly and powerful blast of spiraling, slicing emerald winds right towards my face. Flea Wash. I quickly cover myself with my own mana, using fear-inducing aura as a catalyst, and then trying to imitate that aura while shielding myself with my large arms. Boom. This guy is way different than the Legion or the other slimes. His wind does hurt me. It is probably combining all of its abilities into this powerful beam of spiraling winds. It is so strong and actually pushing me back. Let's see if you can go against my own winds. You can absorb winds, but not your own wind. If both wind forces clash against each other, what will happen? I quickly unleash an aura of slicing winds around me, gathering it within my body, and then expulsing it through projectile fire into a massive, spiraling ball of winds. This is like a giant raisin gun. Boom! The two blasts of winds exploded against each other, canceling each other at the same time of the impact, as shockwaves rushed everywhere around us, blowing away the smaller slimes around us. The Storm Slime King, however, didn't waste any second, using its high dexterity to move around the air with incredible speed and precision. Reaching to close quarters as the bold bastard released two spiraling tornadoes against me, and then extended its slimy body into a giant fist. Boom, boom, clash. My body resisted the two powerful wind attacks as I continued to easily regenerate the wounds. Although the power of the spiraling winds was easily tearing through most of my scale layers, and some of the direct hits reached my flesh ad scales regenerate at an even faster pace, surprising the slime. Yeah, this is what being immortal is all about. I flew directly towards it as I moved my tail toward its fist, crashing against it by using whip and spear technique together. Closh! My tail and its slimy fist clashed, releasing shockwaves all around, as I quickly enhanced my body through berserk mode and infused my mana veins across my entire body with more mana, temporarily enhancing my dexterity and strength. Using this newfound enhancement, I decided to completely overpower the slime's physical and magical attacks with a barrage of attacks of my own, using my tail to release skills and techniques, while I used all four of my limbs' claws to release slashing attacks. a storm of tremendous attacks began to fall over the slime. Clash, slash, clash, blue. The slime released a small cry as it felt overwhelmed by my might. I quickly smiled eerily, although my stiff face most likely didn't show any smile, as I quickly charged power within my throat. Dragon breath. I quickly opened my jaws, releasing a beam of ice and storm against the storm slime king, crushing it. Boom! The slime was clearly overwhelmed, although it somehow began to charge the aura around its body, shaping it alongside its magic to create a barrier of sorts, try to resist my attack. However, I roared like a furious dragon, charging more and more of my ever-regenerating mana into my breath attack, until the barrier of the slime began to shatter like weak glass, breaking apart as my breath attack consumed the slime in its entirety. Kleinash. The slime began to vaporize, so I quickly stopped my attack and reached to the weakened Storm Slime King as it fell over the ground, calling over Scotty at last, as it was very busy killing the dozens of slimes around me and Fuyu, and pointing it at the juicy and big emerald color mana core of the boss. Pierce it. Flash. Like a flashing arrow, Scotty obeyed my command, crushing the slime's core a second after, piercing it completely, and shattering it into pieces. Crack. Crash. Splash. The massive mass of green-colored slime fell over the ground. Alongside the many shattered parts of the mana core, I quickly flew down below and devoured the mana core, while leaving the slime there for later extraction. Ding! Mana core equals, digested, equals, your equals, stats equals, have equals, increased, equals, slash mana. You learned equals, the equals, emerald equals, winds equals, aura, equals, level equals, 1 equals, and equals, wind equals, spirit equals, blessing, equals, level equals, 1 equals, skills, equals, slash you. Oh, 2 new skills right away. However, I had no time to check them in detail, as the swarm of wind slimes was still bothering my party. So I quickly flashed towards there and began to finish off the last groups of wind slimes. Binladin, Fuyu, Yuki, and Frost were working together with the wolves to release constant barrages of piercing ice projectiles, mold projectiles for Binladin. But the wind slimes were so agile that it was hard to aim to their cores, and they had immunity to physical damage due to their slimy bodies that can easily regenerate. However, Frost suddenly released a powerful blast of wind from his jaw, like a small breath attack, freezing a slime instantly. That one surprised me. Meanwhile, Binladin practiced her mold-assisted telekinesis and used several ice weapons I had stored, controlling them in midair and aiming at the slime mana cores. The group of slimy creatures was slowly lowering in numbers. However, 2 wind slime legions emerged, entangling Fuyu. Wind slime legion sandwich. Fuyu was being sandwiched by the 2 slime legions at the same time, as their gastric acids began to slowly melt it. However, Fuyu wouldn't let itself be eaten alive, as it quickly began to fire icicle spears in all directions, hitting the slime legions multiple times. Although icicle spears are physical attacks, they're made of magic, so the physical damage immunity that the slimes have only lowered a bit of its damage dealt, but these powerful attacks are effectively and slowly tearing them down. Bad choice, slimes. You literally just gave yourselves away. TSK, TSK. How about this? Mold Beast. Suddenly, Binladin unleashes a new mold magic spell I had never seen before, where she gathers a lot of mold made through magic, and then the mold takes the form of a wolf, leaping over the wind slime legions and beginning to devour the slime. Its shape shifts and grows bigger the more mass it absorbs from the slimes. It is truly quite terrifying. It expands and even pops up crimson red eyes and more tentacles, becoming more monstrous. The Wind Slime Legion suffers many casualties as the slimes they're made of beginning falling one by one, having their mana cores easily shattered. Yuki quickly acts as well, as she uses her sharp metallic blades to slice through the mana cores, rolling over their slimy bodies using her snowball roll ability. The moment I reached Fuyu, the slime legions were already massacred. Phew, good work everyone. It seems that it wasn't much of a big deal, I said, quickly getting inside the fortress. Not much of a big deal. I got melted, said Fuyu. It's barely superficial, and you will regenerate naturally anyways. Don't be such a drama queen, I sighed. D-drama queen. Ugh, fine, sighed Fuyu. Come on, don't fight. Let's celebrate our victory. Maybe we can finally make jelly with all of this slime. Let's go pick it up, said Benladin. I was thinking the same. Let's go pick up everything for now, I said. We quickly flew down as Fuyu landed gently over the snow. We began to quickly collect the loot, which was more like just slime and their mana cores. There were no special items or something. This wasn't a VR MMO after all. As many as I ate, I never got their wind-related offensive abilities. Perhaps it was because my wind magic is like the same. Until I discovered something, I was actually learning them. The ability slimes had as offensive wind spells were being engraved into my mind. The moment I used wind magic, I was able to easily conjure them in a flash. Not even a thought was needed. Ding! The level equals of equals wind equals magic equals level equals 9 equals has equals increased equals slashed. The wind equals magic equals level equals 10 equals has equals awakened equals into equals the equals storm equals magic equals level equals 1 equals skill equals slashed. About time. My wind magic just awakened into a greater version. Just like all the versions that ice magic had that were shown to me when I died, this also happened here. As it became storm magic, I felt the changes almost immediately. The wind had suddenly become more robust, as if it were supercharged with power. Alongside that, the wind turned from transparent to clear green, and its slicing potential increased. Alongside that, I became way better at using it. I do wonder if I could get other elements. Perhaps if I eat some kind of fire monster, I can get something like fireball, or just straight up fire magic. Perhaps I won't even be an ice dragon, and I will turn into an almighty omni dragon. Well, it is nice to dream. Wait, system, can that happen? Answer. Not equals, enough equals, information equals, to equals, calculate equals, and equals, answer equals, slash answer. I guess I shouldn't get my hopes up for asking you things I don't know about. Anyways, as I eat more mana cores and collect slime with Benladin, I check the new skills with Analyze. Emerald Wind's Aura, Level 1. Using your connection with wind, unleash a powerful aura of wind attribute across your body, enhancing your physical and magical capabilities while creating permeable coverture of winds around your body. Intensity increases with magic stat and skill level. Wind Spirit Blessing, Level 1. The skill given to someone blessed by a wind spirit enhances the user's damage dealt using wind attribute, while also increasing the resistance against it by skill level and magic stat. Oh, these skills seem pretty interesting. Wind Aura is activated right away, as I see emerald winds flowing over my entire body constantly. This was really like an aura. It also felt like my dexterity increased by a decent amount, and I felt more agile and weightless. And the Wind Spirit Blessing seems to be a passive skill. It seems nice, though I wonder where the heck did a wind spirit came from and just bless some random slime king? I didn't even know the concept of spirits was in this world, but I guess it could be rather obvious. System, can we find anything about spirits? Answer. Analyzing equals slash answer. Ding. Spirits slash spirit. Spirits are mythical beings predominantly made of mana and soul energy. Spirits represent a certain element and are capable of maintaining the elements around their surroundings, nourishing the world, and making it overflow with elements. When a place lacks spirits, it means that it is dying and becoming a wasteland. That seems to be all we were able to get through Analyze, but it is good enough. So spirits are entities made of elements that enhance the elements around their surroundings. So I guess this entire place is filled with ice spirits, and then the sky has wind spirits. I guess. I still don't know where they might be unless they are completely invisible to the naked eye. But through paranormal senses, I should be able to see them, and there's none around. Well, aside from the Feast of Souls I am having, my soul is growing bigger and bigger. I am already increasing my soul cultivation as I speak. Ding! Your soul equals cultivation equals, has equals, reached equals, the equals, soul equals, energy equals, gathering equals, realm equals, middle equals, stage equals, slash your soul equals, cultivation equals, has equals, reached equals, the equals, soul equals, energy equals, gathering equals, realm equals, upper equals, stage equals, slash your soul equals, cultivation equals, has equals, reached equals, the equals, soul equals, energy equals, gathering equals, realm equals, peak equals, stage equals, slash your. After having devoured a dozen of souls, my soul began to develop and expand at a rapid pace. It wasn't like this before, but after reaching a certain amount of soul density, my soul quickly underwent automatic changes. Your soul equals, cultivation equals, has equals, reached equals, the equals, soul equals, energy equals, gathering equals, realm equals, middle equals, stage equals, slash your soul equals, cultivation equals, has equals, reached equals, the equals, soul equals, energy equals, gathering equals, realm equals, upper equals, stage equals, slash your soul equals, cultivation equals, has equals, reached equals, the equals, soul equals, energy equals, gathering equals, realm equals, peak equals, stage equals, slash your. I suddenly raised through 3 stages right off the bat, and I was at the pinnacle of my soul cultivation realm. I suppose that the soul energy gathering realm is like the first realm. Most mortals are probably not even in this realm, as I haven't seen Benladin even mentioning anything like soul cultivation. Perhaps it is something way more advanced, so not all low-ranked cultivators practice. This could mean that the soul energy gathering realm might be something that only high-ranked cultivators have achieved, and I have already reached the peak stage of such a realm. I glance at my soul as it overflows with energy, like a large mantle made of yellow gold energy, although most of it is slowly converting into my shape as if the soul were to take the shape of its body. And even more, it feels as if it were growing crystalline scales, and a draconic head was slowly forming from the misty appearance of the soul. If I keep upgrading it, my soul will continue to develop and take a more solid shape, most likely. However, as I continued to feast in these souls until there was no more remaining, my entire soul began to glow even more. I felt like I had suddenly crossed through some kind of wall. I had completely shattered it. In fact, flash, my soul energy began to concentrate into its nucleus, materializing into a ball. It was indeed a ball. It was materializing into a ball, and slowly crystallizing into a jewel of sorts of transparent white color, leaking some bluish aura and yellow gold essence from within. The more I felt like my soul enhanced it, the stronger I grew. What was this? The next step to soul cultivation? I slowly concentrate as I quickly begin to use my soul energies to nourish this sphere, helping in the cultivation and making it faster. Your soul equals, cultivation equals, has equals, reached equals, the equals, soul equals, core equals, creation equals, realm equals, initial equals, stage equals, slash your. Flash. With a second flash of ethereal essence, what was called a soul core was made, right in the middle of my soul. All your equals, stats equals, have equals increased, equals, slash all. The levels equals of equals, some equals, skills equals, have equals increased, equals, slashed. Amazing, even my stats increased, and some skills leveled up. I glanced into my soul as I found my soul core. Within it, my mana was being stored, so it was actually increasing my max amount of mana. And even more, mana was being produced from it, while it flowed across my body freely. So aside from my mana core, I had another core, a soul core. Although my mana didn't double or something, it was still a particular increase. I opened my eyes as I found Benladin glaring at me. "D-Drake, you began to glow a lot," she said. Right? I was in the middle of collecting slime. I think my soul went through an evolution of sorts. "Well, let's say that it just became stronger," I said. "Oh, I see, that's nice. A soul is something important, right? A person might develop their bodies, but if the soul is too weak, it could be a detriment, said Benleden. How do you know that? I asked. HM, you just said that the other day, said Benleden. Damn, do I sound that wise? I wondered. We collected the last slime into large ice pots and flew back to Fuyu. In the end, we had dozens of liters of slime. We have a lot, said Benleden. Yep, though it doesn't stay as an authentic jelly, unless I freeze it, but it simply becomes an ice cube, I said. The two of us, alongside Yuki, who was eating pears, began to glance at the liters of slime. The intense battle had ended, but there was an even more intense battle now. How do we convert this slime into jelly? How about boiling it? I asked. Boiling it? Asked Benleden. Yeah, let's boil into a warm liquid, and then let's rest it at ambient temperature. Maybe it will become jelly like that. Usually, when you make jelly, you make it off warm water, pour the contents, and make up a juice-like substance. After it becomes cold, it turns into jelly, I said. Oh, I see. I never made jelly, so I didn't know. Maybe it could work like this? Asked Benleden. Indeed, it is worth a try. Also, let's give another thing too. How about cut pieces of fruits? And maybe fruit pulp for a sweeter flavor, I said. Nice idea, said Benleden, quickly getting up and running into the kitchen as she grabbed several pears from the kitchen and started to cut them into pieces. I also rushed into it, reducing my size and beginning to smash the fruits with my claws into pulp. Wasn't hard at all. We began to cook together. Well, not cook. We were just cutting fruits and smashing them. After that, we moved the fruit into the slime as we separated a large chunk of it into another large pot, which we began to boil by putting fire down below. This special ice was designed by me to have a very low ice attribute on it, making it something like a crystallization of mana than anything else, an incredibly hard one. So, it is kind of like a super glass. After some fire, it quickly warmed up and began to slowly boil the slime, which turned liquid and released more steam. We slowly added the pulp so it could caramelize into it as it boiled, while we saved the fruit pieces after it finished boiling. Oh, a delicious, sweet smell began to come out. It seemed that by boiling the pulp of the fruits, they became similar to marmalade. Perhaps we could do it separately too. Yuwa, it smells so nice, said Benleden. Day 78. Yesterday we prepared the jelly by boiling it with ice pear pulp, and it became like a caramelized, sweet, and mildly citric juice. After that, we ended pouring it into smaller pots, and we left them naturally cooling down inside a wooden shelf Benleden made. She had been practicing carpentry lately, because she used to watch her father and mother make up things with wood, and with her axe she can easily cut down trees and bring them here with her mold-assisted telekinesis. And after that, we mostly decided to stay inside of Fuyu as it traveled through the skies. And once more, I am being tightly hugged by Benleden. She's dozing off without a care for the world. After all we had gone through, I'm glad that she can still relax while sleeping. Mwah. Drake! Drake! Suddenly, she begins to mutter my name while sleeping. Seriously? Why is she even dreaming with me? Yes, I asked. She began to chuckle cutely, while her eyes were still shut down. I wonder, what is she dreaming? Wait, maybe I can peek over her dreams? But wouldn't that violate her privacy? I really wouldn't like someone to watch over my dreams. How can I do it, though? Easily. I can move my soul out of my body and infuse it into her chest like this. Flash. I extend a little soul tendril which slowly enters Benleden's chest as I reach her mindscape. Wait. I didn't want to do this. However, before going out, I am surprised by the scenery in front of me. It seems to be a beautiful grassland. The sky is clear blue, with a few clouds over it. The sun is shining brightly like it never does in here, and Benleden is sitting over the grass. She was sitting over the grass, right in front of what seemed to be a picnic. There was a long red mantle over the grass, and I was there like a miniature version, a bit smaller than my smallest size, and there were two other people there as well. A beautiful woman that resembled Benleden, but seemed way more mature, with wider hips and a large chest. She had a gentle and motherly smile. And there was also a muscular old man, of the same race as Benleden and this woman, with clear blue skin, tall and buffed with muscles. He had a short white beard and small yet happy yellow gold eyes. I am just assuming things, but could these be her parents? And she's dreaming about me. Having a picnic with her and her parents? I see. I keep glancing for a bit. She seems happy there, eating what seems to be bread, cheese, and even ham. Oh man, I wish I could taste that. She seems very happy, like incredibly radiant. So he's Drake? What an adorable dragon, said her mother, as she began to pet the small version of herself. I'm not a pet, said my small version. But will he be strong enough to protect my girl? Wondered her father. D. Drake is very strong, father. He always protects me, said Benladin. I see. Well, if that's how you feel, I have nothing else to say then, said her father. I agree. If you really love him, just tell him that you love him, said her mother. Yes, I am going to marry him, said Benladin. And marry? Asked my small version. Yes, let's marry Drake. We can live in our flying castle, said Benladin, as she grabbed my miniature version and hugged it, kissing its snout and the middle of its forehead. What kind of dream is this? Does she love me? Seriously? Marriage? Benladin, you have to know that I'm actually a dragon. You can't marry a dragon. Ugh. So she really loves me back. I guess it was already clear from the beginning. I suppose I was simply trying to convince myself that she was merely being affectionate. But we can't do this. It's not right. I am a beast, and you are a giant. It won't work. It hurts me so much to think about this, like a searing pain reaching my heart. But maybe there could be a chance if I can harness a similar humanoid form to her race. I have to catch some bandit and eat it, and we could manage, maybe? Or this is just wishful thinking? I don't know how it will go. I am really uncertain. But she seems so happy in this dream. I better not disturb her anymore. I quickly move away from her dream as I open the eyes of my body. I take a glance at Benladin's face. She seems relaxed. She's so beautiful when she's sleeping so happily. Suddenly, Benladin opens her eyes slowly, looking at me with a sleepy expression. Drake, she said, hugging me even tighter. Good morning, I said. Good morning. I had a very fun dream, she said, glancing in my eyes. What did you dream about? I asked. I dreamed that we met with my parents, and we had a picnic, said Benladin. I see. I also wish to meet them. I hope they're fine, I said. I hope so too. Maybe we can invite them to the castle, right? So they can be with us as we travel the world, said Benladin. I don't see why not, I said. I can't wait to get there. It's going to be so much fun, said Benladin, as she suddenly got serious and glanced at me back. What now? Let's have breakfast, Dash, I muttered before she interrupted me. Drake, will you leave me when we reach my town? She asked. From where is that question coming from? Why would I do that? It would also be painful for me to leave you behind, you know? I asked. I don't know, I just asked that stupid question. I thought that maybe you wanted to leave me with my parents because you didn't want me to be in more danger. She said, well, I really don't want that, but if you want to come with me, I will happily bring you with me, I said. Oh, really? She asked. Of course. I had grown attached to you already. You're like a part of my daily life now. It would hurt me if you were to leave me all out of the sudden. I said, D. Drake. Benladin glanced at my eyes as she smiled cutely. I also want to stay with you forever, she said, hugging me tighter. Forever? Are you sure? I asked. Yeah, never leave me behind. I want to always stick with you, for all our lives. Because you are very important to me, she said. She's really killing me there. I see. You are very important to me as well, I said. Really? How much? She asked. Well, we have only met for over a month, so don't expect me to. Ugh, let's say a lot, I said. That's enough, she said, kissing my snout. Why do you always kiss me? I asked. That's because I love. B, because it is a show of affection between the ice giants, she said. I see. She's not good at lying. Name, Drake. Race, adult winged phantom freeze dragon. Titles, Merciless, Savior, Pack Leader, Magic Teacher. Mana Core Cultivation, Rank 2, Upper Stage. Soul Cultivation, Soul Core Creation Realm, Initial Stage. Status, Hungry. Vitality, 7644/7644. Mana, 15105/15105. Strength, 7048. Dexterity, 4662. Magic, 14,030. Abilities. Unique Skill, Immortal Body. Unique Skill, Winter Magic. Unique Skill, System. Unique Skill, Ice Absorption. Unique Skill, God Sealed. Camouflage, Level 6. Super High-Speed Thought Processing, Level 2. Parallel Mind, Thought Processing, Level 2. Storm Magic, Level 1. Precise Mana Control, Level 2. Telepathy, Level 10. Berserk Mode, Level 8. Fear-Inducing Aura, Level 9. Naming, Level 7. Kin Control, Level 5. Crafting, Level 7. Apothecary, Level 5. Mining, Level 5. Hasten Mana Regeneration, Level 4. Phantom Body, Level 6. Split Phantom, Level 3. Phantom Materialization, Level 2. Paranormal Sense, Level 2. Ice Thread Production, Level 5. Ice Smith, Level 3. Group Cultivation, Level 6. Whip Technique, Level 4. Spear Technique, Level 4. Projectile Fire, Level 5. Devour, Level 2. Body Transformation, Level 2. Entanglement, Level 1. Legion, Level 1. Conceal Presence, Level 1. Wind Camouflaging Coat, Level 1. Emerald Winds Aura, Level 1. Wind Spirit Blessing, Level 1. Ice Dragon Natural Skills. Ice Dragon Bloodline. Ice Dragon Frost Breath, Level 4. Metallic Ice Dragon Scales, Level 4. Medium Self-Regeneration, Level 6. Strong Freezing Slash, Level 4. Furious Freezing Bite, Level 4. Phantasmal Freezing Tail Whip, Level 2. Steel Body, Level 5. Keen Instincts, Level 6. Resistance, Cold Immunity. Hunger Resistance, Level 5. Fear Resistance, Level 6. Pain Resistance, Level 7. Ice Dragon Natural Resistances. Greater Physical Damage Resistance, Level 2. Fire Resistance, Level 5. Wind Resistance, Level 6. Thunder Resistance, Level 5. Phantom Body became Level 6, which means that my Phantom had become more flexible, stronger, and perhaps can extend even longer. Meanwhile, Split Phantom has become Level 3, meaning that my Split Phantoms could be born stronger, perhaps. Might as well try to make another Phantom clone now that my soul is strong. But what do I make it into? That's the problem now. Phantom Materialization and Paranormal Sense reached Level 2 quite fast, but they need to level up a bit more to intensity their effects, although they're already good as they are. So today in the morning after checking my stats, we went into the important thing. The jelly. Yo, it's so sweet and soft. I can't describe it well, said Benladin, filling her cheeks with jelly to the point she resembled a tiny hamster filling her cheek pouches with seeds. Indeed, it was delicious. After what we did yesterday, we woke up to the jelly having hardened itself from its liquid boiling state, and it was of a bluish and green color, with a lot of the fruit pulp giving it more sweetness, and the fruit pieces gave it a last and even more delicious flavor and a little surprise in between the softness of the jelly. It is indeed quite good. We'll call this slime jelly, all right? I asked. Sure thing. Let's prepare a lot so we can eat every day, said Benladin with a radiant smile. We enjoyed a breakfast of slime jelly, and then we began to prepare even more. Yuki at our side was enjoying it thoroughly too, but the wolves didn't like it. They are mostly carnivorous, and although slime could be said to be a living animal, it is not exactly the meat they eat. Well, as we advanced through the skies, the wolves hunted down rabbits and other wolves from weaker packs they encountered. Cannibalism is fair in the wild, I guess. I also hunted down stronger variants of ice crows, which began to fly around. They mean no harm, but I hunted them down anyways. I wanted to taste them. Instead of the usual little size they had, they were rather big, probably as big as Bin Laden's torso, and their wingspan went as long as 6 meters. They also seemed fiercer, with sharper claws and beaks made of hardened ice similar to the one I make, which doesn't melt, so it is present in the wild too. As we butchered them, Binladin grabbed one from the wings and extended her arms horizontally. The wings were simply immense. "Look, I am an angel," she chuckled. "Huh, I don't think an angel would look like the corpse of a giant bird," I said. Well, yeah. I wonder if you can tame these birds the next time we meet them," asked Binladin. Actually, that sounds like a good idea. I could tame some and use them as recon," I said. Binladin tilted her head in confusion. "What's recon?" she asked. "Scouting," I said. "Oh, so it can fly around and inspect stuff for us. But how will it communicate what it saw?" asked Binladin. "Through telepathy, any tamed monster can somehow communicate to me what they think, feel, or have seen, to an extent. Of all the monsters, Yuki and Frost are the most intelligent, so their information is often detailed." "Well, it is hard to explain," I sighed. "I see. Well, let's get to it." We began to butcher the 4 giant ice crows I caught by firing icicle spears at them, and then we cut them down. The meat was looking pretty good and white, just like chicken. We decided to make chicken soup with this, although we left another 2 grilling while seasoning them with dried herbs and root salt. The root that is not salty from the root salt can be boiled and eaten like potato, so Binladin added those too, alongside mushrooms and a few frozen cubes of rabbit broth to give it even more flavor to the soup. "It looks so nice," said Binladin. And bam! It was done after around an hour and a half. Chicken broth with boiled root and mushrooms, and grilled chicken seasoned with dried herbs and root salt. It was a good meal. Like this, we spent most of the day lazing around for once. Binladin cuddled with me, and we ended sleeping through most of the day after filling our bellies with lunch. Day 79. Today in the morning, Fuyu finally began to cross through the mountain range, as we called Frost and the rest of the pack to come back to the fortress because I didn't want them to cross through such a giant peak by themselves. We had a big stockpile of frozen meat, root salt, fruits, and more, so we were good for several days, and in the way, we hunted down more giant crows while I tamed 2 of them. I could have tamed more, but as of now, with the pack of wolves I got, I don't want more mouths to feed until I can find a way for self-sustainability. I easily caught the crows by entangling them with ice threads and then suppressing their wills with my fear-inducing aura until they almost died of horror. Maybe I was a bit too rough, but that's how it works for me. I decided to name them after Odin's crows. The female was named Hugin and the male Munin, and their stats were almost identical. Their appearances were also almost the same, so I hope they don't mind whenever we get their names mixed up. Name: Hugin, female / Munin, male. Race: giant ice crow. Mana core cultivation. Rank 1, peak stage. Status: getting used to being tamed. Average estimated vitality: 1245/1245. Average estimated mana: 1360/1360. Average estimated strength: 1322. Average estimated dexterity: 2200. Average estimated magic: 1127. Abilities: acrobatics, air maneuver, ice wind, icicle spear, sharp ice claws, blade claws, bone crushing ice beak, hasten self-recovery, parasite immunity, status effect resistance, ice dragon skin, keen senses. Oh yeah, I also gave them my blood so they could get the abilities that everyone gets when they drink it. This way, these 2 ended becoming rather decently strong, and they were rank 1 peak stage as well. Pretty impressive. Binladin played around with them while giving them tiny chunks of meat to incentivize them. At the end, they were fascinated with her and even did pirouettes and other acrobatics just to amuse her so she could give them more meat. I'm glad she likes them, I guess. The crows seemed to be the cool type of guys. They were calm and glared at Yuki and Frost with a dead stare from above. I was thankful that they were all tamed because I was sure they would fight or something if they were not companions. We haven't encountered slimes lately, so I don't know what's up with that. Maybe they came from somewhere and we already got past that spawn point. It did say they have summoned monsters, so maybe there was some insane reincarnated dude summoning them around. Well, I couldn't care less about that guy. I would gladly and slowly reach the top while peacefully traveling the world with Binladin. so I don't want any troubles if possible. Yeah, I know it would be interesting to eat him and see if I could get some unique skills, but I like to prioritize our safety. If a reincarnated person with cheats is just as insanely overpowered as us, then even as strong as I am, I might end up risking my life and that of Ben Laden if we were to simply fight him because we wanted to see how he tasted like. Unless I am really furious or something, I don't think I would jump toward a strong enemy willingly. Anyways, we spent most of the day cultivating mana or exercising and also slacking off and taking naps. Ben Laden is enjoying our trip, and she's getting happier every day. So I'm glad she seems to have undergone a full recovery after all she went through. After we cross the mountain range, we might reach her village pretty soon, as she said it was right below these mountains. Hopefully, everything is okay there. Day 80. Day 80. I might be about to reach 3 months of living in this world, and I am fairly strong after such a short amount of time. I might have started weak, but I got pretty strong rather quickly, so I guess it was a fair exchange. Although I would have liked it if I were born stronger, but maybe it would have been fairly boring to just be born overpowered and just stomp everything. Where would the thrill be? Anyways, as I quickly forget my humble beginnings by eating sweet jelly in the morning, I feel a sudden burst of mana rushing around the fortress. I quickly glance at the second floor, where Ben Laden was still inside of her room, as she quickly calls to me. Drea cake. Ben? What's going on? I quickly rush upstairs and open the door, finding her a bit taller, I think around 10 centimeters taller. She had also changed a bit, as she gained blue tattoos across her arms, which seemed to be infused with muscle-strengthening runes. And damn, she got beautiful, even more than before. Her silvery white hair now reached below her hips, and her hips also got wider and sexier, and her breasts a bit bigger too. What? I'm just inspecting her. I'm not a degenerate. She also seemingly gained a little horn in her forehead. It was too small to notice it well at the naked eye, but seemed to be made of ice. Her yellow-gold eyes became even shinier, and her features more beautiful. It wouldn't be a bad thing to call her a jade beauty now. Well, more like an ice beauty. D-Drake, this is weird. My body changed a bit after I reached rank 2, she said. Wait, rank 2? It seems that Ben Laden reached rank 2 today as she was practicing the use of mana, almost naturally. Just like a genius. Merely reaching rank 2 just by practicing mana. She's really those typical Xinxia geniuses of cultivation whose cultivation realms were crossed by merely existing. Well, not really. She trained hard to get here, so it is fairly well-deserved. You evolved like monsters? I asked. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't think ice giants evolve, said Ben Laden. Wait, could it be because she drank my blood? Ben Laden had evolved, and she got buffer and even more beautiful. Sometimes I feel lucky to have such a beauty at my side. Ugh. Okay, let's not sound like a simp for now. D-Drake. I was staring rather intensively at Ben Laden's body, so she felt a bit embarrassed. I quickly swallowed saliva as I averted my gaze from her. Sorry, just that. After evolving, you became even more beautiful, I said, rather timidly. I simply had to get this out of my chest. Ben Laden's face went from blue to red in a split of a second, as she averted her gaze from me too. I see. I am glad you find me. Be beautiful, she said. The atmosphere got pretty tense, all out of sudden. Anyways, I don't know why you evolved, but maybe it could have something to do with drinking my blood. I asked her. All right, your blood. I didn't think about it, but yeah, maybe it was really because of your blood, Drake. Perhaps it changed me in more ways than I thought, wondered Ben Laden. Well, let me inspect you with my ability, I said, as I used Analyze on her to see her full status. Name, Ben Laden. Race, High Ice Giant, Jotun, female. Mana Core Cultivation, rank 2, initial stage. Status, recently evolved. Average estimated vitality, 4526/4526. Average estimated mana, 6602/6602. Average estimated strength, 4705. Average estimated dexterity, 3012. Average estimated magic, 5332. Abilities. Unique skill, Mold, suppressed. Unique skill. Charm, active, ineffective against you. Ice Giant's bloodline. Emer's descendant. Cold immunity. Ice resistance. Hastens self-recovery. Parasite immunity. Status effect resistance. Ice Dragon skin. Or skin. Cooking. Butcher. Crafting. Sewing. Mana manipulation. Giant's great physique. Superhuman strength. Magic genius. Hasten mana recovery. Magic enhancement. Acrobatics. Dexterity enhancement. Forger. Hunter. Fungokinesis mold. Mold-assisted telekinesis mold. Mold magic mold. Mold bullet mold. Mold tentacle mold. Axe technique. Shield technique. Armor technique. Unarmed fighting technique. Half monster new. Thin ice dragon bloodline new. Freezing ice aura new. Berserk mode new. Mold enhancement new. Sealed abilities. Undying stamina sealed. Degradation sealed. Crazed agility sealed. Crazed consumption sealed. Infection sealed. Legion sealed. Bone-breaking claws sealed. Deadly mold whip sealed. Her stats really skyrocketed. Although they are not comparable to me, they are very high nonetheless. Bin Laden is most likely in the same league as me as those that are way stronger than their own cultivation realms. This is quite possibly the quirk of any unique ability user. We are probably gifted with more talent. Like Bin Laden's talent is due to her mold attribute mana core, which was made of her unique skill and therefore made into the highest grade and talent possible. Her race also changed in a high ice giant, and she also got a series of new abilities. Half monster. Someone who possesses a half monster bloodline has the capacity of having the chance of evolving while ranking up their cultivation stages and realms, bringing a greater enhancement to their capabilities and even a change of race. This is it. But how did she got this? Was her father a monster? I doubt it. So is all due to my blood? Does my blood have such mutagenic properties? Really? Thin Ice Dragon Bloodline. An ability that those who have attained a small, thin amount of dragon bloodline are capable of developing it further through cultivation, being capable of unlocking more power from it. Okay, so this pretty much confirms it. It seems your race has become High Ice Giant, and you acquired a few abilities such as Half Monster and Thin Ice Dragon Bloodline. I didn't know my blood would have such strange properties. I feel like I am a vampire now. I sighed. However, instead of feeling weirded out as I thought, Bin Laden was actually happy over this. Really? Then that means I'm a bit like you too, Drake, she said. I asked. Perhaps if I develop it enough, I could become a dragon like you, and we can, Bin Laden began to stutter and become all red again. Does she want to become a dragon to be with me? She's so noble. But I doubt it would be that type of deal. It will probably bring her a greater enhancement to her strength and stuff. But going as far as a full dragon transformation? Quite unlikely. I don't think you will be able to suddenly transform into a dragon, Bin Laden. But it is nice to see that you're eager to become closer to me through that. Anyways, this thin dragon bloodline will probably bring you more of a passive enhancement than anything superficial. I said, Oh, I see. That's nice. I really feel quite strong, like, I could lift you, she said as she grabbed me and lifted me into the air. To note, I'm around 3 meters in my smallest form. See? I can lift you now. Who's my cutest dragon? You are, she said. Oh, boy, don't treat me like a pet now. I roared as she left me on the floor with a little chuckle. Sorry, it was just a little play, she said. Well, whatever, let's go celebrate by having some breakfast, I said. Yay. Everyone was rather surprised at Bin Laden's evolution. It seemed that her presence had become stronger, so even Frost and Yuki noticed her changes aside from the tattoos. I feel way taller now, like my head is above yours, said Bin Laden, petting me. You know that I could go back to my normal size and completely dwarf you. In fact, I am doing it, I said, quickly taking my original size of around 7 meters, if not a bit more. Gay? Why, yeah. Maybe I'm getting too cocky. She chuckled. I'm the one that pets your head here, I said as I petted her silky, silvery white hair. Bin Laden smiled gently. I love when you pet me, Drake. Is that so? Then I will pet you as much as I want. I said. We had a large feast celebrating Benladin's evolution and rank up, as Fuyu told me that we had already crossed through the mountains. Soon enough we might arrive at her town. I am a bit nervous. Day 81. Today we woke rather eagerly. We had finally reached the other side of the mountain, and ahead of us, aside from the beautiful and boundless blue sky, there were finally a clear path, no more annoying forests. Well, there were still some here and there, but there was a clear path and a long river that led to somewhere a few kilometers away. And the sky was mostly clear. There were no annoying wind slimes or birds. So Hugin and Munin went ahead and flew ahead of us, while we slowly moved through the long river. This is it. This river is the one that leads to my town. Usually, towns or villages are built at the side of rivers, so we can have fresh water every day. My tribe used to be nomadic until they settled down at the side of this river. Since generations that they had been here, said Benladin. I see. I have always wondered how much does your race lives? I asked. I think I've heard that we live around 300 years, or a bit less, or a bit more, said Benladin. 300 years. Meanwhile, I will never grow old. Does this means that Benladin will slowly grow old as I stay the same? What? Ugh, I shouldn't think of such stuff. Drake, she asked. Oh, nothing. I was just wondering, how long do other races live? I think I might not grow old as a dragon, kind of like being ageless. I said, oh, that's so cool, said Benladin. Is it? I wondered, glancing at the floor. Benladin tilted her head while wondering why I was feeling so down, but I quickly decided to forget about these thoughts. Anyways, for now, go take a bath so you could be well presentable for your parents. You said the village is near, right? I asked. All right. Benladin quickly ran back to the bathroom I had made, as she boiled water and took a bath over the bathtub. As she went to bathe, I decided to watch over the crows as they flew ahead of us. The day was rather beautiful. The sky was blue and boundless. There was barely any cloud, but even this natural beauty couldn't calm down my nervousness. Ugh, I shouldn't really appear. I might end up scaring them. Maybe if I hide for now, and I let Benladin be with her parents, and after she talks about me previously with them before meeting me, and then they meet me, yeah, that would be better, so they don't have a heart attack after seeing such a terrifying dragon like me. After Benladin took a bath, she quickly got in her best clothes possible, which were all made of leather, but she still looked rather gorgeous. She sat over my back as we decided to fly and reach the crows. All right, let's go. I quickly flapped my wings and used wind magic to impulse myself through the skies, reaching high above. Take care, said Fuyu. We will, said Benladin, as we flew into the distance. We flew through the skies, soaring above everything. We really feel free from everything. As I flapped my wings, we finally reached the two crows, who squeaked after seeing us. Suddenly, both of them began to fly around us, as if doing acrobatics, making Benladin a bit happy. Although I'm sure that these two waited for some prize, Benladin didn't bring any meat. We felt the wind cross through our faces. It was rather refreshing. We are so up above, Drake, said Benladin as I smiled. Indeed. Do you like a travel like this? I asked. I love it, especially because you carry me, she said. I see. I also like to carry you over my back, I said. I wonder how my parents might be. It has been so many years. Sighed Benladin. I'm sure that they should be fine. After all, you said they live long lives, right? I asked. Yeah, you're right. I bet they might be a bit older, but nothing much should have changed, said Benladin. That's right. Let's hope for the best. Oh, look, as we chatted around, I suddenly spotted something. It seemed rather fuzzy from the distance, but as I flew faster towards it using wind magic, we quickly reached it, and I was able to see it better. It was plain that had a bunch of houses made of wood. There were even corrals where animals were held. Oh, that's it. That must be it. My tribe. Fly down, Drake. All right. I quickly began to slow down my charge through the skies, slowly descending. As we descended more and more, we began to see things in more detail. How odd. Why, there is no one around. And then a sudden scent hit me. This scent is the scent of burnt wood. Why there's no one around? Are they all sleeping? Wondered Benladin, as we quickly reached the surface. She jumped right off my back and began to run into the town as I slowly walked behind her. She seemed to not notice the smell, or perhaps she did and was pretending to not. She ran around the houses, calling everyone to come out, but no one came out. That's my house. She ran, pointing at her house, which was a bit separated from the others. But as I walked around, I saw a lot of dust around the houses, painting the snow black and gray. What happened here? Who did this? Some houses were made into ruins, covered by snow and dust. And Benladin's house. It was, the ceiling had fallen over the house. She ignored it and she ran into the house, knocking on the door. Dad! Mom! I am back. Knock, knock. I am back. Mom? Dad! Clash! Suddenly, she used her strength and broke the door open as I walked at her side and glanced at the interior from behind her. It was all burnt down. The beds, everything. And there were two corpses. They were holding hands tightly. They were so burned down that they were completely black, like charcoal. Mom? Dad! Benladin was pretending to not notice. As she rushed towards the corpses and began to talk to them, to hold them, she raises their torsos as she moved their arms and hugged them. Mom! Dad! She began to hug them as tears began to rush out of her eyes. I am back. I am. Sniff. Aya. Yuawa. She began to scream in pain, crying as I've never seen her cry before. I felt like my entire world was fragmenting apart. Why? I wanted to say something, anything, but it felt as if I had a knot in my throat. How did this happen? When? Who did this? I quickly glanced everywhere. The entire village was desertic. But maybe perhaps paranormal sense. I quickly activated the skill as I was suddenly taken aback. Dozens of souls wandered all around. All of them had the shape of ice giants, but they were all burnt. All of them had dulled expressions. So many. How many? How many did die? I quickly glanced around, seeking some of the souls. Until then, I glanced inside the house. There were two souls. Their appearances were horrid, burned entirely. Their hair was gone. Their eyes seemed burned as well, but they were hugging Benladin as she cried. Mama, Papa. I noticed that they were slowly dissipating as if turning into dust. More than half of their soul was already gone. I had to do something. Benladin, there's hope. I roared. Benladin was suddenly taken aback by my words as she glanced back at me. Drake, I can see them. The souls of your parents are with you. They're hugging you. What? Really? Can you revive them? She asked. No, I said. But I can keep them here until we can find a way to revive them. I said. Benladin's eyes opened wide as her tears flowed like rivers below her beautiful yellow gold eyes. I want to make her happy. I don't want to see her cry like this. Not like this. So let me do this for you, Benladin. Please. Drake, save them. She said, we need something, a catalyst, something that you've infused with your emotions, with your the shield and the axe. As I said that, Benladin quickly took them out as she had her axe wrapped with leather at her back, while the shield was wrapped in her left arm. The souls seemed silent and didn't want to move. They're still hugging you. Benladin, you have to tell them, speak with them, I said. I cannot be rough. If I grab them with my soul in such a state, I might end up damaging them. They need to get into these weapons and possess them willingly, I said. Benladin, cleanse her tears as she closed her eyes, nodding. Papama, please, stay with me. Would why you get in my axe and shield? We promise you to find a way to revive you one day. The souls heard her, but they seemed weak and barely moved. You have to be bolder, Benladin. Ask them. Ask them from the depths of your heart. Souls only react to strong emotions, I said. Benladin nodded as she began to cry again. Please, get inside. Please, I don't want you to leave me. Not after all I lived with you. Not after all this time I've been thinking about you. Not like this. Please. Benladin fell over the ground, As her tears covered her face, I quickly lifted her with a materialized hand of my phantom body skill as I cleansed her tears. They already obeyed you after the second request. There, I said. Benleden glanced at her axe and shield as they glowed with a phantasmal essence. She began to cry again as her tears fell over them. Sniff. Thank you. Thank you. Drake, she muttered. It's the least I could do. No, you did it, I said. Ah, how much I wish for some way to touch her better, to caress her better. I quickly shape-shifted and made my size smaller. As I hugged her tightly, she was strong enough to resist my strength and my hard metallic scales. Drake, thank you. Sniff. Don't worry. We'll get through this together. I promise you we will. You promise me? She asked. Of course I do. Benleden, of course I do, I said, continuing to caress her head with my claws as gently as possible. You promise me to never leave me? She asked. I will never leave you, I said. Never ever, never ever. Benleden began to cry even louder, tightly hugging me this time. Her arms were so strong I felt like she was crushing me a bit, but it wasn't anything a dragon couldn't take. I think I've finally found a purpose in this second life. Sister, mother, father, brother. I think I've finally found a reason why I was sent here. Such bittersweet feelings. Yet, deep down, there's a fury I am trying to contain, an undying fury towards the one that did this to them. This fire. All of this, it's clearly not natural. Ice giants would easily be able to take off this fire with their magic if it were to be a natural wildfire. This was made by someone or something. And then, suddenly, I feel something watching over us. But I don't want to stop hugging Benleden. Yet, I quickly twist my head as I see it. What is this? It is a small spherical drone. A drone is made of metal, and it has some sort of eye-like camera in the middle of it. What is this thing? And why is it here? Isn't this a fantasy world? Without doubting for a second, Scotty immediately answers my call and falls like thunder over the drone, crushing it into the ground without it even noticing anything. Crash. What was that? Asked Benleden in shock. We were being watched, I said. Within a large citadel where many large buildings were erected and where thousands of ice giants walked around, interacting, selling meat, herbs, materials, clothes, and more, there was a certain building, the largest there was in the entire citadel. It somewhat resembled an enormous palace of the Middle Ages, although many ice giants were walking inside and out of it, carrying materials. Some bought them, others sold them. However, most of the ice giants within this place exuded stronger auras than the people in the citadel, most of them being above rank 1 initial stage, various of them being middle stage or even upper stage, with a few at peak stage, and there were even the auras of some at rank 2 and more. This was what was named a sect, and the citadel around it was built by the families and the servants that served the powerful cultivators that protected them from the wilderness outside. Even as ice giants, if they were mere mortals who had not awakened mana cores or had too low of an aptitude to even reach anywhere with it, the powerful high-ranked monsters that roamed around, some even being rank 2 or even higher, might end up killing them anyway. In Jotunheim, there were many sects and nations. However, most of them maintained rather far away from each other. And because the entire continent was as vast as all the continents of Earth combined, it was an immense place with vast snowfields, forests, and deadly beasts roaming every corner. Due to the vastness of the continent, many sects were not related to any nation, but still did many negotiations with them, often selling goods and exchanging them for the previous mana cores, the currency of the entire world of Yggdrasil. It was the most precious material that cultivators needed, as they could tear them down into potions to restore mana and enhance their cultivation speed. Or certain techniques even let cultivators consume mana cores by turning them into pure mana particles. Alongside this, there were many other cultivation materials endemic to certain regions of the continent, which was merely divided into 4: the South region, the North region, the West region, and the East region. Each region had endemic life, materials, and more importantly, dungeons. Sects usually formed around dungeons, where people could easily extract materials, corpses, mana cores, and even dropped items that occasionally appeared. One of the worldly sects of the south region of Jotunheim, the Ice Moon sect, held mysterious connections with other figures not only across the continent, but across the entire world. The sect master, merely named Lord Ice Moon, was reading ancient grimoires, special books that granted untold magic knowledge. Usually, when a person had the talent for it, after reading and comprehending an entire grimoire, they would be able to learn spells. However, the grimoire he held with his hands was different from others that sect members would usually read. It held a large tree-shaped drawing on its cover, and the title was written with Norse letters, simply named Ragnar K. HM. I have completely forgotten how many times I've read this book, and there's always something new I discover when I put my mind to it. Truly, whoever wrote this book was someone of the eras of old. To grasp such knowledge is my task yet. I am so far away from truly understanding the inheritance within this book, sighed the man. He was a tall and handsome ice giant, with pale blue skin, tattoos resembling letters and winds across his body, which were in fact runes that enhanced his magic power, and a long white beard with a bald head. His eyes were sharp and glowed with yellow-gold color. He wore finely crafted clothes made of ice wolf leather, ice bear, and other monsters he had hunted, with the head of a wolf and a bear at each side, over his shoulders, making him seem intimidating at first glance, especially because he had a large necklace made of the fangs of the strong beasts he had slain. He closed the book as a person came to his side, as if appearing out of thin air. Lord Ice Moon knew who this person was, and although he should have gotten more surprised by such an ability to emerge out of thin air as easily, he was already used to it. "Enjoying the book?" asked the man at his side. He was of a way smaller stature, only about 2 meters, while Lord Ice Moon easily surpassed 3 meters. His appearance was that of a typical elf, with long blonde hair, sharp ears, and a beautiful face and slender body. He wore royal green and yellow clothes, with a tunic showing the insignia of his sect. His eyes flashed with a crimson-red hue. "If it isn't you, indeed, I am enjoying it until I sense that you are coming, Lord Greenwood," said the Lord Ice Moon, talking to the elf man politely. This was because this elf was not an ordinary mortal, but exuded the strong aura of rank 4. "Oh, anyways, I have come to inform you that my drones had detected 2 unique ability users within your territory. Truly, this continent is filled with them," said the elf. "So you burnt down an entire town and didn't find her, and now that she came back with someone else you finally come to tell me?" asked Lord Ice Moon. "Oh, how did you know about that?" asked the elf. "I have eyes everywhere, elf," said Lord Ice Moon. "Well, not like you care, right? Or are you going to tell me that the benevolent sect master has a compassionate heart for complete strangers now?" asked the elf. "Sigh. So what are you planning to do now, Lord Greenwood?" asked the Lord Ice Moon. "Now that I've spotted them, I will simply track them down and send war drones against them soon after. I require them alive, though. One seems to have reincarnated as an ice dragon from all things, quite the interesting specimen. The other is an ice giant girl," said the elf. "Then do as you please. I will tell my people to not interfere with them," sighed Lord Ice Moon. "Good. Thank you for your cooperation, my good friend," said the elf, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lord Ice Moon sighed in relief. The aura of this monster was not simply because of its high mana core rank. This monster was way deeper than that, way more mysterious. He was a being that even a rank 4 sect master, such as Lord Ice Moon, could not dare to offend. He could only obey and nod his head against the might of this old monster. To think that an elf from all things would be so vicious. Although I am barely grasping the situation, and I barely know his motives or his origins. But I better not delve deeper, especially because the entire sect might be in danger of being wiped out if I do," sighed the Lord Ice Moon. "Unique ability users, extremely rare souls that come from another world and bring powers that defy magic as we know it. What does this man want with them?" A drone emerged as I comforted Ben Laden. I didn't know what it was, but it was strange. I never thought I would see such advanced technology in this world of fantasy and magic aside from my own system, but that could also be said to be kind of like magic that looks like futuristic holograms. But this was full-fledged technology, and futuristic at that. I am pretty sure there weren't such drone models on Earth. This thing is completely spherical, white, black, and blue colors. It had a large camera in front of it, and it somehow floats through some kind of mechanism that releases gases from beneath it, like a propulsor. Benleden was probably still grieving the death of her parents inside, even after I had managed to save her parents' souls. But she was a strong girl, quickly wiping her tears and rushing at my side as she glanced at the thing that was observing us. What is this? She asked. I think I recognize it a bit. This is actually a technology, not magic, I said as I quickly decided to inspect it through Analyze. Ding. Tactical Espionage Drone, FDX-09. Drone-type machinery created through the use of forbidden technology left behind by the user of the Technomancer unique skill. This drone comes equipped with magic-fueled propulsors and the ability to register anything it seems through its HD camera connected to the mother computer. It possesses a small AI integrated within it and can self-destruct to inflict damage to a foe, while also being able to fly infinitely as long as there is mana within the mana core battery implemented inside of it. It is truly a drone. Even if it is fueled with magic, it was created by someone with the Technomancer unique skill. Another one. Have reincarnated people completely changed this place around? What kind of world have we been reincarnated into? If we consider unique skills, then anything is possible. Technology? What was it doing here? Why was it observing us? Asked Benleden. No idea, but perhaps they might be related to what happened in here. I said, what? Then asked Benleden. However, before we could continue speaking, I detected several more drones near us. My senses expanded as I saw them, around 5 of them, all floating above the air watching us with their camera eyes. Whoever was behind this was probably controlling those drones. There are 5 of them now? Asked Benleden. Suddenly, as I was already preparing several projectiles and commanding Scotty to decimate their drones, a sudden voice, as if spoken through a microphone, resonated over the town, coming from all 5 of the drones. The voice of a young adult man resonated through the speaker. It had a particular tone of someone who was rather refined. Hello, reincarnated souls. I have been looking for you for a good while now. My name, well, that doesn't matter. You can simply call me Lord Greenwood Dash. Who are you? What do you want? I roared. Oh, a dragon capable of speaking through psionic waves. Interesting. Is this your unique ability, perhaps? Asked the man. What? He knows about unique abilities, and even knows I have one. And if he does, somehow, he might already know about Benleden's too. D. Drake. How does he? Muttered Benleden. How wouldn't I know? It is as clear as water that you are the unique skill users I have been looking around. I have an offer for you. Join me. There are many other unique skill users at my side, and together we are making an organization that will overturn the world as we know it. Unique skill users are often discriminated in this world, but if we manage to make a name for ourselves, we can change how the world sees us, said the man through the speaker. Benleden, this sounds fishy, I said through telepathy to Benleden. The man didn't seem to hear my psionic waves when I spoke to her, thankfully. Benleden swallowed saliva as her eyes began to glow with anger. Why you? Who did this to my town? I don't want to join any of your weird organizations. Tell me who did this. Who killed my parents? Asked Benleden. HM, were these your parents? Oh, right, my bad. I had come here to look for you, but they seemed very adamant, saying that you were not here, that you ran away or something. Well, it was true, but at that time I didn't trust them, so I decided to burn the entire town until they would bring you out, but that never happened. I suppose I owe you a sincere apology, said the man. What? Muttered Benleden, as her eyes grew devoid of light. This mother fuker. The rage boiling inside of me was becoming greater and greater, to the point that pure wrath took over my entire being, flowing like a blaze that I had never experienced before. Was this the wrath and pride of a dragon? I couldn't think of anything else than slaughtering this motherfucker. So you did it. We are not joining any of your garbage organizations, you bastard. I roared like a true monster, as my entire body began to exude the aura of ice and winds, forming an immense storm. Flash. Well, I expected this outcome. At least they can't blame me that I didn't try to let you join peacefully, said the man, as the drones suddenly flashed towards us. Flash. 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 Based on their analyses, these things can detonate like bombs if they get near us. No, I won't even let them get near. Scotty. Flash. Scotty quickly flew through the air, catching 2 drones and making them explode ahead of time. Boom. Boom. I quickly rushed in front of Benladin, protecting her. Benladin, stay behind me, I said as Benladin seemed to have become stiff due to all the things happening so fast one after another. 2 drones were destroyed, but 3 others rushed at us. I quickly unleashed all the power I could, combining my auras and forming a gigantic tornado of ice and wind, releasing it in front of me. Flayowash. The powerful storming winds reached the 3 drones, pushing them back. And then, Gate of Babylon. I pushed the 3 drones away with my powerful winds, and then quickly conjured dozens of weapon-shaped ice projectiles, firing them at them and showering the drones with all the might of my Gate of Babylon knockoff. Flash! 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 The weapon-shaped projectiles reached the drones in no time, crushing them and making them all detonate and explode into pieces. Boom! 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 I protected Benladin with my scale body. Although many of the blazing metallic pieces fell over me, it didn't do much damage to my natural scale armor. Perhaps I would have been able to take the explosions head-on, but I didn't want to risk it. After the blazing explosions ensued, the world went back to tranquil peace. Scotty flew at my side, as everything seemed to be okay now, and Scotty took 2 explosions head-on and was cracked a bit. Its tip was fragmented, but thanks to its auto-repair, it was repairing itself naturally by absorbing my mana, so it should get back to new in a few minutes. I glanced at Benladin, who had suddenly fallen unconscious. She was breathing, but perhaps the emotions bubbling inside of her made her mind too exhausted. And yeah, the explosions were also quite scary. I don't think she had ever seen those before. However, I see. So you can manipulate a spear of ice through some kind of telekinesis ability? Is this your power? Your ice magic is comparable to rank 4 experts. No, probably rank 5. And the wind magic is excellent as well. You seem to have an abnormally high amount of mana and regeneration. And you're only rank 2? Oi, where are you? I roared at him, but his voice suddenly came from way underground. Boom. I quickly grabbed Benladin with materialized phantom hands and flew into the air as the entire ground opened wide, and something came from it. Clash! Clash! 2 metallic claws grasped the snow, as a humanoid figure made of metallic pieces emerged from the underground. Its size was around 7 meters, and it was packed with many mechanical pieces, hard, black-colored armor with many silver decorations. Its head was cubic, and it held a single camera in the middle, flashing with crimson-red color. The enormous figure stood glaring at us, while releasing a strong aura of mana. Within the chest, there was a gigantic mana core battery. As you can see, I am a man that is always several steps ahead of others. So, will you fight me, or will you fly away? It asked provocatively. Oh man, I would love to break your shitty toy, but there is someone I must protect. I would love to break apart your moving pile of metallic garbage, but I don't have the time, I said, quickly using the winds to grab the axe, shield, and Benladin, and darting into the skies. My speed was already incredibly fast, and the robots stood there glancing at me. Oomph. This is not good. If you don't fight this, how will I be able to see more of your capabilities? Wondered the man's voice, as the robots suddenly generated jet-like wings, generating propulsors and releasing blue flames from within, flying in the air with the speed of a jet. Flash, are you fucking with me? If I lead it to Fuyu, it will know that we have such a floating fortress. Fuck, well I have to fight this thing while protecting Benladin. I quickly decided to analyze it as I changed routes and flew elsewhere, without wanting to lead it to Fuyu. Name, WDAX-V21. Race, Mana Core Cultivation. Mana Core Battery. Status. Average estimated vitality, 10,000/10,000. Average estimated mana, 24637/25,000. Average estimated strength, 10,000. Average estimated dexterity, 8,000. Average estimated magic, 10,000. Abilities. It seems that I wasn't able to see its abilities for some reason, but I was able to get a hold of its stats. I think I should be able to handle it. Running away will only give me an advantage, he said, as the mech suddenly transformed and generated gigantic shotguns. Boom, 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 boom. Each shotgun seemed to be magic-based, firing giant mana bullets the size of a house at me. And they were all going at the same speed as actual bullets from a gun on Earth, if not faster. While holding Bin Laden tightly into my chest using my materialized phantom, the barrage of magic bullets began to fall over my entire body, bending my layer scales one by one. Clash, 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 clash. Each bullet bent my scales until they finally began to slowly crack. All right then, motherfucker, we'll throw fists. If that's what you really want to, I'm going to give it to you. Oh, this bastard was really getting on my nerves, so I did the most obvious thing. Roar like the dragon I am and charge a breath attack, which I had already been preparing beforehand. I quickly opened my jaws while flying away from him, twisting my head towards him, and releasing the powerful beam of ice and wind attribute magic condensed together, clashing against the mech. Cleoas. The beam clashed against the mech, stopping its flight and sending it straight away. This, a rank 2 dragon, shouldn't be capable of fighting against my war mechanical titan, said the man controlling the mech, as the mech's chest was blown off into pieces as its left arm, which was transformed into a giant shotgun, also fell off. Crash! Boom! A sudden chain of explosions ensued as the mech started to fall apart. However, it didn't seem to be its end. It was still with enough power to keep fighting for a while. I quickly sent Scotty against it, while generating hundreds of ice projectiles and enhancing them with wind and runes to increase their damage output. Flash! 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 The projectiles quickly reached the mech, as they began to fall over it in explosion, slowly damaging it bit by bit. Boom! 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 Oomph! Not yet. Magic barrier, Gamma Blade. As I was decimating this bastard's toy, he suddenly gets 2 tricks out of his metallic ass. Oomph! Not yet. Magic barrier, Gamma Blade. Seriously? He suddenly activates something within the mechanism of the mech, as the magic within the mana core battery within the chest area, which I was not able to blow away somehow, generated a semi-transparent bluish barrier around the mech. And alongside that, it suddenly generated a giant blade made of what seemed to be plasma. He swung the blade around as all the projectiles I sent at him were destroyed in a second, while those that managed to slip through his attacks were blocked by the mana barrier. Haha, let's see if you can fight against me now. Scared? Don't worry, I will not kill you. Merely slice your limbs and capture you. The bastard quickly rushed towards me, as Scotty was barely cracking a bit of its mana barrier. That barrier is tough. However, it's draining the mana of the mech constantly. It won't last forever. And it's not like I can't brute force my way through. Or so I would like to think, but with Bin Laden unconscious, I am a bit restrained in what I can do. I flew around while firing projectiles of ice constantly to distract him, even creating large icebergs this time, and crashing against the mana barrier, but only leaving some cracks on it, while the powerful Gamma Blade seemed to be able to slice through anything. Clash! 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 HM. It is quite interesting how you can keep firing magic. Do you have an endless source of mana like that one girl? No. It must be something like a large regeneration or perhaps mana absorption from the environment. wondered the man, relaxedly fighting against me as I gritted my teeth and flew around to evade his lashing attacks. However, he suddenly enhanced his propulsors and flew across a large distance in an instant, reaching to me and swinging his blade. However, before it reached me, I quickly released a powerful breath attack against him, which the Gamma Blade wasn't able to simply slice, hitting the mech's mana barrier and throwing it into the skies for a few seconds. Boom! What a troublesome breath attack. Dragons are true, quite the pain to deal with. However, the mana barrier shielded the entire damage, and although it ended cracked and began to even shatter, it was still as strong as ever. I have to charge my breath attack before releasing it for it to be strong enough, so I cannot constantly fire them. Slash! Suddenly, the Gamma Blade almost got me, but I quickly evaded in time, although my left arm was cleanly sliced by it. This blade is bad news. Its power is way above what my scales can withstand. It simply goes through anything like a hot knife through butter. A river of blood gushes out of my large wound. As my arm falls over the ground, the man begins to laugh a bit. See? Gamma Blade can slice through anything. And your speed might be good, but my mech's speed is even better when using its mana engine, said the man. Mana engine? Is this what this thing is using to fuel itself? Using the mana core battery? I didn't want to show this bastard my ability, but I guess there's no option because my arm is already growing back. Oh, is that super regeneration? He asked. It seems that he didn't think of it being immortal body good. In a few seconds, my arm was back up, even with a new row of scales, as I flew away from him once more without attempting to get into close combat due to wanting to protect Benliden. If that Gamma Blade were to slice through her, she would be as good as dead, and I can't use my body to shield her from such a blade. So the only option is to run. This is hurting my pride a lot, but if I keep running away, I can slowly deplete him of his mana. This guy doesn't even seem serious about this fight, and he is testing what kind of abilities I possess, most likely wanting to guess what kind of unique skill I have. Perhaps he is a sicko that collects reincarnated people, or maybe he has found a way to steal their unique skills. Well, whatever is the damn case, I can't let him get near me at all. I continue to fly in circles as he sometimes caught up to me, and I managed to evade in time by firing a breath attack, slowly cracking more of his mana barrier, while he sometimes managed to slice my arm or my tail. I had somehow managed to attack it with my tail using spear and whip techniques together. The power F the attack was enough to leave a large crack on the mana barrier, but it was still not enough. I checked its status, and it seemed to be down to 4k mana as of now, but he seemed just as energetic. Does he have a trump card? Or is he merely testing me, without caring about losing or winning? I have sliced your limbs 4 times now, and they had all grown back perfectly. What kind of unique skill do you have? Not even super regeneration is that fast, and usually, after the first regenerations, it slows down as the user of such abilities is usually vampires, said the man. What? Vampires? Are there vampires here? In the Norse mythology world? Seriously? Perhaps there's someone with a unique ability that made them into a vampire and then it spread around? Is the only guess I have. As I continued to evade and shower him with powerful icebergs, storms of wind, and more, I began to ask him things. What is your purpose? Why are you gathering unique skill users? What's your endgame? I am not buying at all that you simply want to make the image of reincarnated people better just because you're a good-hearted guy, because you're clearly rotten to the core. I said, why would I tell this to a lizard? My goals are far ahead of your measly existence. You wouldn't even understand a thing, he said, approaching me and swinging his blade. Slash. I quickly used winds to impulse myself, evading in time as I charged another breath attack. You're the type of guy that really gets on my nerves. Let me tell you something. I will find you, and I will kill you, Greenwood. I roared as I opened my jaws and released a massive breath attack. The beam of twisting blue and green colors clashed against his mana barrier, finally shattering it into pieces as the beam continued and hit the mech's body, piercing the chest and reaching into the mana core battery at long last. Crash! Boom! 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 The entire mech began to explode once more, falling over the ground and leaving a loud explosion as pieces of its body exploded around, reaching everywhere. Kill me? What an VE fool. Boom! Saying those last words, the entire mech was blasted into pieces, and there didn't seem to be any more around. It was over. An elf with long blonde hair and crimson eyes glanced at the scene displayed to him from within a large holographic screen. In such a battle, a giant dragon of azure colors coated in beautiful and shiny ice scales fought desperately against one of his creations, a titanic humanoid machine with enough power to defeat rank 3 peak stage cultivators with moderate ease. Yet this dragon somehow defeated it and survived without any problems. It is all thanks to that abnormal mana, regeneration, its good magic, and that regeneration which seemed endless, said the elf, squinting his eyes as he watched the entire recording slowly, analyzing everything he could. And then he suddenly realized something he hadn't noticed before. The dragon was protecting the other unique skill user, the ice giant girl. This entire time, he's been protecting her. He was using some strange, invisible force that wasn't projected in cameras, which was, of course, Drake's phantom body. Is it protecting it through some sort of telekinesis? Or maybe its own wind magic? Further investigation on that specimen would be needed, and I didn't get to see anything that the girl had to offer, sadly. He sighed, closing his eyes and walking away. Despite being an elf closer to nature, he was within an immense, highly technological underground structure, where many other elves walked around, assessing things through computers, repairing mechs, or creating more of them by the use of gigantic technological 3D printers. These immense structures were fueled by thousands of mana cores, and through the use of special materials, they instantly printed several materials needed to craft more equipment. That war machine was very costly, and it has gone like nothing. Well, I was ready to have losses the moment I decided to attempt to capture them with my equipment, which I placed on standby there. But still, it is rather impressive and frustrating that this dragon managed to destroy it so easily. He sighed. The elf man walked through the entire facility as he was led into what seemed to be a large area where many people were inside, probably captive, as they were wearing strange magic collars that restricted what they could do. He glanced them through the transparent window as they were being used to make experiments. Mostly the scientists here were seeing how far their special abilities could go. "How are things going?" he asked. "It seems that these 2 subjects are unique skill users of rank A, sir," said the elf wearing a lab coat. "I see. Useful enough. Put on military training and brainwash them ASAP," said the elf man. "Yes, sir." The elf man smiled, as his crimson-red eyes flashed with an eerie light, as he saw the young boy and girl being hurriedly carried away from the place. Their eyes seemed concerned and fearful. Unique skill users are blessed with such fantastical powers. Why are they so insecure? They should rejoice themselves. Seeing these faces only fills me with disgust. They have a chance to change the world, yet they are fearful to use their powers as they should. "Don't worry, I will make sure to use it well for you," he thought as he walked away. The man quickly walked through a long corridor, taking an elevator that led to the surface, where he was suddenly greeted by a large shrine made of fine wood. He walked out of the elevator as it was quickly covered by a moss-covered floor made of stone bricks. He walked outside of the empty shrine and was greeted by the beautiful scenery of one of the large cities of the region of Alfheim. Large trees that went hundreds of meters into the skies, connected by many branches covered by houses constructed by the elves. Elves walking as if nothing down below, living their lives leisurely. It seemed to be a world completely apart from what was happening underground. Yet many of these people were well aware of what was happening there. The crimson-eyed elf man took a walk through the streets made of gigantic tree branches, reaching into a large palace, where a few people greeted him. Unlike him, they were not elves. They were humans, pale white, crimson-eyed people exuding a blood-like aura, dwarves, and even giants. "You're finally here. We have been waiting for you for some time now." "What were you even doing now?" asked one of the humans, a man with spiky black hair and slightly squinted eyes. He had a giant blade on his back and seemed rather confident in carrying it around anywhere he went. Probably something fishy, I bet, said a beautiful woman. She could be said to resemble an elf, but her beauty was even higher than them. Her skin was also even paler, almost like candle wax. Her eyes gleamed crimson red as her pointy ears and long crimson red hair gave her a glamorous look, which went well with her red and black dress and her long crimson red heels. Her aura seemed particularly dangerous compared to the rest here. Don't worry, that time was not wasted without a reason. I have finally found another 2 more unique skills users, said the elf man, quickly sitting in a wooden seat as an elf butler served him green tea. 2 more? Just how many of them have come here in the last 30 years? Asked the human man. Well, we're still discovering what is truly bringing them here. My research still has no results, but in the meantime, reincarnating him should still be the major priority, said the elf man. And using unique skills is the best way to bring him back, right? I guess so, said the crimson red-haired, pale-skinned woman. Indeed, unique skills can defy fate. After all, they're our greatest tool against the Yggdrasil's will. All of you share the same purpose, right? This is why we had gathered in the ancient eras, and that is why we are still gathering every 100 years, said the elf man. More or less. Although it is quite surprising how our personalities have diverged, said the giant present, with long silvery white hair and white skin. Well, it was also we could explore different paths and master them, said the dwarf. Indeed, and let me tell you that perhaps we might have found something interesting. A certain dragon, said the elf man. However, before the elf man was to speak, he was interrupted by an elf. Lord Greenwood, it's her, that princess from the Oberon nation again. HM, the one with infinite mana, asked the elf. Yes, she has sneaked inside one of our facilities within the North region and is trying to rescue the captives, said the elf. Ready the war machines within that facility. I suppose that Elma is still not giving up. From all these unique skill users, she is the most annoying. Oberon, you're still annoying us even after your death, you stubborn righteous bastard, sighed the elf man. Oberon's descendant ended being a unique skill user. What irony, laughed the crimson-haired woman. Well, she's purposely targeting smaller and less guarded facilities. She's probably not strong enough to come here. We should eliminate her as soon as possible, said the human. I agree. Shall we go? Asked the giant. No, she's gone already, sighed the elf man. That fast? Asked the human. Ugh, it was over. I somehow did it. I guess it was possible, so not somehow. I knew I could manage at the end. But that doesn't make it less surprising and impacting to me. What just happened today will keep being engraved on my very being as both a traumatic experience and a frenetic battle against a mech. I never thought I would ever fight mechs in this world. I mean, it is all magic and stuff, so where would that mech even come from? Well, from unique skill users. It seems that unique skill users had shaped this world a lot, and had changed it a lot too. I honestly don't know how much they changed it, but I would really appreciate it if I could be enlightened at least a little bit over it. But nothing. I will really have to just learn things by myself somehow. After the battle was over, I quickly left Benliden sleeping in her room within Fuyu. While her parent weapons were left over a desk near her bed, I left Yuki watching over them, while I cut a small piece of my soul and infused it into Scotty. By doing this, I managed to get a new member and making the spear actually intelligent. So, I left her watching over Fuyu. Yeah, after my soul grew strong like now, I can split my soul again, but only 2 times before my cultivation goes down, and there goes one of the 2 times. Scotty was similar to Fuyu when it gained conscience, so she still needs time to develop a proper personality, but it seemed that from the get-go, she was very overprotective, so that's good. I quickly flew back to Benliden's town, which was on fire before I used my icy wind magic to quickly dissipate it all before anything else was to burn even more. Now, what do I do here? I want to give these people proper burials, or soon enough, monsters will come here to eat their charred corpses. And I don't want that to happen. These people were Benliden's childhood, each and every one of them. I don't want their bodies to have such an end. So I began to slowly take out each corpse and began to dig large holes in front of each house where they were, Thankfully, I had the very useful mining skill to assist me in this task. It took me around 2 hours, but I managed to bury everyone around 15 meters deep. It should be good enough, and I even left icy coverture for extra protection. I saw as their souls seemed to have become more in peace when I buried their bodies, as if the grief of what had happened to them maintained these people's souls around. I saw some of their deformed faces recover a bit, as the light of the sunset shined over their ethereal bodies. It was a beautiful yet melancholic sight. The souls slowly began to dissipate into the light. Some waved their hands at me, even little children. Sigh. I stood there and watched as everyone left. I hope that wherever they go, that they can have better lives there. I had considered eating their corpses for the possibility of getting the ability to shape-shift into an ice giant, but I couldn't bear with doing such a thing, perhaps if it were someone else. But these people was Bin Laden's people, those she met and loved. Probably they were childhood friends, their families, or even some uncles, aunties, and more. Call me soft or whatever you want, but I would never try to eat the corpses of such people, even less when their souls seemed so pained. Rest well. However, there were 2 corpses I didn't bury. Bin Laden's parents. I froze their corpses into a large ice cube to preserve them and decided to save them for now within Fuyu. Why? Because whenever there is the opportunity to remake their bodies, I am sure that their corpses might come useful. I don't know how or when this will even happen. I don't even know if it is possible. I am merely holding on to this hope, a mere thought, just hope pretty much. But maybe, no, I will find a way. I will just do it. Somehow. I know there is life magic in this world. I know it can be used to heal, even heal back limbs, maybe. So, it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to regenerate an entire body. Maybe that would be like a god-level life spell, I guess. But even then, in a world with magic and things such as unique skills, why not? It is better to hold on to some hope than merely accepting this truth. So for now, please forgive me. I will have to keep your corpses for a bit. I also gathered all the pieces of technology one could find. All these match burnt pieces were all useful for my own research. And there was also the giant shattered piece of the mana core battery from the giant mech, which I'm planning on eating. I keep looking around for anything until I suddenly feel a presence. Wait, no, more presences. How didn't I sense them before? Perhaps I was not paying attention? I quickly rush towards the area of the presence, the ruins of what seemed to be a large shrine. I quickly move the debris out to find anything, and then I find a door that leads underground. I slowly open it with my claws, and I am greeted by what seems to be an old woman with pale blue skin, long silvery white hair, wearing leather clothes, pointing a cane at me. Ack, beast, get off. You won't get any of these children. I promised their parents that I would protect them, roared the old grandma, as she suddenly conjured a giant icicle spear and fired it at me. Poof! However, the icicle spear was destroyed and absorbed. I could also notice several little shadows behind her, hiding within the darkness of the underground, trembling and fearful. So there were really survivors. I had sensed the presence of life, but I still couldn't believe my eyes when I was able to finally look at these people. After seeing so many souls wandering around, after seeing so many corpses, there were still people alive. I don't know why, but it fills me with joy. I don't know if it is my own happiness or perhaps that Bin Laden might be happy over this. Or perhaps a mix of the two. After all, even as the monster I've become, my empathy and emotions have not gone away. Maybe I've become more ruthless, but I'm still, well, me. The old grandma is surprised that her strong magic is not effective. She exudes the aura of a rank 2 magus, while the other children are only rank 1 initial stage. They seem to be very weak. Of course, they're all ice giants, so their size is double those of humans, if not being even taller. Even these children might be taller than most humans. What kind of oversized lizard is this? Asked the grandma. Oi, who are you calling oversized lizard, grandma? I roar. Okay, I can take them, but they better not call me oversized lizard. Ack, it spoke, cried the old woman, almost falling over her, but if it wasn't because some of the kids helped her remain her posture. The kids were just as frightened and surprised. Ahem. Yes, I can speak, though not with my own mouth, but through telepathy. So I'm speaking directly into your minds. Glad to know that you understand me. My name is Drake, your friendly neighbor Ice Dragon. Nice to meet you, I said. Friendly. A dragon? I have only seen wyverns before, but a dragon that can speak. Oh gods, please don't eat us. We are all skin and bones. I am sure that we will give you indigestion, cried the grandma. You're really hurting me with those dragon stereotypes. I'm not going to eat anyone. I said, no. Then what do you want? Asked the grandma rather rudely. I get it. She wants to seem strong to reassure the kids she's protecting. I came here to rescue you, of course. Did you hear the explosions early? I just destroyed a giant made of metal, so it is safe to go out, I said. Is it safe? Yeah, I did hear all the ruckus. So you defeated it, really? Asked the old grandma. Sigh, please come outside. I promise you that I won't eat you. I said, I don't believe you, said the grandma, while squinting her eyes. Really? How hard can this be? I don't want to use force nor intimidation for this, as it would worsen my image. Maybe I should. Oh, I know. Do you know a girl by the name of Benliden? I asked. No. Who is that even? I remember. I remember her well. That girl, the one that escaped from the village many years ago. That poor little girl. Her parents were so heartbroken after she escaped. They had tried many years to find her and act. How do you know her? Asked the grandma. She's my friend. I found her some months ago, and I helped her. She had made a full recovery now, but after seeing the corpses of her parents, she had fallen unconscious. I am so happy that there are survivors. I need you with us, so she can, I muttered. The grandma's squinting eyes suddenly relaxed a bit, as she revealed to me her tired yet beautiful yellow gold eyes. Sigh, I see how it is. She finally came back and saw this mess. Well, it's not like there is much to do now. We got all these kids and nowhere to go. If we stay here, we'll end up as monster food soon enough without enough people to defend the village. Can I really trust you? Asked the grandma, glaring at my eyes. Yes, please trust me. And help me make Benliden happy, I said. You're a weird lizard. Fine, all right, kids. He's a good dragon. Let's get out of this hole, said the grandma, guiding the fearful kids out slowly one by one. It was around 8 kids of varying ages, which also included a baby, probably 1 year old, who was being carried by a girl probably at her 6 years of age. They were all very young. The oldest was 9. They all glanced at me from below. My appearance had become notably terrifying after evolving. So it was understandable. Dragon. Is it a lizard with wings, a dragon? It looks scary. Where's Mama? It has a skull over the face. Pop 'em up. I am hungry. You're enormous. Okay, you better take good care of us, said the arrogant grandma. I really had the impulse to give her a nice bonk, but that would probably kill her, so I contained myself. Don't be so arrogant. I will do what I can, but don't order me around. I am a prideful dragon. I said, sure thing. Where's the friendly neighbor, F.A.? Ade, sighed the grandma. Oi, you're getting on my nerves already. I roared. I was joking, come on. I'm just trying to get these kids a bit cheered up. After all, they're the only ones I was able to save. Sighed the grandma. The kids glanced at the floor or around the village. Everything was in ruins. Probably all of them already guessed what had happened to their parents, although there were some stubborn ones. Grandma, where's Big Brother? And Mama? I want to see them, said a little red-haired ice giant girl with teary eyes. They're both dead, dear, sighed the grandma. Blah, you're lying. You're lying. Sniff. The girl began to cry desperately as the grandma caressed her head. Why do you have to be so direct? I asked. The grandma glanced me directly at the eyes, showing a light that showed off her years of experience. Life is tough, dragon. Going around is not the style of the ice giants. We tell things in front. The faster they are told and accepted, the faster we can adapt and survive, said the grandma. I guess she's right.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.